feel like a fool, but that won't put out the fire that I've got in store for you. Oh yeah. Now I saw you with another. It made me feel like a fool, but that won't put out the fire that I've got in store for you. Well, you can tell your friends I'm gonna walk it down the aisle. Yeah, you can tell your friends I'm gonna walk it down the aisle. You know I can't quit you, baby. Can you hear my heart crying loud? But the night I nearly filled my pockets up with gold. And I wish the same for you. I wish the same for you. And I had you there to hold me. It was good enough for them, 'cause I was lonely. And I was the only one. Yes, I was the only one. It was easy for me. It was even easier for you. But you were all I could see. And I was just something for you to do. I was stuck inside your city. 4 days was all it took, and you were over me. So I'll be leaving. That's all it took, and you were over me. So don't tell me you don't need me. You could kill me dead or murder me entirely. And that would not bother me. Believe me when I say that would not bother me. won't you call me up? Baby, I can't talk.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Silverton, Colorado, 9,300 feet. Chris Warden.
Andy Jones-Wilkins.
And we are here as we promised. We woke up, we made our coffee, and headed down to the gymnasium here at Silverton High School to catch what has become a truly historic performance. I know we use that term all the time. Maybe it gets replayed, but I'll stop using it when people stop making history.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, it's incredible. Ludo is past Arrester Creek, as far as we can tell, which means he's less than 3 miles from the finish. He left Cunningham at 1:07, so just a little bit more than an hour and 45 minutes ago. And we're expecting him under course record time, which would be 21:33 in this direction. We're sitting at 20:52 right now. You can see in the very pre-dawn dark, the camera, one of our finish line cameras with the rock. We've been joking with Dale and Brian Powell and Luke Nelson and the other folks out there that this sort of wake-up call seems to get earlier and earlier each year, thanks to one Mr. Pomeray. But yeah, Chris, we got a couple of hours sleep, and here we are. Thanks everybody for joining us in the live stream. We appreciate your patience. We've been waiting for this through the night too. A couple of other things happened, most notably a little further down the field. David Ayala has moved into 3rd place overall ahead of Courtney, who's in 4th place overall. So right now the top 3 men are Ludo Pomeray, Jimmy Elam, and David Ayala. Jimmy Elam and David are the only 2 runners through Maggie Gulch at mile 86.5. Jimmy left at 1:34 a.m. and David at 2:24 a.m. So about a 50-minute gap there. So we are still awaiting Courtney's arrival into Maggie Gulch, but it looks like Courtney remains on significantly ahead of her 2024 course record pace in this direction. What do you think, Chris?
I'm still gathering the ability to think at this point.
That's
simply right. Due to a lack of fully functional sleep. But you know what? It all comes to you very early when you've got this excitement around you. The gymnasium behind us is starting to fill up with people. You can't really quite see it from this shot, but when we first got here a few minutes ago, there were literally 3 people in the chute. And now people are going to start to make their way to this area of town because people do come in to watch those first finishers no matter what time course, you mentioned as we were walking over here that it wasn't always a thing for the first finishers of Hardrock to be coming in pre-dawn.
Yeah, you know, at the risk of dating myself, Chris, and I think I mistakenly said it wasn't that long ago, and then realized that 2008 was actually quite long ago. But in 2008 was the first time, the year Kyle Skagg's legendary run of 23-23. Still, to my mind, one of the most incredible runs in the history of Hardrock, was the first time the race finished, the winner of the race finished, and it was still dark on Saturday morning. Now it seems to be relatively common, but it wasn't that. It was 2008, and in fact, an answer to a fun trivia question is who finished second that year, and it was my good friend Scott Jaime, full 6 hours after after Kyle Skaggs. But that won't happen today. It looks like both Jimmy and David, as well as Courtney. Yeah, Courtney probably finish in the daylight, but Jimmy and David are likely to also finish in the dark. Now that seems to be common. Just joking with race director Dale Garland, he suggested we might need to adjust the start time in the future, to which I quipped, or maybe just make the course longer.
Yeah, there's options when it comes to trying to make that balance, but yeah, we're in such a great spot right now in the sport, and you can see even since we started talking, the number of heads that have popped into this view. As we're also going to have a camera moving
on the ground,
finish line on the ground. So this is not going to be necessarily what is shown as Ludo comes into Kiss the Rock, because I know people are going to want to see it from the other side as well. We've got Gus Gibbs out there, going to be bringing us our camera shots, and we're trying to wake up the cameraman in the perch outside, overlooking things from the edge of the Silverton High School building.
By waking up the cameraman, you mean having the person flip the switch?
Something like that. Yeah, absolutely. Of course,
we are thrilled to be here. Just to outline the way the day's going as we await Ludo's arrival. We are going to be here for a few hours, probably till about 8 a.m. There's Brian Powell in that other camera shot. He's getting up earlier and earlier to chronicle the finish as well. But we will be here till about 8 a.m. With the first several finishers, and then take a little bit of break. The Shalvoids will be here. Both Corinne and her husband Graham are going to be here for a few hours. We'll be back then to document a big bulk of the finishers between about noon and 5. Get a little bit of sleep between 5 and 10, and then we're going to roll on in with a huge vat of coffee, Chris, and be here on the overnight. Maybe one of our favorite assignments here, from 10 p.m. tonight to fully into 6 a.m. tomorrow. Want to maybe give a quick update too, because the cutoff at Ouray back at mile 43.9 comes up in a little bit more than 15 minutes at 3:15. And you did a little bit of research on how our back of the pack runners are doing.
Yeah, I can share some of that detail right now. The runners that have not made it to Ouray, they have to make it in and out by 3:15, so they've got roughly 17 minutes to get there, 16 and a half minutes. Their most recent runner, Magdalena Kasper-Ship, from Illinois, so a Flatlander, having I can't imagine how many parking garages and time on the either on the Stairmaster or the treadmill with an incline. Magdalena had to endure, but made it in just a couple minutes ago at 2:54 local time. Has until 3:15 to get out. The only active runner yet to make it to Ouray is Jeff Perry, and it's looking like it might be a little bit tight in all likelihood. Just kind of trying to gauge that for Jeff. Hopefully he is able to push through and get there.
From Bondurant, Iowa, age 65 is Jeff. He's the 133rd runner out on the course. We have 14 DNFs so far. We'll review those a little bit later. Yeah, Jeff's last was 12:54 a.m.
Actually, you know what? I'm looking, and maybe Jeff had already actually hit, and maybe it didn't register, because if he is where he, that could be. I'm a little bit worried because he might have missed the turn onto the perimeter trail if this is accurate. Hopefully that is not the case.
Hopefully that's not the case for poor Jeff, and it's just those trackers doing their own thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if he is just kind of trying to verify, he would be, it could be ping float, because obviously Uray has a very unique physical geography there. So you could be
leaving Governor at 12:54, so just a little bit before 1 o'clock, 2 hours and 6 minutes ago, to cover 7.6 miles, mostly on road, mostly downhill. So we'll keep you posted on Jeff.
Absolutely.
A couple other things through the night.
Sure.
Ryan Smith slipped ahead of Jason Schlarb into 4th place male. Jason is in 5th, and Kareth Arnold continues to move up the overall into 7th, and 2nd female, then Paul Terranova in 6th, Nick Curry in 7th. Arlen Glick has slipped back a little bit, but we're not sure about that. And we're gonna hold on that, because he was last seen, at least on the open split time, at 11:36 at Sherman, and yet his tracker is suggesting otherwise.
Yeah, it
so
looks like
we'll take a hold on that.
Yeah, it looks like Arlen is through Pole Creek. So,
All right, which would put him back up more in maybe the 5th or 6th position.
Yeah.
Just after or right around Ryan Smith. So other than that, Tara Dower miraculously still going strong. 11th place and 3rd overall. A new name, Dustin Simoens, I hope I'm saying that right, from Gunnison, Colorado, in 9th place, 12th place overall, and Richard Cook Simmons. Thank you. We got a correction on that. Dustin Simmons.
And that one came straight from the top.
So even if it's wrong, it's right. And Richard Cook rounding out the men's top 10 from Seattle, Washington, in 13th overall. Further down in the women's race, I did notice Bailey Eppard slipped ahead of Erin Shaw, for 31 years old, out of Colorado Springs, in 4th place. And then Erin in 5th. Darla Askew, again, if you want to find someone who's going to finish this, if you want to finish in 31, 32 hours, just find Darla and run with her. Easier said than done. 53 years old, out of Bend, Oregon, in 6th place. Jenny Pierce, who we've been following most of the day, in 7th. Casey Lichtai continuing to creep her way up the field in 8th place. In 9th place, Jenny Fox from Steamboat Springs, and rounding out the women's top 10 is Chelsea Topping from Canmore, Alberta. They still let Canadians into this thing.
They do.
I'm surprised they come, but well. They do really well. Of course, we've got a Frenchman in the lead, a few minutes away from the finish. We are guessing that he's going to be under his 21:33 course record time from 2 years ago in the clockwise direction.
Yeah, I have a feeling that we need to be ready in the next 2 to 5 minutes. I know that, and I'm getting the confirmation again from Doug, from Run Director Dale Garland, who is just here in off camera and in agreement. So he's done this a timer 30, so definitely knows exactly where to be and when.
It's a great shot of we've got two shots, two still cameras on the finish, one from right behind the rock, one from the side. We're also going to have in a little bit a runner out on the course with a camera, and again that's going to be for the next day and a half.
Ludo just pinged, and it looks like maybe about 500 meters out from, a little bit more than that, maybe about.
So he's right by
half a kilometer from basically getting off of the trail. So,
right by what you
called the
what
ski
you
lodge.
politely called the ski lodge.
Man, I have caught it for that one.
Maybe we should call it the Chris Warden Ski Lodge.
Oh my goodness! All right, you know what? I'm gonna pivot. I'm gonna say the retired rock, the old rock, of course, because you passed that on your way in. The idea, AJW, of a three-peat, it has happened before at Hardrock multiple times, but with Ludo's efforts the past 2 and now third year here, you know, it is truly one of the most amazing stretches in our sport, and also doing so as he's crossed over from his 40s into his 50s.
Yeah,
he turns 51 in just like a couple weeks.
Yeah, to me, as amazing as the three-peat is, it's almost more amazing that he's doing so in late 40s and early 50s. I mean, we've talked a lot about, you know, age is definitely an advantage here at Hardrock. I think in general, over the last 2 decades, it skews towards the older runner anyway, but not necessarily to win the thing.
Yeah.
And that's just, it's just remarkable. And each year it seems like more and more, at least at the very, very pointy end of the field, you get runners that are really, you know, focusing on this and only this for their event for the year, and for 3 years in a row. I'll be curious to see if Ludo turns up again next year. I mean, he'll have his entry.
Yeah, he will be the first
it.
person
Yep.
to have entry into the 2027 Hardrock going the other direction. So we shall see, but that is a decision for another day. He holds the course record in both directions, and looks like he is going to be improving upon his clockwise number by upwards of 20 minutes.
Yeah.
At this point. So as soon as we have other camera angles, we will be definitely bringing those to you.
Yeah, the course record progression, when I think back to, as I mentioned earlier, Kyle Skagg's 2008 run of 23:23, pretty easy to remember, it's pretty likely that Ludo will be 2 hours under that. And it's, you know, kind of steadily, I know Kilian Jornet and Jason Schlarb 10 years ago were the first to, you know, dip down into the 22s. And now Ludo's redefined that down into the 21s. Looking across to Courtney, it looks like Courtney will be in the 25s. The first first woman in the 25s in this direction. Katie Scheid was the first overall woman in the 25s last year. Fireball is suggesting that there's potential for Courtney to be in the 24s, but time will tell on that.
That would be super impressive. And you and I did speculate off air last night as we were heading out for our break that that number is undoubtedly in her mind in terms of trying to beat Katie's number from the other direction last year, which was 25:50. So, you know, that is definitely she knows the numbers and she knows where she needs to be.
And we're awaiting the arrival of our race leader, Ludo Pomeray, at the finish here in Silverton.
So looking to try and find a comp for Courtney's run here, I'm going to see if I can put something together. So she came through Pole Creek at 1:17. That would be, let's see if we can find where that would place her in comparison to the 2024 years, maybe looking for runners around that range in Pole
Creek. Let's see, Jay Schlarb was 1904 there, so.
Okay, so maybe about 10, 15 minutes behind that.
Right, and Schlarb ended up finishing 24:48.
Okay, so we are talking about 25 hours.
Would put her on that 25-hour bull.
Yeah,
as a comparison,
which would give her the overall record.
Yeah, she was
in either direction.
She ended up 26:11 here, hitting Pole Creek 19:54. So there's our on-the-ground camera out there. As you can see, a small but ever-expanding crowd has set their alarms to see the winner this year.
Oh, you're right. Did misspeak. I had Ludo with the CR in the other direction. That is from that 2021 run.
The counterclockwise
So,
direction.
Yep, that's on me.
We hear cowbells. 21:10. Wow.
We're starting to hear the cheers.
Ludovic Pomeray from Prévesson, France. 50 years old.
Yeah, we can't really. It's literally in the middle of a neighborhood.
There we go.
We hear it.
Here we go. Ludovic Pomeray from France coming in to the finish. There it is.
Up high.
We kissed up high. And
21:11:40.
Ludo Pomeray. Wow. What a finish. A new course record, 22 minutes.
At age 50. Don't ever let anybody tell you there's not time to do some crazy, amazing things with your life, because Ludo is showing everyone that you can compete at the top of the sport at this
Absolutely.
at this advanced age.
What a stout run, pretty much from the gun. Ran his race. History making. 3 years in a row now. And he looks like he put it all out.
So yeah, okay. So actually, I'm getting 21:11:36. So those of you where you want to make sure that the seconds are accurate. So 21:11:6. Interestingly, Ludo pretty much was wired.
Yeah.
And I found it very interesting that some of the people that were following Rock this year found it surprising that Ludo was leading out like this, as they said that considering his UTMB victory, did not lead out. It was pushing his way upward through the pack over the course of the race. That's not what he does here. He leads out and basically tells you, this is what I'm going to do, and it's up to you to decide whether or not you're coming along.
Yeah, I mean, just a quick run through. He was 2 minutes ahead at Cam Traverse at mile 11 and a half. Expanded that to 5 minutes at Chapman at mile 18. It was an 18-minute lead at Telluride. It grew to about 22 minutes. There he is. The Bill Duper Bank, legendary fan of the race. Got up to almost 35 minutes by Governor and Uray, and get closed in on an hour by the time he got to Burroughs Park coming down. The handies. I will note that
the third time, I don't
specifically
think he
his
needs
downhills.
Ludo Pomeray.
Oh, they didn't just get him a chair. They got him a whole bench.
They got him a whole bench. There's Dale congratulating him. Dale Garland, race director of Hardrock, the only race director the race has ever had.
Add to your collection. Add to your collection.
His downhills in particular were incredibly stout, coming off handies. And again, just here at the finish, coming off of Little Giant.
But it's okay.
It's okay.
Jimmy is doing a good race. We saw.
And that was the first kiss. It looked like he went high just to the left of the horns. As regular viewers know, we'll be tracking the kisses throughout the day, and very important.
Absolutely. For as you mentioned, maybe that's something that we can get Aid Station Fireball to do scatter plot for.
Yeah.
Somebody who's very good at that kind of graphical presentation. And Ludo, of course,
Yes.
go and get some reps, and he is more than welcome to join us here. The couch always open.
We had a great interview with him last year. He's funny and talks openly about his training.
Yeah, ready?
Yeah.
Racing.
I'm sure you'll have
Only
some.
in French.
I'm sure you have some answers.
Now you have to learn French.
See Dale sitting and having a chat. He does this
Okay,
just
so
without
stop.
free
Anybody got any
finishers to the
questions?
extent that he can. Dale Garland reads
No
every
questions.
finish.
Okay.
Keep getting younger and faster. How does that happen?
Numbers
I
where he
wanted
can't
to
quite
start
spend
fast
that amount of time with everybody.
because,
That's Dale for you, and that's
was
Ludo,
strategy.
your 2026 Hard Rock champion, third consecutive win.
If Tom could not reach the victory, the win, he would not.
Yeah, Ludo had gotten here several weeks in advance of
Because
the event and
yeah.
was
I think he
hammering
will be on
certain
UTMB
segments
now.
of this course.
he shifted
I think that the most notable run that I saw leading up
Way
was
for
about a week ago, starting from Grouse Gulch up to the top of Handies and back down in under 2 hours.
But yeah,
That to me showed that
was
he
sick.
was
Oh,
ready
I don't know.
for Hard Rock this year. He's always ready, but that was definitely putting his stamp on his training cycle, and we
You're
saw the
almost
benefits,
citizen of Silverton. In fact, I think we're going to
fruits of that
make
labor
you run
here,
for mayor of
this
Silverton.
He also really does like
keep coming
to,
out here.
Get into
you have a
out with his
house
camp
where it's
gear,
Yeah.
off-rock backpack.
all the
Light
crew, you
fast
can come.
pack, of course.
Just take your picture.
Get into
Put
several
together.
ways.
Jimmy, you are part of the team.
And,
we had the audio. It was good.
Thanks for the crew because without them, it's not the same. My brother-in-law's son did an amazing downhill from this peak. He get the come in front of Jim Wormsley, Lennox, so it was not that easy. But yeah, congrats, because I was not sure that he can keep the pace. So it was nice. Jeremy was injured. He has a stress fracture 6 weeks ago, so he was not sure to pace. But it seems that everything is okay. And my brother-in-law did the first section and last, and pushed me, in the last section, of course. And of course, Massouz. So she was here just for massage and quick massage, because I don't spend too much time on the aid station. And of course, Jimmy! Let's give a really big help on the before, during, and after maybe. See? And of course my wife, always here. So thanks to all of them. Other questions?
How do you keep going faster? You said you pushed the pace early, but you were alone and you kept going faster.
It seems that it's easy when you are getting old. You see François Daen, that 10 years after his FKT on Corsica, he did, I don't know how many, but a lot less than what he did So maybe, yeah, like good wine. When you are older, you are better. I don't know. For sure, it will not. Yeah, it will not stay long, but yes.
Let's see.
Let's see. But I think I have a bib for next year, so I think I will be back.
I will welcome you back anytime, Ludo, anytime. That is a question, I think, for some people. It's like you have been so successful here. You now hold multiple course records, the overall fastest
Only
time.
this way.
Huh?
Only this direction.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So
the
what-
other road is so difficult. You have to cut a bit the mountain because the three mountains at the end are difficult.
What is it that brings you back?
I get a bib. So it's took me 5 years to get the bib. So when you have one, you come back.
Yeah.
And I like to visit Colorado. And I said before the race that there's still one part that I have not done in Colorado. It's Rocky Mountain. So maybe it will be the plan for next year.
Well, we're glad you're here.
Okay, thanks. No other question? Yeah, it's time to sleep, no? Merci à tous. Et je vais prendre la douche.
Ouais.
Parce que un petit dédicace
Oui, Baptiste.
à Benat.
Hein?
J'ai cru que c'était un pet, mais c'était pas un pet.
Baptiste nous a expliqué.
On va pas traduire.
It's good when you reach the finish line. So, did you Courtenay?
One of the things we dealt with all week long was the air quality and the potential for smoke and that kind of thing. Did that affect you at all?
No, for me it was much better than last year. The first uphill last year was really difficult, and after the race I get the coach for 3 weeks. So, yeah, if the air quality was like would have been like last year, I think I would not start. But
So
you see, it was not so bad.
It didn't affect you?
No. Do you think that it's an issue with Tom? Yeah.
We still watch. We're still watching.
No, don't take pictures and only one part of the legs.
Yeah, where's Chloe? She needs to see that.
Yo, Joe.
Bonjour. Tu es en train de me dire ce que je fais
Joseph.
Jojo. Hey. Bravo mec, ça va? Ça va Tom?
Ouais, il a mis
C'est fini?
Qu'est-ce qu'il y a?
C'est le plus fort, c'est lui le plus fort.
Attends, c'était plus.
He's the best. Et la jeunesse, on va dire.
Bon, mais écoute, prochaine. Du coup, il t'aimait?
Je pense, ouais. On verra.
T'aurais pas dû me dire.
Qu'est-ce qu'il y a?
T'aurais pas dû me dire.
Pourquoi?
Parce que vous m'avez dit, c'est Tom qui m'a dit, si je suis pas si bien en fait sur la Hardrock, j'ai invité moi. Mais du coup, c'est...
Non, mais il est vraiment, il s'est mal. Il s'est évanoui là-haut, je crois.
Bon.
Bravo,
Écoute.
bravo Ludo.
Merci.
Bravo Ludo.
You okay?
Yeah?
You home?
I will take a shower.
And once again, congratulations to Ludo Pomeray doing amazing things on this Hardrock course with a new course record, 21 hours, 11 minutes, 36 seconds.
Yeah, just amazing. Just amazing. Defies age, defies the calendar, and just seems to get stronger and stronger.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fantastic finish for Ludo.
And Ludo took charge of this early, and we thought there might have been a chance for presumptively Jimmy Elam to maybe cut a little bit of time in. I think we were probably, I don't know if it was a mirage necessarily, but there was a point at about maybe a little bit around Engineer or so. Actually, no, it wasn't Engineer. It was Governor, where maybe there was about a 25-minute lead, and actually maybe about 35. And then at Grouse, Jimmy was about 36 minutes back, had been holding from Uray to that point, and we thought, well, there is a possibility that Jimmy can maybe gain some ground, but that climb up and over Handy's, Ludo put his mark, going from Grouse to Burrows, putting an incredible 25 minutes on the field there, on Jimmy Elam, who is our current M2.
That descent off of Handy's really was the statement move. Again, he was moving ahead all through the day, but when he put that move down to Burrows, and it just seemed like, when's Jimmy going to get there? When's Jimmy going to get there? When's there? It was just clear. Then the only other potential for Jimmy being able to reel him in was up at the high country in the section, which does wear people down, but Ludo was able to hang on there. Speaking of Jimmy, he is through Cunningham. Jimmy Elam through Cunningham just about 8 minutes ago, 3:19 a.m. He rolled out of there, so it's likely he'll be under 24 hours, probably 23 and change, as it takes about probably 2 hours and 50 minutes, 2 hours and 20 minutes, depending on how you're doing, to get up and over. For these guys to get up and over Dives Little Giant, that last climb that really, really kicks you in the teeth here at Hardrock in this direction.
As you mentioned, the time that we have is 21 hours, 11 minutes, 36 seconds, improving upon his previous course record by about 22 minutes. Had been moving around the 20 to 23 minute mark for most of the run. Got to Cunningham about 30 minutes under course record, but of course climbing up and over Little Giant is a different kind of beast when you're 90 miles in. Somebody was asking whether or not there had been any previous 3 consecutive wins on the men's side. Of course, the answer to that is yes, as Killian Jornet had 4 wins in a row in 2016, a tie with Jason Schlarb, but Killian's 4-time stretch in the mid-teens would be the answer to that. On the women's side, there have been multiple instances of that. Diana Finkel winning 4 times in a row, Darcy Pique winning 3 times in a row, and Courtney DeWalter winning 3 times in a row as well.
Back to the back of the pack a little bit, Chris, and I know we're not exactly sure about the timing map, but at least as of now, Jeff Perry, 65 years old, from Bondurant, Iowa, is still showing as not hitting at an Uray. We're now 13 minutes past the cutoff in Uray. On a happier note, it does look like our second to last finisher, Magdalena Casper Ship from Illinois, has made it through. She was able to get out of there
with 12 minutes to spare.
With 12 minutes to spare.
Absolutely. So the next cutoff for these runners will be later on this morning at Grouse Gulch at 10:30. So plenty of time. A lot of runners still have not yet made their way to Grouse, but they're doing fine. I mean, they're still on pace to finish. At this point, we have 61 runners who have made it through to Gulch, and overall still looks like 132. So over half of the still has to make it to the next cutoff. But again, that next cutoff is not for another 7 hours.
Again, with the 48-hour overall cutoff, just a little under 29-minute miles is what you need to do at Hardrock. Sounds easier than it actually is, not surprisingly. This that you're seeing on the screen right now is back at Sherman Aid Station, mile 72.
Somebody was asking what year the tie was. That was 2016 when Killian and Jason Schlarb.
Yep. Anniversary of that tie. It was this direction. They basically were in the aid station together. They crossed the creek together, leaving Cunningham, and basically just ran those last 10 miles together.
Which is not always the case for Killian coming up and over Cunningham. As we mentioned in 2022, he hit Cunningham alongside Francois, and then from there it was a full blast foot race between the two of them. And now, of course, we are going to be following everybody on the course at this point, but I think that the focus, as far as front of the pack goes, you can hear Ludo coming into the gymnasium behind us.
You might be able to hear that. He's come into the gym.
Well, actually, departing the gym, looks like he was doing some medical checking in.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, so heading actually back out to go get some rest.
I had a chance to chat with Jason Schlarb about that tie year 10 years ago. I got a couple of quotes from him. Used hard water bottles and wore road shoes. He certainly wasn't counting carbs per hour. He remembered the 2008 Skaggs finish in the dark and how that seemed almost impossible. And here's a quote. At the final aid station, and Killian and I decided to race together to the finish, I told Killian we must break 23 hours. By doing so, it ended an era for me and many others who thought what Skaggs did was impossible.
Which actually, as you realize that Skaggs number held for several years.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And maybe one of the most legendary covers, ultra running magazine covers, is from that 2008 year with Skaggs. And it was a simpler era. He ran with no shirt, skimpy little pair of shoes, tiny little minimalist shoes, and one water bottle. No pack, no runner spot tracker, nothing like that.
Yeah, it's going to be a while before we have another finisher coming into the gym here, or coming into Silverton. I'm trying to assess where Courtney is at in relation to her course record. Courtney, most recent check was at Maggie Gulch at mile 86.5, mile 87, when she set that course record in 2024. Her time in was 21:32, out 21:34. So still holding about 25 minutes on the course record.
So she's given a little bit of it away,
Yeah.
but not all of it by any stretch.
Yeah, in that 2024 year, she hit Maggie Gulch 21:32, out 21:34. This year, 21:08, out 21:09. So yeah, about 25 minutes.
Yep, looks like Ryan Smith got through Maggie as Ludo was finishing here in left at 3:23 a.m. Again, out of Maggie, you've got a big climb up and over Buffalo Boy Ridge, and then a drop down, pretty steep drop down, crossing Cinnamon Pass Road. Then along what most of the time is a snowfield. It's not a snowfield now. To the crest of the hill at Green Mountain, the second to last 13,000 foot peak that the runners go through. Beautiful spot. You've likely seen pictures from the top of Green Mountain. A beautiful view out to the northwest from there, and then the screaming descent down Green Mountain to Cunningham before the final climb up and over Dives Little Giant. Lots of work still to do, even though it's only about 15 miles from Maggie to the finish.
Yeah, it seems like the wake-up call here in the Silverton Gymnasium gets earlier and earlier with each
really
passing
does.
year, AJW.
It really does.
But we're here for it, and we're happy to slide back into the studio when this happens. Of course, as we mentioned, it is rarefied air to win Hardrock 3 consecutive times. There are multiple people who have won 3 times, but Ludo just the second one to do so in consecutive fashion. Of course, prior to that, Speed Goat and the men's race, Carl Meltzer winning 5 times, but spreading them out over the course of several years. And in the women's field, Betsy Kallmeyer did win 5 times, but never more than, actually, I believe, never won consecutively, amazingly enough. Looks like Diana Finkel also did win 4 times consecutively, and Darcy Pecue won 3 times consecutively, and then Courtney DeWalter just from 22 to 24, winning 3 times in a row as well.
The Carl Meltzer time in 2009, the year after Skaggs, it was sort of at that point kind of adjusting to the new normal that seemed to be set by Skaggs. And I know in that direction, you might recall, the Chapman aid station comes late, and Carl was moving so fast he had to knock on the door of the RV to get some water in his bottles. They hadn't really opened the aid station yet by the time he got there. Skaggs, the story there was that he was, they had no idea how fast he was eventually going to go. I remember the I Run Far. It was the very, very early years of the I Run Far coverage on Twitter. He had a 2-minute lead leaving town, which is, it's about 3/4 of a mile. You kind of knew that something special was going on right then and there when Kyle did that. So some historic records back then, and certainly some historic records, at least one, potentially more today. Again, as I mentioned, a big steep climb for our second and third place runners up and over Buffalo Boy Ridge. The penultimate 13,000 foot climb back down, quickly back up over Green Mountain, back down significantly, and one more time up and over 13,000 over Dives Little Giant.
Of course, it looks like Jimmy Elam has made it through Cunningham, and beginning that arduous climb up the final wall of the course, as you like to say, up the walls, down the ramps.
And that one really is like a wall.
Absolutely.
It gains over 1,000 feet a mile average, just right about on 1,000 feet a mile, and is relentless. There's a couple of false summits as you get nearer to the top that kind of play with your mind. and then finally you top out and get a great view. Runners who are running into the sunset later today are treated to a fantastic sunset view as they finally make that last climb and head down into Silverton. And then it's kind of a tricky first few miles off that descent.
Oh yeah.
Before you get onto a kind of a dirt gravel road, and then eventually the town trails that lead into Silverton.
I can't imagine handling that descent. Of course, when you're on the saddle at Little Giant, it's a wonderful run. You've got amazing views on both sides. But when you start that descent, it starts you off really quickly with some steep scree, some really loose, jagged trail as you head down into Little Giant Basin, and until you get to that brief jaunt on County Road 52, it is pretty technical. With 93, 94 miles on your legs. I am truly in awe of all of the runners who make it down there without any difficulties.
Yeah. And even though it's road, it's no picnic. We did get an update here on Arlen Glick, one of the stories of the day. He's now through Pole Creek at about 2:47, so just about a little bit less than an hour ago, en route to Maggie. So he's sitting in 6th place, 5th place male, about an hour and 10 minutes behind Ryan Smith in that 6th place position.
And for this race, for Arlen Glick to be doing as well as he is, truly, what an amazing comeback to prominence here at Hardrock. Arlen, having gone through some real tough times in terms of health issues, had to have some surgery, some work done to get him put back together after Cocodona 2024, and the better part of 2 years trying to work himself back into running shape, and here we're seeing it now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's great. I mean, what a great race to come back to. He loves it out here.
Yeah, he comes out here weeks in advance to train in the San Juans, and because of his approach, you see the fruits of his success.
Again, on your screen here is the Sherman Aid Station, mile 72. One of the highlights of the Sherman Aid Station is every year there's a Forest Service pit toilet there, and they do a fantastic job decorating it. They decorate it with motivational signs on the wall, air fresheners, flowers, nice handy wipes and so forth. It's a fantastic little treat, and in fact, some folks find their way in there. It's usually warm. It's a great little treat that they have there at the Sherman Aid Station. Don't miss the pit toilet at Sherman.
Running down the top 10 in let's go both fields on the top 10 in the women's run here. Courtney DeWalter in first, Kareth Arnold in second, Tara Dower third, Bailey Eppert, as you mentioned a little bit ago, moved up to fourth, was moving in 6th place through most of the day, got up to there, and now in fourth. One of the youngest women in the field here this year. Erin Shaw in fifth, Darla Askew in sixth, Jenny Pierce in 7th, Casey Lichtig in 8th, Jenny Fox in 9th, and moving up to 10th is a new name we haven't come across yet, I don't believe, in our top 10 reviews. Jordan Armstrong out of Cedar Crest, New Mexico. We'll have to do some...
I just noticed that. You're right. At 3:17, just rolled out of Grouse.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, looks like there's a bit of a group there, all leaving 3:17, 3:18, 3:19 of Jordan Armstrong, Kedrick Osborne, and Jay Hunt.
As you mentioned, Jordan Armstrong out of New Mexico. Looks like has some success at qualifiers. Most recently ran the Bear last year. But I'll be honest, this is actually a pretty significant step up based on previous results. Finishing 14th at the Bear, 2024, 19th at High Lonesome, 5th at Wasatch in 2023, 14th again at the Bear in 2020. Basically on the fringes of the top 10 at other events. This would be what I would call a huge step up to finish in the top 10 if she's able to hold to form here at Hardrock. Really impressive.
Yeah. And back to the men's race, our top 10, Ludo Pomeray has finished in course record time in first place. Jimmy Elam in second. David Ayala been running steadily all day in third. Ryan Smith in fourth. Arlen Glick, we've just been talking about him, in fifth. Jason Schlarb, on the anniversary of his tie for the win in 2016, sits in sixth. Paul Terranova in seventh. Nick Curry in eighth. Dustin Simmons in ninth. And Michael Martinez rounding out the top 10 in 10th, 13th overall. Also worth noting, our top 60 and over runner is from Portland, Oregon. And I want to get him real quick. I just had him on here.
Rick Needler?
Rick Needler. And Chris, you can do your thing. And another 60-year-old runner, David Koblenz, a former president of the Hardrock board, is still going strong.
Our current leader in the 60-plus women's run is Susan Henry out of Oregon. Of course, Susan Henry, as we mentioned, not the only person in her family
That's right.
running Hardrock this year. Incredibly, Susan and her son both got into Hardrock this year.
And they're running together.
Yeah. So Susan Henry, well, they were moving together, trying to figure out. Okay, it looks like they did leave Ouray together at just after midnight. Yeah, there was a flurry of people departing Ouray around midnight, like basically.
Oh yeah,
between
look at that. There's a
12 and 12:15, basically about close to 10 runners moving out at about that same time, which at Hardrock with 149 runners spread out constitutes a traffic jam.
A crowd.
As we mentioned, congratulations to Ludo Pomeray for his third consecutive win, and this one yet again in course record fashion. Exactly the way that he probably scripted it in his mind. He's got to know this course very well and continues to amaze, despite the fact that he is now approaching 51 years of age.
Mm-hmm.
So shout out to Ludo. We mentioned our most recent cutoff was at Ouray just about a little over 30 minutes ago. And we did have, as far as we could tell, everybody who made it to Ouray looks like they made it out.
Did Mr. Perry make it out?
Yeah, I think that in the case of Jeff, well, let me double check that, because it looked like maybe that was a tracker issue, but let me see.
Rick Needler, by the way, 64 years old, out of Portland, Oregon, has some impressive finishes on his resume. The challenging Waldo 100K in Oak Ridge, Oregon, in a time of 13:26. He's done. Go ahead.
Oh, I might have to pump the brakes on Jeff Perry, as it looks like I can't quite tell. Perhaps he didn't make it out. Okay, no, actually. Seeing that his time registered in was 3:27, so did miss the cutoff, unfortunately.
Rick Needler has two previous Hardrock finishes, which is good to note, in 2020, both in this direction. In 2022 at the age of 60, in 36:53, and then again in 2024 in 39:06. Blake Wood splits before sunset on Saturday.
Of course, we expect our next finisher to be Jimmy Elam, having come through Cunningham, the final aid station on the Hardrock course, making his way up the last wall of the course at Little Giant. That'll take him some time, but moving very well. Yeah, David Ayala, I think, one of the things that has been impressive to watch is his push through this year's run. Having been in about the 6th, 7th place range for the first half of the 2026 Hardrock, moving up to 3rd place in the men's race, 4th overall, then at or around Sherman, basically catching and passing Courtney Dauwalter there. And still continuing to move very well. About, looks like 45 minutes ahead of Courtney Dauwalter at their most recent timing splits at Maggie Gulch.
Yeah, Chris, interesting to track that. He was 8 minutes in arrears at Burroughs, but then on that last descent, that last ramp, which is only for 4.2 miles, he caught up to her, left Sherman a minute ahead of Courtney, and by the time he got to Pole Creek, had a 20-plus minute lead, and up to about 40 minutes now at Maggie. So he's showing, as he did last year with his 4th place finish, fourth place finish last year, he is showing a good closing speed. Not sure he has enough real estate to catch Jimmy Elam, but probably comfortably in that 3rd spot.
Yeah, I think that Jimmy would have to take a nap on Little Giant in order for him to be caught. Those asking how Courtney's run compares with her previous course record in this direction at Maggie Gulch was about 25 minutes ahead of her prior course record. Had given some back, was earlier in, I want to say, at Sherman or Burroughs was about 44 minutes ahead. So gave about 18, 19 minutes back, but still moving well ahead of her previous course record pace. The overall course record, counting the other direction, happening last year with Katie Scheid, 25:50.
25:50.
To compare and contrast, very difficult because the race is wildly different in those directions. But we will know when Courtney finishes 2026 Hardrock whether or not she is able to reclaim the all-time course record in either direction. And we know that number is in her mind.
Yeah, I would expect to see Courtney hit Cunningham probably at about 440, 445. Which would put her literally on the bubble to go into that 25-hour range. Again, the Maggie to Cunningham section is sneaky hard, sneaks you back up over Buffalo Boy Ridge, over 13,000 feet yet again. A slippery, slidey descent down, crossing Cinnamon Pass Road, and then back up to Green Mountain and down to Cunningham. So 2 climbs in between Maggie and
at Ultraspire, my philosophy is pretty simple. That is, create the best product for the athletes so that they're able to enhance their performance.
Believe has always been one of my biggest mantras. I carry it in my head when I'm running. It gives me joy and keeps me going. I never thought I would carry it on my wrist one day.
You wore your vintage coat like it was armor, and talked about some band I'd never heard of. I ran right past the station chasing shadows, but I was keeping score behind my teeth. You're my teeth! And I don't care about your art school friends, and I don't care how this stupid story ends. Go write your thesis on someone who cares. I'll run it down the street, run it down the stairs. You thought you had me figured out, but I'm just running on my own. Can't believe you left me here. Don't ever think you can call me on my phone.
Ultra Fit, with room for your toes to crush your run, not your feet. Ultra, stay out there.
What does Hardrock 100 mean to me? And
it just like got me hooked into the sport.
Hardrock means a lot to me. How much this has impacted my life is massively profound, and yeah, a lot of emotions right now.
I've had 8 finishes. I love it and I hate it. I am currently the oldest woman to have ever finished Hardrock, and I'm 66 this year, and last year was my finish at 65.
The Hardrock culture to me is ultra running frozen in history. To me, this is the only event that I can come to where I get an authentic view of what ultra running was back when I was just a kid.
Yeah, I'm Allie Smith. I am the runner tracker coordinator for Hardrock. I started volunteering 2 years ago, and it's like a big family, which I know sounds cliche, but it is. It's just so warm and welcoming, and I knew I had to come back every year. And so whenever they asked me if I wanted the runner tracker job, I said yes, absolutely. So.
Patrick Stewart from Highlands Ranch, Colorado. Hardrock. So Hardrock was my second ultra ever back in 2012, and it just like got me hooked into the sport. And we've been coming back as a family every 4 years. Coincidentally, I've gotten in, so this is my 4th running. Cool, just introducing my girlfriend at the time, then my wife, then my younger daughter is born. Now I have 2 kids here, and they're going to be doing hard block. So for us, it's just like a cool every few years to come back to one of the places that really got me like hooked into ultra running.
My name's Ian Turner. What does Hardrock 100 mean to me? And it's just the come together of all these years that put in all the training and everything, and finally getting here and going to do a loop around the San Juans, and hopefully, I mean not hopefully, I'm going to be kissing that rock here in a couple of days. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, my name's Roel Gonzalez. What does it mean to be a pacer? It's a little heavy on the responsibility, right? Like he obviously asked me for a reason. There's a lot of trust between me and the runner. I also trust in him that we'll finish this together. So what does it mean to be a pacer? It means a lot more than what normal people think. And it's what keeps this whole thing kind of going, I think, in my opinion.
Well, you should know, you two, like both of you, legends. Legends. Yeah, get the picture. Are you running well? No, I'm pacing. Good luck.
I'm Jason Schlarb and run on the Norda Trail team. And Hardrock means a lot to me. It was one of the biggest motivations to start trail running from being a semi-professional runner on the roads. This loop is the most beautiful mountains that I know of, and it influenced me such that I moved here in 2014. Finally got to race in 2016 after trying for 4 years to get in, and you know, even as a professional runner, it didn't matter. I had to wait in the lottery to get in, and which is beautiful. At the time, it was frustrating, but the beauty of having to earn a run around the Hardrock loop is pretty special. And yeah, a lot of emotions right now. 10 years ago, winning was, you know, a defining moment. Being able to run with Killian, race, you know, kind of launch my career or further my career into what it became and what it is now. Now as an athlete manager for Norda, you know, to come back here and give it another shot. My wife is 40 weeks on Monday. So, you know, that's heavy and big on my mind, and my wife celebrates me running the race. And, you know, that I'll be thinking about that so much, and how much this has impacted my life is massively profound. It's, you know, this is truly like so much of who I am, what I've put my heart, my soul, my time, my family's time into. So this is home.
Okay. Well, my name is Tina Ewer, and Hardrock has been a big part of my life for the last 19 years. I came here in 2007, paced someone, good friend, and was pretty blown away by it. But darn if I didn't start putting in for it the next year. And in 2010 I got in, and I've had 8 finishes. I love it and I hate it. It scares me. I love each section. Well, not Oscars. And maybe not the Engineer Jeep Road. And maybe not Camp Bird. But I love all the climbs and all the beauty, and yet putting it all together at once, overwhelming is an understatement. This year I was fifth on the wait list. And this year being 5th, you just don't train like you're in. You kind of say, that would mean, I literally told people a full third of the women's finishers field would have to withdraw, and that's impossible. So I did not train as if I was getting in. I am pretty much over my chronic injury, so I'm less injured than last year. I'm less trained. I've been on the fence of if this moment came, would I even accept it? Because I don't want to take up a spot if I don't feel like I'm ready. But I've been acclimating, I've been climbing good. I didn't think I would finish last year, and it happened with a half hour to spare. So anything can happen in Hardrock, and I think I'll give it a shot, as frightening as that is. I forgot to mention in my 8 finishes that I am currently the oldest woman to have ever finished Hardrock. And I'm 66 this year, and last year was my finish at 65. Hopefully I can rack up another one at 66. I always take a picture of me in front of the rock before the start. Could you do that for me?
Absolutely.
Me against the mountains one more time.
I'm Arlen Glick. I live in Ohio, and I'm here for the Hardrock 100. And the Hardrock culture to me is ultra running frozen in history. And it's one of the few events where it takes you back into the 90s, and where the culture has changed over time in ultra running, and some for the good, some for the bad. Regardless of what you love about ultra running and whether you love ultra running history, to me this is the only event that I can come to where I get an authentic view of what ultra running was back when I was just a kid. So even though I wasn't part of the sport back then, but to me that's what's special about this event. I got in on my first qualifier. So back in 23, I got to run. In 22, I ran the Run Rabbit Run 100, which was my first Hardrock qualifier. So I got in with 1 ticket. I know some people are going to hate me for that. So then it took me from 23 to 26 till I got my next ticket.
I didn't know exactly like
Welcome back to the Hardrock 100 2026, presented by Ultra. Chris Warden.
Andy Jones-Wilkins.
And we have one down and well over 100 to go at this point. And we are here in the studio here in Silverton High School, here to cover as many finishers as we can. We did want to take a break to, number one, maybe refill our coffee and still rub the sleep out of our eyes, and also share some of these excellent Hardrock Chronicles, Hardrock Chronicles presented by Tony Hill. So, thank you for hanging out with us here through the wee hours. We did have a huge spike in viewership as we saw Ludo cross the finish line. For those just tuning in, Ludo did set a new course record, coming in at an unprecedented 21 hours, 11 minutes, did we say? 21 hours, 11 minutes, and 36 seconds. So kudos to Ludo for...
kudos to Ludo.
Ludo kudos for raising the bar yet again in his third consecutive win here at the Hardrock 100.
Yeah, I was thinking about, I know some folks were asking after Ludo's finish about the multiple time winners at Hardrock. And I don't know, I think my theory on that is that it's a course, as we were talking with Zach Miller last night, it's a course that really does reward experience and familiarity. We've seen that a lot over the years with, you know, some of the veterans of the race that just kind of have it dialed in. And so at the very top end, it's kind of not surprising that the Diana Finkels and the Carl Meltzers and the Killian Jornets and now Ludos have been able to kind of dial in the course and what they're doing and make it, you know, a repeat situation. It's kind of fun. You don't necessarily see it in a lot of the other races. You have certainly had some historic repeaters, like 7 times at Western States, a handful of repeaters at UTMB, but it's particularly unique to Hardrock, I think.
We just got word that David Ayala has hit Cunningham Gulch.
Oh, all right.
So has hit the final aid station on the course. It looks like has departed Cunningham Gulch and is heading up that climb to Little Giant. Well behind Jimmy Elam at this point. Jimmy Elam, in all likelihood, going to be our M2, but hasn't pinged in a while, but that's entirely to be expected based on the climb up that final wall of the course.
Yeah, when you look at that 4:17 a.m. is David's time out of there. That's going to be tight for sub 24.
Yeah.
Which, I mean,
for sub 24 at Hardrock is rarefied air.
I know. Yeah, talking about it like it's a normal thing.
Yeah.
Only a handful of folks have done sub 24 at Hardrock.
Absolutely. You know, and it's usually maybe 1 or 2 a year, depending on which direction.
Mm-hmm.
But it is a regular thing that at least the winner will come in sub 24 in the men's race. In the women's run, Courtney DeWalter at last glance was about 25 minutes ahead of her clockwise course record. Trying to determine where she is in relation to the overall Hardrock record is another matter entirely. It is very difficult to quantify based on the fact that the direction that Katie ran last year in her 2550 was counterclockwise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So the course is being extremely different in that regard. If you were to try and prognosticate, I think that that 2550 is absolutely in play. But we mentioned, 25 minutes ahead of course record. Well, the difference between Katie Scheid's time and Courtney DeWalter's time from 24 is 21 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So it could be in play there as well.
Jason Schlarb he spent about 5.5 hours at Sherman. Looks like he's moving again now, but he arrived there last night at about 10:43 and just left a little while ago at 4:08. So Schlarby's moved down the field a little bit, but is still out there. He's now down to 11th, which bumps everybody up. Arlen Glick to 5th. This is after, well, let's do the top 10. Ludo, who's finished. Jimmy Elam and David in 2nd and 3rd, both now through Cunningham. Next up on the men's side is Ryan Smith, then Arlen Glick, then Paul Terranova now in 6th, Nick Curry now in 7th, Dustin Simons in 8th, Michael Martinez in 9th, and Greg Brandt, a new member of the top 10, in 10th place out of Park City, Utah.
Yeah, that could be the first time that we actually have mentioned Greg Brandt's name during our broadcast.
I think it is.
We'll have to get to know.
Good for Schlarb for regrouping and getting back out there. It'll be interesting to see what kind of charge he puts on for these last 28 miles.
Looking at Greg Brandt's most recent race history, looks like has run in the other direction here at Hardrock. Ran in 2023. Finished 18th that year with a time of 34:30:36. Actually has run multiple times counterclockwise, having done so in 2017 as well. Looking like this might be his opportunity to become a true hard rocker in running it clockwise. So Greg Brandt has finishes here, Wasatch, I Am Tough, and so no stranger to the mountains here in the western part of the United States.
That Schlarb Knapp at Sherman also moved Kareth Arnold and Tara Dower a spot up. Kareth is now continues to be second place woman and 7th overall, and Tara is now 10th overall and 3rd place woman. So we've got 3 women in the top 10 at the moment.
Yeah, Tara's back to back here. You're talking less than 2 weeks between Western States and Hardrock is absolutely amazing. A job well done so far to this point. Obviously, still on the course. Early on, looking like she was working through it.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
But, I do know that there were several people who were, and you included, that were looking and saying, well, maybe this is not her day, which is entirely understandable given the amount that she has undertaken. But she has rallied and she is moving very well and still on the podium at this point in the women's run.
Yeah, it'll be fascinating to hear her story at the end, because absolutely at Oscar's Pass, the camera picked her up there and she just looked like she was having a tough time, and regrouped back when she got down to Telluride, and pretty much since then has been holding her position right there in 3rd place in the women's race. She's now about 2 hours behind Kareth Arnold, comfortably 3rd, and now comfortably in the overall top 10. Something like a 28-hour finish, which is fantastic.
Our next cutoff for runners is actually about just a shade over 6 hours away. That would be at Grouse Gulch at mile 58. Runners have until 10:30 Saturday morning to get to Grouse Gulch, 10:30 local time. That is the last aid station before they head up and over the high point of the course, Handy's Peak. And we will be following those people at the back of the pack who are chasing those cutoffs. We had our most recent cutoff at Ouray at mile 42. Our final couple of runners that made it through, Joe Schrum, Timothy Garvey, Elaine Batson, Joshua Holler, and Magdalena Casper Ship. So those are the people that we would probably be expecting to see here in Silverton maybe 24 hours from now, perhaps. Also wanted to, one of the runners that I'm following just kind of out of curiosity, Ann Anenga, our last year's DFL, attempting to become a true hard rocker out of California, came through, gave back some time leaving Ouray, but looks like still moving quite well, and definitely pacing well ahead of a 7 minutes to spare kind of situation as she had last year.
Much better than that. Chris Twiggs out there, 16-time finisher from Fernandina Beach, Florida. Still moving well, right in the same general area as Jamil Curry. The two of them have just left Engineer at mile 51.9, so they're on the final pitch up Engineer Pass, and they'll drop down into Grouse Gulch.
Dan Ryan, another member of our broadcast team for various Mountain Outpost events, left Engineer at 2:02 a.m. local time, so heading toward Grouse, moving very well. This is his inaugural Hard Rock. He has been the communications director here at Hard Rock for several years, and this is his first opportunity to see things from the other perspective as a participant.
Just a great guy. I was in touch with his member of his crew, Sarah Wallace, a good friend of mine, and he was feeling good at Ouray, kind of getting set up for a long night out here, and just moving well and enjoying the experience. Most of all was the feedback I got. Monica Oakes, she's a multiple time 100-mile finisher from Bellingham, Washington.
So Jimmy had about an hour, about 62 minutes on David Ayala at Cunningham Gulch. Pretty hard to overtake that kind of gap when Jimmy is moving as well as he is. Has made it to the top of the Little Giant climb, is on that ridge connecting the ascent on the other side and the descent on this side. Of course, that descent is pretty darn treacherous with fresh legs, let alone 90 plus miles on them. But Jimmy definitely moving very well. Going to be coming in well under that 24-hour mark.
Yeah, that's a pretty good. Yeah, with the tracker pinging there, that's a good climb, a good time for that climb up Little Giant.
Yeah, David Ayala further down that climb, but moving very steady. Sub 24 might be a fight for him.
It would be tight. I mean, I'm sure it's on his mind, but 143 from Cunningham in would be impressive.
Yeah, 143.
Ludo, for example, did a 204.
Oh yeah.
So.
Okay, so it looks like, yeah, you're right there. So David Ayala probably going to be just on the outside looking in when it comes to the 24-hour mark. Of course, David did run Hardrock last year in the other direction, finishing 4th, so this would help him achieve true Hardrocker status.
I would expect to see Courtney Dauwalter into Cunningham right about 5 a.m., 4:45, 5 a.m. She left Maggie at 3:09, and we're sitting right now at 4:30. So again, there's a double climb. None of them are super long, but Buffalo Boy Ridge followed by Green Mountain, followed by a slippery descent down off of Green into Cunningham. But I would expect, 5 a.m. would be a solid time there for Courtney. I wouldn't be surprised if she's in there, and that would put her, in range for, a 25, let's call it 25:15, 25:30 finish.
David Ayala, interestingly enough, could come in very close to his time from last year. Last year he finished in 24:22.
Oh, okay.
And it could very well be within a couple minutes of either direction this year, the way that he is moving right now. We'll keep an eye out for that. Could be pretty interesting to see how closely his times align in both directions.
In so much of the early footage of the cameras, he just looked extremely comfortable. He looked like he was running within himself. It looked like he was enjoying himself. Telluride, he's laughing and carrying on. I think he's a veteran of this race now. But solid third place right now. Looks like he'll be able to hang on to that. What a great race for David and for Jimmy. Ludo is in rarefied air, obviously, these days here at Hardrock, and good finishes by both Jimmy and David.
Yeah, Ludo, coming in 2024 and raising the bar in this direction and doing so yet again, improving upon his course record at the age of, just short of 51 years of age.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when is he 51? A little bit later in 2026?
A little bit later this month.
A little bit later this month.
Yeah, I think that his birthday...
Oh, yeah, because when we interviewed him last year, he was 49, and he was like, well, I'm going to be 50 in a couple of weeks. I think you're right. Yeah, Jimmy, we would expect Jimmy in under 24. Probably 5, let's call it 5:20, 5:30, so within an hour.
So Ludo's 51st birthday will be on July 22nd.
Oh, coming right up.
Yeah. And, we don't know whether or not his 2027 will include a return yet again to the San Juans. But the one thing he does not have in relation to this event is the course record in the other direction. So maybe that's something that he opts to pursue next year. Of course, Francois Daines' 2021 run, where he and Dylan Bowman had a pretty magnificent battle for much of the run before Francois, dropped the hammer, finishing almost exactly an hour apart. But maybe that's something that he opts to pursue. That would be 21:45:50 in the other direction. Ludo ran last year in a 22:21. And at this point, I think it would be a fool's errand to attempt to say that he couldn't do something here on this course.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It would also put him in rarefied air as a 4-time consecutive finisher if he were to come back and win next year, of course, tying the one, the only Killian Jornet.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Indeed. Looking ahead to our folks that are more towards the back of the pack, I just went back to look at the results the last time the course went in this direction, and the overall number of finishers that year were 119. Right now, we still have active on the course 130, so we potential for a higher finishers rate than the last time they went in this direction. Again, Magdalena Casper Ship from Catlin, Illinois, final runner currently on the course, who she rolled out at 3:03 p.m. from Ouray. And as you've mentioned a couple of times already, Chris, we've got several hours until the next cutoff, which takes place at Grouse Gulch at 10:30 a.m. Today.
It looks like Jamil Curry hit grouse about 30 minutes ago, so is working on that Handy's climb. Or no, I'm sorry, hit engineer. Sorry. So actually on his way to Grouse Gulch. My mistake.
So my speculation was true that when he said he was he's probably going to be over 40, he was sandbagging.
Yeah, his results have been like over maybe about a 10-hour spread over the past several years. Depending on how much he's able to get out and experience the course and get his training in. I know that he started out pretty strong this year. I don't know how much he had on his plate in other regards over the past couple months, but I know that is somebody who we are going to see, be excited to see finish here.
Oh, 100%. Always are.
And his brother Nick really making his moves here at this year's Hardrock, having been, and stop me if you've heard this one before, perhaps outside of the top 10, top 15 earlier on in the race, and now as in the later stages of this year's Hardrock, moving well inside the top 10.
I mean, Nick sticks to his plan every race to attempt to negative split, to be very conservative early, run smart, and then kick it into gear at the end. So does Paul Terranova there, more or less in the same area code in 6th and 7th place. Got a chance to reel in Arlen Glick. That'll be an interesting little subplot. Arlen is through Pole Creek. The two of them are still on their way. So it'll be interesting see how that goes. We have 3 runners through Cunningham. Of course, Ludo's finished. David Ayala got through at 4:17 a.m. Jimmy Elam about an hour before him at 3:19. We would expect Jimmy here in that 23 and change mark.
So Nick Curry was 24th at Telluride. He was 24th at Ouray and is now sitting 10th.
Yeah. That sounds like Nick. And I wouldn't be surprised if he moves up a place or 2 more.
I would say at this point, Nick is in pursuit of Paul Terranova and was 17 minutes back of Paul, 16 minutes back of Paul at Shermanade. So we'll see if he is able to close that gap further. Actually went from 32 minutes back at Burroughs to 17 minutes back at Sherman, which is actually a pretty impressive charge to gain that much time between Burroughs and Sherman, because those aid stations aren't that far apart.
We have 3 women also in the overall top 10. Tara Dower recently slipped into 10th place as a result of Jason Schlarb regrouping at Sherman. So Courtney in 4th, Kareth Arnold in 7th, and Tara Dower in 10th. Top 3 women in the overall top 10. By way of comparison, back in 2024, the last time the race went this direction, there were also 3 women in the top 10. Courtney Dauwalter in 4th, the same place she occupies right now. Camille Bruyas in 6th, and Katarina Hartmuth in 9th. And that year, Nick Curry finished 10th. Just ahead of Katarina Hartmuth was Paul Terranova. So familiar names to this year's field.
Katarina had back-to-back fantastic runs here at Hardrock, back-to-back third-place finishes in 2024 and 2025.
That year, Tara Dower, who we've been talking about, finished in 33:10 and was 4th place woman. She's significantly ahead of that pace now, and a place ahead of that.
Yeah, I think at that point Tara was still considered a bit of a flatlander. I think she was still living back east.
I think
at that
she was
point.
back in Virginia. Yeah.
Of course, we mentioned Nick and Jamil Curry, and yeah, somebody was asking. They are indeed related.
Mm-hmm. They're brothers.
They are brothers, but they are not the only relatives in this field. We can talk about that here as well. We are basically just kind of hanging out, anxiously awaiting Jimmy Elam's finish here. Going to be 2nd overall, assuming things hold to form. But our other relatives that I know of would be the Henrys.
Mm-hmm. Susan and her son David.
Yeah.
From Baker City, Oregon, and Bozeman, Montana, respectively.
And they came in, well, they're not
It looks
departing.
like they separated a bit.
Yeah, apparently Susan leaving her son a little bit behind at Ouray, leaving about 17 minutes ahead of David. Now that might be a race within a race to follow to see who finishes first, mother and son, between Susan Henry and David Henry.
International runners, folks are often interested in that. In addition to Ludo, our winner, Sébastien Lesage from St. Paul, France, is holding strong in 31st place. Thomas Crenier, also from France, Bastia, France, in 36th place. Sébastien Andriol from La Roche-sur-Foron, France, in 42nd place. So France is well represented here at Hardrock. Then Gianluigi Bingacco from Cantalupo Ligure, Italy. Christian Broyer from Switzerland. Another Frenchman, Philippe Michel, 59 years old. And that about covers our current international field minus Canada.
Yeah, last year the story was the French domination of this run, as Ludo, Mathieu Blanchard, and Herman Grenier all finished 1, 2, 3, a French podium sweep in 2025. Ludo coming back to run it back to back to back. Also in the women's race, Manon Bohard finishing second as well.
Mm-hmm.
The French have come over to the San Juans and acquitted themselves extremely well, and I think that it's fair to say have really unlocked the secrets into success on the Hardrock course.
Yeah, 100%.
Love to see it. I mean, obviously, that I know on a personal level the U.S. based runners in most cases, to know, like for instance, I've gotten to know Jason Schlarb over the years, and I'm rooting for him to do very well. And Nick Curry and some of those people, Courtney, of course, but I'm just happy to see greatness from whatever background it appears.
And of those American runners, many are from altitude, not surprisingly, but Arlen Glick from Massillon, Ohio, currently sitting in 6th place, 5th man, acquitting himself well, and Richard Cook from Seattle, doing well as well. Ben Wyrick, good friend of mine from Burnsville, North Carolina, a teacher, an art teacher. He typically packs up his classroom at the end of May and loads into his car with his dog Gandalf and drives out here and camps at Cunningham for a month and a half, which I'm sure he did this year, and is doing quite well in 25th place overall. Ben Wyrick.
So yeah, somebody was mentioning the separation at the front of the pack. There definitely is some separation at the front of the field. I would say your top 6 overall, having established that. Ludo was running, for the last, stretch of time, an hour plus, and stretching it even further, coming into Cunningham about 2 hours ahead of Jimmy Elam. Jimmy about an hour ahead of David Ayala. But I would say that the true split in terms of where runners are at perhaps happened at Sherman, where there was between 6 to 7 about an hour and a half almost between Arlen Glick and Kareth Arnold. I mean, anything can happen.
Arlen Glick did just hit Maggie about 15 minutes ago, in and out.
And actually, even there, you did see some significant separation. We did watch Arlen and Ryan heading up handies together.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
And
Ryan's now put a pretty good gap on him.
Ryan actually made the pass, I believe, down at Grouse Gulch, and Arlen was able to keep Ryan in view for quite a long time up that climb, but Ryan Smith moving extremely well, continuing to push forward, and is now was the 5th runner overall, 4th male to hit Maggie Gulch at mile 86. Somebody was asking about the story of Tom Evans, and not to go in long form as we did last night, but we feel that that's not our story to tell. We share what we are comfortable in sharing, but if we don't have any permission to share, perhaps, it could be personal, it could be physical, it could be medical, we don't really, and we also simply may not know. When the runners share their story, we will relay it. We're happy to do so. Dylan Bowman is an example of that, who shared a wonderful post, not only explaining his day, but congratulating those who move forward and beyond. But we don't know particularly what happened to Tom Evans, and I'm sure as active as his socials are, he will let us know in no uncertain terms what went right and perhaps what did not.
Right, and I think one of the things we really appreciate, and I think many people involved in the trail and ultra running community appreciate, is, we're not a sport where when something negative happens, you get a microphone shoved in front of your face and you have to explain yourself. So I agree. I'm sure Tom will, in relatively short order, let folks know what happened. But in the meantime, we're going to be wishing him our best, and I'm sure he will return to fight another day.
Absolutely. I mean, his track record is undeniable. He is going to come back to Hardrock, and he is going to do very well. Not everybody sticks the landing on the first try.
Absolutely, absolutely. And with a Western States win and a UTMB win under his belt, Tom Evans really has nothing to prove to any of us.
No, absolutely not. Unless your resume stacks up against his, I think we just are all basically in wait and see what he tells us.
Now,
Noah.
on the other hand, as I got some texts from my good friend Carl Meltzer, I think we're all dying to hear about Jason Schlarb, who was laying down on the trail when Courtney passed him, and then did spend about 5.5 hours in Sherman. And like many, Jason is pretty transparent about his racing and his performances, and I'm sure there's a good story there. But he's back on the trail after 5.5 hours at Sherman. He left at 4:08, and he's en route to Pole Creek.
Yeah, Jason, has been a part of our Mountain Outpost coverage teams before at various events. I remember sharing microphone with him at Run Rabbit.
Oh, yeah.
And he does a great job with that. So he understands that we definitely want to know.
Yeah.
So when Schlarb is through with this hard rock journey around the San Juans, we'll give him some time to rest, relax, and kick his feet up. And when he is ready, as I say, and I can't say this enough, the couch is always open.
Yeah.
You're more than welcome to come by and tell us your story, what went right, what went wrong, what you loved, what you didn't. That's what we're here for. We're here to help these runners, all 149 of them from start to finish, those who finish and those who don't. Share your story.
And Jason's been around a long time. You go all the way back to 2010 for when he started his ultra career, and he's got an impressive resume. As I mentioned earlier, I remember him flying by me at Grindstone back in 2012. He's done a whole bunch of cool stuff, both in the United States, a win at the aforementioned Run Rabbit Run back in 2013. He's been over to UTMB a bunch of times, including the Top American Male in 2014 in a time of 21:39. So, like Tom, doesn't have a whole lot to prove to anybody but himself. And I'm sure, thought the best thing to do would be to take a little break at Sherman and when the day breaks, if the day does break at 4:08, our day broke at 2:08. He's on the move again, and with any luck, we'll be probably in right around 30 hours.
I am seeing that Courtney Dauwalter has made her way, starting that descent off Stony Pass into Cunningham Gulch.
All right.
One of the cool physical features, if you've ever been out to Cunningham Gulch, is that when you look that direction on course, you see headlamps virtually right on top of you. I mean, it's like looking up at a skyscraper.
Mm-hmm.
It is very unique that the wall right there goes from about 10,200 feet straight up to, I would say, about 11.9, where you can actually look nearly straight above you as there's a couple of little switchbacks. And it is pretty amazing because you'll see those headlamps almost right on top of you, and you'll watch them come down, and it might be another 20 minutes before you see that runner coming off of that final section of the descent.
Cool aspect too of that descent off of Green, it's a mountain goat area. If you look to
now, it definitely is.
But if you look to the right as you're making the descent, I have seen on training runs mountain goats up there. Fantastic animals, just perched on the side of 40% grades. That's a cool little spot on the course that Courtney's now descending. Second piece of that is it's steep and it's kind of slick, as been talked about. I know Jeff Browning, when he was on earlier, talked a lot. He did a lot of course marking leading up to the race and said it was as dry as he'd ever seen it. That particular section gets real dry, and it has a lot of those little fine sort of ball bearing type pebbles on the trail. So you want to be careful coming down there, especially in the dark. But you're right. When you're down in Cunningham, you look up and you see headlamps and you could mistake them for like stars in the sky. I mean,
absolutely.
That's the angle at which you're looking up there. It's a fantastic vantage point looking up Green Mountain, and again on the other side looking up Dives Little Giant. So our women's leader, Courtney Dauwalter, is on her descent right now down into Cunningham, and as I mentioned, I would expect to see her there within 15-20 minutes.
And from Cunningham, you're talking, well, let's see what her split was from Cunningham to the finish in 2024. That'll give us a better idea. She hit Cunningham and departed in 23:32 and came through in 26:11. So you're talking about 2 hours and 45 minutes. So I would expect maybe whenever Courtney officially times at Cunningham her departure, maybe look at about 2:20, 2:30 at that point. Start to keep eyes out for our women's race leader to come in from there.
You're right. Just under 2:40. Right. It's gonna be nip and tuck to get under that 26. But if anybody can do it, Courtney can.
All right, we're going to take a quick ad break. You are watching the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run presented by Ultra on Mountain Outpost. We'll be right back.
At Ultraspire, my philosophy is pretty simple. That is, create the best product for the athletes so that they're able to enhance their performance.
Believe has always been one of my biggest mantras. I carry it in my head when I'm running. It gives me joy and keeps me going. I never thought I would carry it on my wrist one day.
You wore your vintage coat like it was armor, and talked about some band I'd never heard of. I ran right past the station chasing shadows, but I was keeping score behind my teeth. You're my teeth, and I don't care about your art school friends, and I don't care how this stupid story ends. Go write your thesis on someone who cares. I'll run it down the street, run it down the stairs. You thought you had me figured out, but I'm just running on my own. Can't believe you left me here. Don't ever think you can call me on my phone.
Welcome back to the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run presented by Ultra 2026 edition. I'm Chris Warden.
I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins.
And we are going to do a quick rundown of the top 10 in the men's and women's runs. Your race leader in the women's side, Courtney DeWalter, chasing history yet again. We're trying to follow and track to see how she is against her previous course records. Currently, or at last glance, about 20-25 minutes ahead of her 2024 clockwise course record. Kareth Arnold running in second place, Tara Dower in third. Bailey Eppard, who had been on the back half of the top 10 for much of the run, is moved up to fourth. Erin Shaw fifth. Darla Askew sixth. Jenny Pearson seventh. Casey Lichthagen eighth. Jenny Fox in ninth. And Jordan Armstrong in 10th at this point.
A quick note, too, on Kareth Arnold. She has passed through mile 81.5 at Pole Creek at about 4:39, so she's en route to Maggie right now.
And of the top 10 in the men's run, our champion, Ludo Pomeray, finished in 21 hours, 11 minutes, 36 seconds, improving upon his previous course record clockwise by about 22 minutes. Jimmy Elam coming in from Cunningham Gulch, expecting to see him fairly quickly now in second. David Ayala on that ascent out of Cunningham Gulch in third. Ryan Smith in fourth. Arlen Glick in fifth. Paul Charanova has moved up to sixth. Nick Curry in seventh. Dustin Simmons in eighth. Michael Martinez in ninth. And Greg Brandt rounding out the top 10. So we're going to actually take a few moments here. I want to make sure before we I want to make sure that we are fully prepped to catch Jimmy Elam's finish. It looks like we might have some time here. Yep. But we are going to pivot to, we do have time before Jimmy comes in. We're going to share Ludo's finish in its entirety, as well as the conversation he had out there. We did have some audio difficulties, but we did have it on our back end. And we are going to share that here right now with you on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel.
Thanks for the crew, because without them, it's not the same. My brother-in-law's son did an amazing downhill from Andy's Peak. He get the come in front of Jim Wormsley, Eden Rocks, so it was not that easy. But congrats, because I was not sure that he can keep the pace, so it was nice. Jeremy was injured. He has a stress fracture 6 weeks ago, so he was not sure to pace. But it seems that everything is okay. And my brother-in-law did the first section and last, and pushed me, in the last section, of course. And of course, Massouz. So she was here just for massage and quick massage, because I don't spend too much time on the X station. And of course, Jimmy! That gave a really big help on the before, during, and after maybe. And of course my wife, always here. So thanks to all of them. Other questions?
How do you keep going faster? You said you pushed the pace early, but you were alone. You kept going faster.
It seems that it's easy when you are getting old. You see François Daen, that 10 years after his FKT on Corsica, he did, I don't know how many, but a lot less than what he did. So maybe, like good wine. When you are older, you are better. I don't know. For sure, it will not. It will not stay long. But yes. Let's see. But I think I have a bib for next year, so I think I will be back.
I will welcome you back anytime, Ludo, anytime. That is a question, I think, for some people. It's like you have been so successful here. You now hold multiple course records, the overall fastest
Only
time.
Only this way.
Huh?
Only this direction.
Yeah.
I don't know. So the road is so difficult. You have to cut a bit the mountain, because the three mountains at the end are difficult.
What is it that brings you back?
I get a bib. So it's took me 5 years to get the bib. So when you have one, you come back. And yeah, I like to visit Colorado. And I said before the race that there's still one part that I have not done in Colorado. It's Rocky Mountain. So maybe it will be the plan for next year.
Well, we're glad you're here.
Okay, thanks. No other question? Yeah, it's time to sleep, no? Merci. Merci à tous. Et je vais prendre la douche.
Ouais.
Est-ce que un petit dédicace à...
Oui, Baptiste.
À Benat.
Hein?
J'ai cru que c'était un pet, mais c'était pas un pet.
Baptiste nous a expliqué.
On va pas traduire.
Bravo. It's good when you reach the finish line. So, did you Courtney?
One of the things we dealt with all week long was the air quality and the potential for smoke and that kind of thing. Did that affect you at all?
No, for me it was much better than last year. The first uphill last year was really difficult, and after the race I get the coach for 3 weeks. So yeah, if the air quality was like would have been like last year, I think I would not start. But
So
it was not so bad.
It didn't affect you?
No. You think that it's an issue with Tom? Yeah.
We still watch. We're still watching.
No, don't take pictures. I don't move one part of the legs.
Yeah, where's Chloe? She needs to see that.
Hello, Joe. Bonjour.
Tu es en train de me dire ce que je vois.
Joseph.
Jojo. Hey.
Bravo mec.
Ça va? Ça va, Tom?
Ouais, il va me
C'est fini?
Non, c'est fumé. Non, je pense que c'est l'altitude, je sais pas, on sait pas trop. Mais c'est le plus fort, c'est lui le plus fort.
Attends, c'était lui, c'est le plus fort.
He is the best. Et la jeunesse, on va dire.
Bon, mais écoute, prochaine. Du coup, il t'aimait?
Je pense, ouais. On verra. C'est pas le temps de penser à ça.
Je pense. Vous n'auriez pas dû me dire.
Qu'est-ce qu'il y a?
Vous n'auriez pas dû me dire. Pourquoi? Parce que vous m'avez dit, c'est Tom, il m'a dit, si je suis pas si bien en fait sur la Hardrock, j'ai arrêté de me j'ai poussé.
Non, mais il est vraiment, il était mal. Il s'est évanoui là-haut.
Bon.
Bravo,
écoute.
Bravo Ludo.
Merci.
Bravo Ludo.
You okay?
Yeah.
You home?
I will take a shower.
And that was our overall 2026 Hardrock 100 Endurance Run champion, Ludo Pomeray. We were able to isolate the audio that we captured at the finish line. Shout out to our production team for bringing us that. I know that we did have some audio misfires a little bit ago. Glad we were able to share that with you. Such a wonderful moment, and to be able to provide it there unimpeded was something that our production team wanted to put as the highest priority. We are here at the finish line here in Silverton, Colorado, 9,300 feet at the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run presented by Ultra. Chris Warden and Andy Jones-Wilkins entering our 24th hour of our coverage. We are not even halfway through covering this event. So if you've been following along to watch Ludo, Jimmy, Courtney, and all of the other people at the front of the pack, stick around for a whole extra day of coverage as we will be following this field through to the final finisher. And our next anticipated finisher would be our top American, Jimmy Elam. Jimmy has come off of the final wall of the course at Cunningham Gulch up Little Giant, and is somewhere around Arostra Creek, maybe just ahead of it or just passing what would be the final water crossing of the course, and then is going to take a nice, that run from Arostra to the finish is a very leisurely, slightly downhill run, going to run past the Silverton ski area, the previous rock, and then through the streets of Silverton to the finish line. Not quite sure if he's going, it looks like he is going to come in well under 24 hours unless something crazy happens. Probably in the, I would say expect him in about 30 minutes or so. David Ayala, our current M3, starting to get very close to the top of that final climb at Little Giant. Pretty technical coming off of that climb. That first few hundred meters can be very dicey and treacherous on fresh legs in the daytime. Of course, he'll be doing so just shy of daylight with 94 miles on those legs. But having finished 4th place last year, David Ayala should be just fine. Looking forward to his finish as well. Right behind him is our current F1, Courtney DeWalter. Courtney, chasing history here, will give you clarification on where she stands in relation to her clockwise course record from 2024. I'll do the chicken scratch math on that for you and share that. Kareth Arnold, currently F2. A couple of, I would say about 10 miles back, having hit Pole Creek in and out of there at mile 81. And our current F3 would be Tara Dower, a little bit behind Kareth at this point. Actually, a couple hours back behind Kareth. So we'll be following these stories as well as everybody through to the back of the field. Our back of the packer right now that we are aware of would be Magdalena Casper Ship, who came through Ouray aid station with departed Ouray with about 12 minutes to spare against the cutoff. The next cutoff for these runners is going to be at 10:30 a.m. at the base of their highest climb on the course, Grouse Gulch, right before they hit Handy's Peak. Of course, Grouse Gulch, they sit at about 10,700 feet, and Handy's is just over 14. What they do is they climb up to the top of the entryway into American Basin, maybe at about just shy of 13,000 feet, then head down about 1,000 feet, and then have to climb back up and over Handy's Peak before they get to their next aid station at Burroughs. I see AJW has refreshed his coffee and is going to be joining us back here in the studio in just a moment. As soon as I can ascertain Courtney's splits from Cunningham, I will analyze that against what she did in 2024, which her 2024 split, Courtney came through and departed Cunningham at 23:32. So the fact that we're actually having this discussion right now, AJW, would mean that she is at the very least 19 or 20 minutes ahead of her course record splits in this direction.
Yep, just hit it, 5:12. So kind of, excuse me, what we anticipated, about an hour and 50 minutes from Maggie to Cunningham. 2.5 hours would get her here.
Somebody was asking about the number that Tara would need to hit for the Hardrock Western States double. And I'm going to answer that in a very specific fashion, simply because there are a couple of things you have to consider when talking about that double. I am going to go with the, quote, 2-week double, where the runner turnaround time is basically 13 days. And the all-time turnaround back-to-back would have been from Nick Clark in 2011, who ran 15:50 at States and 27:43 at Hardrock. Also want to shout out Aid Station Fireball for providing this detail. Did a great job. And Tara, in order to break that number, would need to run a 27:20 for the 13-day double. which would be a pretty tall timber at this
Yeah.
point. I think that would be a very daunting number for her to hit at this point. But if she runs any time faster than 38:02, she will have at least the women's record for that 13-day double, which was set by Amber Weeble last year at 54:16.
Right.
Amber, I do remember finishing, I believe, around 20 hours at Western States, and then came, less than 2 weeks later and finished in the top 5.
And then there are examples of the 20-day double, excuse me,
Yes.
because there have been years when, due to scheduling issues over a Telluride, that the race has taken place. The Hardrock race has taken place a week later than is typical, which is the Friday after 4th of July. And in those 20-day years, Courtney Dauwalter has the women's best, and Jeff Browning has the men's best.
Of course, there is, I guess, further, if you wanted to go into it, there would be the Pam Reed, which would be the triple, the Western States Badwater Hardrock triple, which she did a few years ago, which absolutely wild.
I want
to do all three
just
of those.
let's do a little, put our heads together here, Chris, because I have it Ryan Smith into Cunningham.
Yeah, I'm seeing that as well. However,
But on the tracker, we're seeing Courtney. Okay.
yeah, well, on the tracker, oh boy, if this is the case, then Ryan Smith's spot tracker has not pinged in 2 hours, so we are kind of
Flying a little bit blind, but then on the open split, Ryan is into Cunningham at 5:12, and Courtney's still not in.
Yeah, so the graphics package on the spot tracker page is pretty cool because you have the little rabbit which designates the course record pace, and Courtney is ahead of the rabbit, as it were. The question is just how far ahead of the rabbit she might be at this point, because I don't have a time registered for her at Cunningham.
All right, got it.
I don't think she's there yet based on the fact, or it's very close. Maybe she did just get there. But, of course, Courtney will have to come up and over Little Giant. When she departed Cunningham Gulch in 2024, she did so at 23 hours, 32 minutes. So as long
in
as...
about 15 minutes from now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so Courtney still running ahead of course paces at this point. It remains to be seen whether she is able to hold them and whether or not she is able to take the overall either direction course record, which is currently held by Katie Scheid last year, running it in 25:50. That might be a tough one.
Yeah. Really impressive race by Ryan Smith, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Steady all day.
Yeah, I mean, I was told by a few people in the know that Ryan Smith was definitely a name we were going to need to pay close attention to, and he is definitely proving that. And for those who may have not been familiar or short-sold his name, just not being familiar, they definitely know it now.
Has a Hardrock finish in 2021 in third place, if it's the right red Ryan Smith.
Of course, that was the year prior to us live streaming for the first time. But yeah, I have not watched Ryan run. I was out here in 2021, but I was, I believe, still up in Ouray at that point when he was busy finishing here in Silverton. But
yeah, that was the year. That was the year Courtney Dauwalter dropped out with stomach issues, and Sabrina Stanley was the overall women's winner. That was Francois, Dylan Bowman, and Ryan Smith on the podium back then. So 5 years ago. Hard to believe that was 5 years ago.
Yeah, absolutely. Ryan has some pretty impressive results elsewhere, having run Leadville in 16:33 back in 2019.
For the win.
winning High Lonesome back in 2018, back when that race was still in its infancy, the second year. But not only a grinder in the mountains, but also got some great foot speed, finishing top 5 at Bandera in 2018 as well. Top 10 finish at UTMB, and to his credit, a race that you're familiar with, Western States, having run an 1816 back there a little over a decade ago. So Ryan has been around. Might not be as familiar with him because a lot of his results had taken place prior to some of the current coverage that we have now in the sport, but definitely showing those who may not be familiar just how talented he truly is.
Super solid, 47 years old. Good to see Ryan Smith having a good day out here. Somebody into 4th place overall.
Somebody was asking when Hardrock started. The inaugural running of the Hardrock 100 was in 1992, won by David Horton with a time of 32 hours, 34 minutes. Nancy Hamilton was the women's winner there with a time of 45:47. And I do know that we did see the first ever Hardrock finisher hanging out on course.
Horton
today.
is around. He was with Arlen Glick's crew over at Chapman, and one of the true, I know it's a somewhat overused word, but one of the true legends of trail and ultra running. The race director still of Promised Land 50K and the Hellgate 100K, a staple of the Virginia ultra running scene, and ran his first ultra at the Old Dominion 100 in 1980. Yep, not a misprint, 1980. And had some impressive finishes, top 10s at Western States. Just an all-around legendary figure. David Horton is a Barkley finisher, among other things, among being the first ever finisher of Hardrock.
Yeah, David Horton, had an opportunity to meet him for the first time a few years ago. Got to see him having a conversation in Ouray with Rick Trujillo, another former winner of the Hardrock 100, and to see the two of them just kind of sitting down in a couple of fold-out chairs, having a discussion, I'm sure talking about their experiences with this event, or who knows what they're talking about. But it was cool to witness, knowing full well how tied those two individuals are to the history of the Hardrock 100.
Brian Powell captured a photograph about a dozen years ago or so that he titled The Council of Elders, and it was a photo of David Horton, Scott Mills, John Medinger, sitting together at a table in Ouray, just kind of chatting, telling stories. Classic. I love that some of those senior members, some of those more experienced folks in the scene, make the trip out to Hardrock every year. It's great stuff.
I do see that Ryan Smith has already departed Cunningham, departed there about 6 or 7 minutes ago, and is now on his climb up Little Giant.
Oh, someone got me. I used the word legend, and you might, regular viewers might remember, I had some rules at Cocodona for the live stream team to refrain from using legend, goat, and epic. And everybody had to throw a quarter in the kitty every time they used that. So Wandrew Jam, yep, I got to put a quarter in the jar.
And of course, we are watching to see our next runner hit Cunningham Gulch, at least register a time there. It could be the legendary GOAT, Courtney DeWalter, with another epic performance here at Hardrock 2026, just ahead of her course record paces from 2024 in the clockwise direction. We will be following that story very closely as her race winds down. Jimmy Elam now past Arastra Creek, so his feet will remain dry, or at least as dry as they can be for the remainder of his Hardrock, with that being the last water crossing, unless he really wanted to hit that last creek with the wooden bridge over it. I mean, you can walk over that bridge, but we would expect to see Jimmy Elam hitting the streets of Silverton here.
Oh, and look, we've got a camera out in the field.
That is Courtney DeWalter at Cunningham Gulch. And you can see it's just barely starting to show daylight. It is just shy of, obviously, 5:30 local time, as you can see in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. Courtney DeWalter hitting Cunningham Gulch, and if doing so at 5:24, to compare that against the 2024 course record in this direction that she holds, Courtney hit it in 23:31 entry, but only spent a minute, so departed at 23:32. So you're talking about 6 or 7 minutes ahead of her clockwise course record pace.
Yeah, and she's definitely leaving because I saw her go across the creek there. So,
perfect.
Unless there's a new creek out there.
You never know with
that's right.
with Cunningham Gulch. It is
so don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure she's departing.
It's less than 10 miles.
Okay, got it. Yeah, we got a producer letting us know that she was in the aid station about 5 minutes ago. So yes, this is Courtney departing Cunningham, beginning to climb up the Dives Little Giant wall.
I think that was Trevor on the call, giving us the intel in our ears. I know that Trevor had a breakout performance at Cocodona, and people were loving him there. We love him all the time. So,
yeah. Trevor and Jordan back in studio, our producers. Great shot there as we're zooming out the pre-dawn light over Cunningham. Courtney DeWalter, our women's leader.
One last wall.
5th place overall on the final climb. It's one more time up over 13,000 feet. Cunningham sits at about 10,200, and Dives Little Giant is just a tad over 13,000. I think the last time I was up there, my watch said 13,015 or something like that. But it counts. It's over 13, and Courtney's on her way, going pacerless this year.
Courtney, the 5th runner overall to be departing Cunningham Gulch. Of course, our overall winner, Ludo Pomeray, has already made it back to town. Jimmy Elam in 2nd, David Ayala in 3rd. Courtney DeWalter and Ryan Smith could be very close to one another.
Yeah, I think they really could be.
Not quite sure who has made their first steps out of the Cunningham Gulch aid station first. It looks like it would have been Ryan by a few minutes.
Yeah, it looks like 5:16 it registered leaving, and Courtney only spent a minute or two there. So I'd guess she's about 8 or 9 minutes behind Ryan.
And that climb up out of Cunningham up to Little Giant is a lot of switchbacks. Mm-hmm. So it could be entirely just some pinging overlap on those spot trackers. But the registered times that we had at Cunningham would show Ryan Smith coming in at 5:12 and Courtney coming in at 5:24.
And again, as you've said a couple of times already, her split from Cunningham to the finish was 2:40 back in 2024, which landed her a 26:11 time. So if she cares about going under 25 or under 26, she's got a shot at it.
Yeah, she would have to maybe things up a little bit from that year, maybe 5 minutes faster, maybe a 2:30-ish, 2:35-ish time frame. But if anybody can put the Jets on, it is, of course, Courtney DeWalter.
Yeah. This is a great climb, by the way. If you're out here, I mean, it's hard, but beautiful switchbacks. There's a waterfall that Courtney will hit in about 5 minutes. Just a fantastic climb, just popping straight up in the air out of the Cunningham Gulch aid station area. You did see on the finish line cam that I Run Far's Brian Powell is out there, which means he's got spider sense of when finishers are coming in, so no doubt it means Jimmy Elam is pretty close I think his tracker's showing probably a couple of miles. What a great shot. As day 2 of Hardrock dawns, our drone is in the air over Cunningham. First year we've had this capability of drone coverage out at Cunningham. You all are in for a treat today. Here's that little creek I was talking about. This is the very, very early stages of the climb up Dives Little Giant. And whoever named it Little Giant, they're just cruel. Absolutely cruel. It's nothing closely remotely resembling anything little.
Yeah, no, it is quite a stout climb for these runners, being over 90 miles in.
Courtney DeWalter seeking her 4th win at Hardrock. She took the year off last year.
Of course, with a 4th win, that would move her into a tie for 2nd overall, moving past the tie that she had with Darcy Pecue, would tie her with Diana Finkel for 4 wins at Hardrock, and one behind the all-time leader in that category in the women's run, that being Betsy Kallmeyer.
Yeah, I got to tell you, Diana Finkel, those years, she was relentless, and incredible. Put her heart in. We talk a lot about Tara Dower's incredible toughness, and it's undeniable she is. But Diana was that kind of runner, just amazing. I think a lot of people forget, routinely in the on the overall top 5 at Hardrock during those years. We're watching Courtney DeWalter in pre-dawn light on the climb up Dives Little Giant, leaving the Cunningham aid station with about 23 and a half hours on the clock.
So Courtney only spent a minute there, so 5:25 is the time I have marked. So
all right.
7 minutes ahead of course record pace in this direction. It's going to be close, folks.
It's going to be close. Love this drone footage, Chris. Fantastic. What a treat to have the drone up above Cunningham this year. We're going to get it all day, too.
David Ayala has made it up and over and is heading down into and is in Little Giant Basin at this point.
Oh, right on.
Making his way down to County Road 52, going to cross Arostra Creek shortly thereafter. And then at that point, a nice leisurely gentle downhill. The last 3 miles, once you cross Arostra Creek, very, very gentle.
Yeah, you've got to, but it's important to note, once you cross Arostra Creek, it is a road up above that, but it's a rugged road.
Yeah.
It's not for the faint of heart. And that is driving, I mean.
So, yeah, Jimmy Elam, somewhere along that final stretch of. If I had to venture a guess, about a mile out.
Arlen Glick in and out of Pole Creek at mile 81.5 and 4:39. Still nicely on track for something in the high 26, low 27 hour range. Heading up the head wall of Dives Little Giant, Courtney DeWalter.
So Arlen, when he ran the other direction in 2023 and was the top American male, finished in 26:43.05. Looks like could be trending around there, maybe a little bit back of that time. But we'll keep tabs on Arlen, as we will all of our other runners here. We are just shy of, or actually we are just past 5:30 in the morning local time. That means for those runners at the back of the pack, for those of you following the potential final finishers here at 2026 Hard Rock. Those runners who have not yet made it to the next cutoff have until 10:30 a.m. to do so. That is Grouse Gulch at mile 58.2. Based on what I'm seeing, I'm going to see if I can figure out exactly how many runners that would entail. Not only do they have to enter, but they have to depart as well. So you're talking, at this point, about 44 runners that have yet to hit that next aid station cutoff. Some are in the aid station. There's about 7 or 8 runners that are currently at Grouse Gulch prepping for that big climb over the high point of the course, Handy's Peak. And there are a few people who actually have not yet hit Engineer, which is the aid station prior. So if you are a back-of-the-pack fan, these are the names you're going to want to follow here for the next 24 hours. That would be Joe Schrum, Elaine Batson, Joshua Holler, and Magdalena Casper Ship. So those are our back-of-the-packers right now here at the 2026 Hard Rock.
Yep, and Grouse Gulch cutoff is about little less than 5 hours away at 10:30 a.m.
Somebody asking how much we made off of the Legend Goat penalties. I can't say with any exact numbers, but will say I have bought a car since then. So Courtney DeWalter, again, such a beautiful shot. I remember hiking up this stretch of the course a couple years ago for the first time. Actually ran into Jeff Browning and Derek Lytle in Cunningham Gulch, and they said, well, this is going to be something you're probably not used to, and they were correct. But man, the number of times I turned around to take photos of this climb, looking down at just an incredible sight at Cunningham Gulch. Most beautiful photos I've ever taken of scenery here in the United States.
Absolutely. This climb is relentless. I think it bears repeating. It's 10 miles from Cunningham to the finish line, but it's a long 10 miles. This is a great shot. You can see Courtney's just a couple hundred feet into the climb.
Look at that. You can actually see the aid station off in the distance where she came from to head up this climb. Magnificent area. If you ever get the opportunity, first of all, you need to come visit Silverton because it's just gorgeous. Second of all, when you do so, make that extra drive out to Cunningham Gulch. You can get out there in a standard vehicle. You don't need any
get
four-wheel
out there
drive.
with a regular old rental.
It's a little bit bumpy, but you can make it out there, and just to see what it's like. You don't have to hike over Little Giant to get back to town. In fact, that means you have to get back out to your car, but to see what Cunningham Gulch entails. And you can actually take the road toward the other end of Cunningham Gulch if you wanted to go and hike another section of the San Juans, the Highland Mary Lakes region, which is beautiful as well.
Yeah, you just keep heading out that where we saw the aid station. If you just keep heading out that direction, you hit into Highland Mary's Lake. Wonderful place for backpacking and fishing and in high altitude lakes up there. I've been there with my family backpacking numerous times.
Oh yeah, there's usually a dozen or 24 cars at that parking lot, which is pretty amazing because you have to make an effort to make it out there. As speaking of making efforts, Courtney DeWalter is making a huge one. That is a very steep ascent right there that she is undertaking. So
yeah, she's moving well.
Absolutely fantastic.
Meanwhile, we also await the finish of Jimmy Elam. I'm sure he's thinking of a sub 24. He's got 22 minutes or so to get it done.
Somebody's asking if Courtney's about 2 hours from the finish. Probably a shade over.
A little bit over 2 hours.
Maybe about 2:10, 2:15 if we were to guess. We're projecting, if we were to try and give it a guess, I'm thinking probably between 25:50 and 25:55, which will make things interesting because Courtney knows the numbers.
Oh, yeah.
And Courtney's course record in this direction, 26:11, looking like she is in good shape to take that down. However, the overall other direction record is Katie Scheid from last year, 25:50. So she would have to cover this last stretch in 2:10, which she is probably a little bit more than halfway up that climb at Little Giant. So it's kind of hard to offer exactly where she's at in terms of chasing that number down, but she would know a lot better where she's at in relation to that than I would.
Yeah, I want to quickly comment on something you might see in Courtney's form here. As I think most people know, Courtney comes from a cross-country ski background in the upper Midwest back in her younger years, and she's double poling up this climb. That is to say, she's planting both poles at the same time and striding through it. We saw Ludo doing that yesterday up Oscar's Pass, as well as Tom Evans. But you can see planting both poles simultaneously and striding through them. Poling technique is something that's really advanced in the last dozen or so years. Really cool to get a drone shot of that.
Well, even pole usage
has
been an explosion. And, you know, some people are, you know, have the mindset that, you know, of course we talked about, you know, the fact that Western states had pole first time allowed, and some people had mixed feelings about that. I personally believe anything within reason that helps runners feel more comfortable in their capability to finish any event is a good thing. But
my first run at Hardrock, which was back in the just short of the Pleistocene era, nobody used poles. Nobody used poles.
Maybe pick up a stick on the side of the
exactly.
trail.
But by the time I ran it for the second time, which was only 7 years later, I would say 80% of the field had poles.
Looking forward to a Jimmy Elam finish. She's got to be getting really close. Going to be keeping an eye on that. We do have the capability to keep an eye on what's going on behind us, because once things start to stir, and sure enough,
it looks
there
like
we go.
We went to the finish line, Cam, and it looks like the dignitaries are gathered.
If there's anybody who knows exactly where they need to be and when with regard to capturing runner finishes, it would be run director Dale Garland.
Yeah, right.
The only run director Hardrock has ever known.
That's right.
Having taken on this position back in 1992 in the inaugural year. And one of the things that's cool about Dale that people don't realize, a hell of a runner.
Oh, yeah.
You look back at Dale Garland's run history. Now, he hasn't done any, if any, races over the past 25, 30 years. But at one point, he was a course record holder at the Crown King Scramble.
He has some good finishes at Crown King.
Absolutely.
Back when it was one of, I mean, it's still a fantastic race, but it was like on everybody's calendar back in the 90s.
Yeah, so don't sleep on Dale. He's a hell of a runner. I would love to see him, maybe, and take another swing at another big ultra or two. But he has dedicated his time, effort, and life to ensuring the growth and success of the Hardrock 100 over the past 34 years.
Was also a career educator at Durango High School, math teacher, 9th grade dean. Fantastic guy, super popular with the kids, as you might expect. And in fact, one of the many great traditions at Hardrock is the award ceremony, which, owing to Dale's background in education, is fashioned after a graduation ceremony.
It is.
He and Brad Bishop, the aid station director, don caps and gowns and present the runners with their finishing prints, much akin to them being presented with a diploma. It's really cool. If you ever get a chance to check out the Hardrock award ceremony, even if you watch the videos that Mountain Outpost produces every year, it's fantastic. Dale does an amazing job. Says a few words about every finisher, a little highlight or two about them. It's just great stuff.
Looks like Jimmy is actually off trail here and hitting the first parts of town of Silverton. Of course, Silverton, not a very huge place.
So he's making it by the ski lodge, the Chris Warden Ski Lodge.
The ski lodge.
Before we get to Jimmy's finish, quick questions about Tara. Tara Dower, 10th overall. She was about 2 hours in arrears of Kareth Arnold, the second place woman.
Yeah, things have spread out pretty widely, both in the men's and women's runs here at Hardrock, where maybe an hour in between, or an hour or more in between the podium positions on both sides.
And again, just as a reminder, at the bottom of the chat is a place you can click for the open split times and get the very same information that we are working off most of the time here.
Absolutely. And we are awaiting Jimmy Elam's finish here, which will be his first finish here at Hardrock. A long-awaited debut, and very, very well done by Jimmy Elam.
One of the things that still blows my mind is his 45-hour finish at the Mammoth 200 last September. That was just incredible. I can't even sort of imagine that. It's 2 consecutive 22.5-hour hundreds. He tuned up for this by making a trip out to the Miwok 100K, a legendary race in the San Francisco Bay Area that he won in an overall time of 8:19. He ran a classic Arizona race in March, the Old Pueblo Endurance Run outside of Tucson.
Oh, yeah.
And won that as well in 6:34. I mentioned the Mammoth. He also has a win back in July of 2025, about a year ago, at Cascade Crest, and also won a classic, the 4th in the 4 legs of the Grand Slam of ultra runnings at the Wasatch 100-miler in September of 2024. A highly accomplished runner on his way to a second-place finish here at Hardrock.
I would assume Jimmy is coming into our view here quite quickly. And for those who like to follow and pay attention, well, first of all, the gym is completely empty behind us.
Yeah,
I just noticed
it's
that.
quiet behind us because everybody is out there awaiting Jimmy's finish except us.
So
someone's got to hold down the fort in here.
Ludo's Kiss of the Rock was upper middle, like right at the
Upper
very
middle.
top.
Yeah. By the way, we are tracking that. We're going to have our friend Fireball do a scattergram of it after the race. There are some. We all have some priorities, and Chris's and mine is where people kiss the rock. Upper middle. You're looking at so right, maybe below the E in endurance. Jimmy Elam, 39 years old. On the streets of Silverton now. Midway, Utah is where he makes his home these days. And we're back for a quick shot of the drone footage of Courtney Walters' climb up Dives Little Giant, the final climb of the course, the last time up over 13,000 feet. It's the first time in the 4 years of doing this race we've had this drone coverage out at Cunningham.
Yeah, we've usually been we've had cameras on the ground there in the aid station, but never had this drone footage from Cunningham Gulch. So we are grateful to have it.
Really grateful to have it, and it'll be nice today actually to get some footage of as the runners make their way through on this Saturday, Hardrock Saturday. Just about 24 hours, just about believe it or not, the halfway point in the race.
And we're going to see Jimmy Elam here. You got to be coming around the corner. We will pivot to that. We should be all right because I don't hear anything behind us just yet. They will let us know from a cheering perspective when we do have Jimmy Elam in their sights.
There we go.
Perfect. It's like it's on demand for us here.
This is Jimmy Elam and down the road. Making the left-hand turn into the finishing chute. Under 24 hours. Elam from Midway, Utah, second place. There he is. Let's see, he's going top center too, Chris.
23:48. Ludo is directly above in the white space.
Oh, okay.
So Jimmy is the first one to actually kiss the logo directly.
Within the logo.
So 23:48:59.
There's no other races I think I want to do.
Well, I think you've got a little bit more gas in this
chat.
Yeah, I slowed down more than I thought.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah.
I was,
You look good. You look steady.
yeah, if I didn't have my pacers, I'm not sure I would have made it. So thanks for allowing them. Yeah,
You want to sit down?
yeah, I'd love to sit down.
You want to use Ludo's secondhand blanket?
Yeah, I was hoping he was here so I could sit on his lap. And I wanted to ask him, tell me all your secrets, especially running downhill. Where's Anna at?
She's pink.
There she is.
Amazing.
Yeah. How much?
I'm getting a sharper.
Oh, the job.
You want your vest off first?
Yeah, I'll take my vest off.
Thank you.
You need to take your belt off?
No, I'm leaving belt on. I love this belt.
Dude. Atta boy. Shout out.
I'll take that, actually. Older.
Want to take your shorts off?
Wait, maybe later.
Truck side shower?
Well, was it worth the wait?
It was absolutely worth the wait.
Okay.
Yeah, it was absolutely worth the wait. And I plan to wait a little longer.
Yeah.
A few more years. But, man.
Anybody have any questions for Jimmy? Anything you want to ask? You ready to take questions?
What was the best part?
Best part? Oh, man. Probably going to Bear Creek when I passed Tom Evans. No, actually, it was actually when we took shots at Kroger's.
There's a great
He didn't
photo
want
of that.
to, and I was like, dude, like, shots. So yeah, they had a little tequila up there, and I think it gave him a little gas right away, and then I guess it didn't work on that one. But so yeah, probably. I mean, it's someone as accomplished as Tom. Like I was like, I have to offer at least.
When I saw
like,
you
once in a
coming
lifetime.
down Campbird, you were just like, "Oh, hey guys."
Yeah, I
I
felt
was
really
like,
good.
"Oh, it's on."
And then I felt really good all down Campbird, and then when I picked up Pat and Uray, all the way till Sherman, like up and over Handies, and then Sherman, I was like feeling so good, and then I good after that. So poor Caleb. No, that was like not too much slower. Like bonking for me is like an hour slower than what I was hoping. But then I was like, hey, like have multiple plans. Have a plan B, plan C, and
Dude, sub 24.
Sub 24, I think, is a
Sub
pretty
24.
sweet milestone. That I honestly just finishing too. It's pretty special.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm tired.
Proud of you, man.
Thanks.
Great job.
Yeah, it's a really special race. Thanks.
Scoot over, make room.
Yeah.
Who's this?
Get on.
Did Tommy do okay?
Tommy didn't do okay. No, Tommy's not great. I think I tried having a burrito at one point and I still didn't like it. But
The quesadilla at Cunningham was messed up.
really? But I ate it. Oh, man.
Can I get you anything like a bubbly water?
Yeah, can I get you anything, Jimmy?
I'll take a bubbly water. Is there a bubbly?
Yeah, there's some LaCroix in there.
Long-standing tradition to take a shot of mezcal at Kroger's. That was what Jimmy was talking about.
Are you warm enough?
Yeah, I'm warm.
That was our M2 Jimmy Elam, whose finish time unofficially 23 hours, 48 minutes, 56 seconds, finishing 2 hours, 37 minutes back of Ludo. We are expecting our next finishers to come in maybe about David Ayala has not yet come all the way down from Little Giant. maybe coming close to hitting County Road 52, and then we'll have to cross Aroostook Creek, at which point the course becomes very friendly. We had a battery swap on our drone, and now we are back at Cunningham Gulch to watch the one, the only legendary performance from the GOAT, Courtney DeWalter, with an epic climb up Little Giant here. As we mentioned, we thought she was about halfway up the climb. We're right, because she's still moving uphill at this point. And as you can see, that right there is the aid station below her.
So she's hitting the first of 3 false summits on this climb. That switchback just up at the top of your screen comes back to the left. You can see this first part of the head wall that she's ascending. It levels out ever so slightly above this point. Then there's a second stair step and a third stair step. And ultimately, after that third stair step, you sort of swing to the right and gain the summit. She's still got over 1,000 vertical feet to go.
It's absolutely amazing.
Quick little, in addition to David Ayala's finish, David Ayala, we expect to be the next finisher. He's still on his way down, dives Little Giant. In addition to his 4th place here at Hardrock last year in 24-22, he also has finishes at I Am Tough, Bighorn, a couple finishes at Bighorn, and I Am Tough. A good close-up of Courtney now.
That's fine.
And on your right, Jimmy Elam.
Hey, next up.
2344 was last year. The other direction.
What were you? 23.
48.
Just under 48.
Room to improve.
Just got to come back and do it again. That's right.
Yeah. It's so nice seeing all you guys, like getting shots out there. You probably have so much cool stuff.
Dude.
Can't wait.
It's pretty hard.
Thanks so
yeah, and
much.
then Diego, 2 years ago, Diego Pazza, 24.
And it was like such a good time too. I was like battling with Tom. Tag me. I was in like a really good mood. I was very chatty.
It made my day.
I was like, you got to get it when it's good, you know, like because it's not.
When it's spots.
Yeah. Poor Tom though, he dropped, I guess. Do you know what happened or?
Altitude.
Just altitude, yeah.
Yeah, he's in a hospital somewhere.
Is he?
Oh, they.
Okay. He took it out smart. He took it out smart. He didn't go out like hammering. Like both of them, I feel like were quite conservative. So it made me question, like, should I have gone out slower?
Even when I saw you guys on Camper, when Tom came by, we were cheering him, and he was very withdrawn.
Yeah.
That's not how I've seen him on course before. He's usually very charming, charismatic. He was just inward. And then we saw you were chatty, and I was like, oh, okay. Jimmy's got him.
He was really charismatic earlier on too.
David Alla on the right.
This is definitely past Aroostook Creek.
Yeah, this is kind of the victory lap for the clockwise direction. David Ayala on your right-hand side, Courtney DeWalter working her way towards where David is. David going to be hitting the streets of Silverton. Here in, I would say, probably about 10, 15 minutes at this point. And back to witnessing Courtney's incredible climb up Little Giant. Again, this is the first year, in our 4th year of broadcasting the Hardrock 100 Endurance, that we are able to bring these drone shots from Cunningham Gulch. And if this isn't an advertisement for the San Juans, I don't know what is, because we've both. You were out here yesterday on the flip side of this, correct?
Yep. I came up the opposite direction that Courtney's going right now.
Truly one of the beautiful places to spend some time and exhaust yourself at Cunningham Gulch as this climb out. And less than 10 miles to go for Courtney, maybe about 8.5 to 9 at this point. Still has plenty of climbing. You can see it's going to switch back from the lower right to the upper left yet again.
Yep, and it contours really all the way over there. You can see it's a little, I don't even want to call it level, but it's a little bit more a shallower climb across this diagonal that you see here. Courtney's actually moving well, and she hits the summit at 7 miles. It's pretty much all downhill.
I mean, everybody's going to have their own perspective on which trail or ultra running events have the best views. In my opinion, it truly is the most beautiful course could be drawn up in the United States. Maybe everybody doesn't feel that way, but at the same time, I think it's hard to say that it doesn't deserve to be part of that discussion, and maybe on the, on the very short list of most beautiful places you can find to run in this country.
This is a good shot now of what's ahead of Courtney across that little rock garden, across that second rock garden, and up over that ridge that's just below the presented by Ultra sign. And it then contours back again up there. Thank you, drone.
That's a wild perspective there. Something that we've never had the ability to share in these live streams, but now that we're able to do it, I'm just loving the fact that the audience can really see the perspective of what the runners have to undertake at mile 90.
This is another runner on the ascent. Could be Ryan Smith.
Yeah.
Who was ahead of Courtney, or could be, I'm not sure Arlen is to Cunningham yet. I don't think he is. No. So it could be Ryan Smith. There's a good zoom out shot. Oh, this is so great, Chris. This is so great. Folks, you are having a treat here with this drone coverage.
Of course, Little Giant summits out above 13,000. The final time that these runners will be hitting that 13,000 foot mark, as we see Courtney crossing yet another technical part of that climb. It is wild, folks. It is truly a wild section, and to think that these runners are doing so with so many miles on their legs just shows how truly wild and tough all of the participants are. I will repeat it until I run out of voice, but nobody gets into Hardrock by accident.
No.
You have there are 3 ways in. You are either the prior champion, you are either a Dale's pick, which means that you have a resume in recent years that is nearly unmatched, or you have made your way in through the lottery, and given what the odds are and the time that it takes some of these individuals to get in, you have been working at it a long time. You have a list of finishes across the toughest runs either in the United States or in the world. I mean, we each know multiple people who have been trying to get into Hardrock for a decade or longer.
Oh yeah,
and that's
absolutely.
It's one of those things, and people, may have take umbrage or have issue with the idea that it does take so long to get into Hardrock, but that's just how it works sometimes.
Yep.
My friend Bill Dittman, running Hardrock for the first time here in 2026, first started dedicating himself to running Hardrock back in 2014.
Wow.
And now he is here, and you know what? It was a long journey, but he's soaking it in, and he's enjoying it, I'm sure.
24 hours into our coverage, 24 hours into the race, 2 finishers have made it to Silverton and completed their loop. Another 128 are remaining out there, including Courtney DeWalter, who is a little dot in our drone footage right here. Going across that rock garden and heading up there, the summit of Dives Little Giant.
So as an example, mentioning Bill Dittman, he ran his first Hardrock qualifier in 2015, and that was Cascade Crest. Since then has had many others. Podiumed at Mogollon Monster in 2016. I think that at the time, or Fat Dog ran that in 2017. Cruel Jewel 2018. And has had finishes at Western States, UTMB, Cocodona in the interim. Haviland 100, High Lonesome,
a little bit of everything,
Massanutten Mountain, and finally now Bill Dittman, one of the 149 undertaking Hardrock this year, as we watch our current women's leader, presumptive winner, barring any unforeseen circumstances, and potentially new course record holder in this direction, during her own number, Courtney DeWalter, heading up Little Giant.
Now our drone is zooming back down into the valley, into Cunningham Gulch.
And again, this perspective to see where she came from down there. And at the very bottom of your screen, you can see some of the road into Cunningham Gulch from Silverton, and you can see at the very edge a little bit of the some camping and parking. So she has made her way from down there up to where we just saw her. I think our drone is probably heading in for a recharge, but also trying to give us a great view of what these runners are doing. We have two finishers to this point, Ludo Pomeray and Jimmy Elam. Ludo came in at 21:11:36, setting a new course record. Jimmy Elam came in under 24 hours, 23:48:56. We would expect David Ayala to be coming in fairly soon.
Yeah, he got past Arrastra Creek about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Which is about the 3 mile mark, and quite a bit of running, relatively smooth running from there to the finish.
Mm-hmm.
So I would expect him within the next 25 minutes or so for third place, David Ayala, improving one spot on his fourth place finish last year. Saw Ryan Smith briefly. It looked like he was still holding a lead on Courtney DeWalter, but just by the eye test, it looked like Courtney was moving slightly better on the climb than Ryan was. We'll see how that plays out.
That is the road into Cunningham Gulch.
Yeah, it's a beautiful little spot there. That aid station, by the way, is open for a long time in this direction.
Yeah,
it's mile 92, and they open up shop and stay open for about 28 hours.
Yeah, if you think about it, of course, the first runner came through there when Ludo hit that aid station. Did so at about 1 a.m.
Yeah,
and that aid station doesn't close for business until 2 a.m. tomorrow. So, and of course, the time that it takes to prep everything. We are going to take a quick ad break. Thanks for joining us here. The Hardrock 100 Endurance Run presented by Ultra. We'll be right back.
At Ultraspire, my philosophy is pretty simple. That is, create the best product for the athletes so that they're able to enhance their performance.
Believe has always been one of my biggest mantras. I carry it in my head when I'm running. It gives me joy and keeps me going. I never thought I would carry it on my wrist one day.
You wore your vintage coat like it was armor, and talked about some band I'd never heard of. I ran right past the station chasing shadows, but I was keeping score behind my teeth. You're my teeth! And I don't care about your art school friends, and I don't care how this stupid story ends. Go write your thesis on someone who cares. I'll run it down the street, run it down the stairs. You thought you had me figured out, but I'm just running on my own. Can't believe you left me here. Don't ever think you can call me on my phone.
Welcome back. This is the Hardrock 2026 Endurance Run presented by Ultra. I'm Chris Warden.
I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins, and here we are in the gym. You can get a look at our studio. A few seconds. We're going to get off as quickly as we can.
Absolutely. And I want to shout out really quickly what we've got behind us here. This is the poster here for the finisher. You want to talk about what we're looking at here, AJW?
Yeah, so every finisher gets a limited edition print of the race's selection. This is a Howie Stern photograph from a couple of years ago. That's Scott Mills, 70-year-old Scotty Mills, finishing the climb up Grant Swamp in the direction opposite they went this year. And so every year there's a committee of the Hardrock board that chooses. There are dozens of photographs that are submitted, and ultimately one is chosen. A print is created, a limited edition print, and you are presented with that as your diploma, so to speak, when you finish the race. I know my two prints that I have are two of my most prized possessions from finishing the race. So they'll put your name down there at the bottom, and then your finishing time. It's a real treat.
Of course, there are two individuals who have earned those diplomas to this point. Those being Ludo Pomeray, who yet again in course record fashion has won the 2026 Hardrock. Jimmy Elam, our M2, finished about 25 minutes ago. That is a shot of Cunningham Gulch. We have been fortunate and blessed to be able to share these visuals with you for the first time via drone. And I got to say, it has been absolutely wonderful to see these and to share these. Currently, we still have 127 runners working their way toward the finish line here.
This is a great shot. You mentioned earlier the route up to Highland Mary Lake. This is the route up. You do this little switchback, you go on up there, there's a nice parking lot, and you can just head back into the mountains. There's beautiful alpine lakes up in there, great camp spots, beautiful little spot that our drone pilot is getting. This is not part of the Hardrock course, but certainly part of this incredible San Juan's environment.
You can see that where that vehicle is parked right there on the edge. I can tell you right there, I may have lost the undercarriage protection of my old vehicle on that stretch several years ago, but no regrets as you take that road up to Highland Mary Lake, and it is beautiful. It is not on the Hardrock course, but one thing that you learn as you come up to Silverton and explore and experience the San Juans is there are no bad places to go.
A little bit of news, a little further back in the men's pack, Nick Curry, who we've been tracking for much of the day, has moved into 6th place overall, as 8th place overall, 6th place man, passing Paul Terranova before Pole Creek, still about an hour behind Kareth Arnold.
Yeah, Nick doing what he does best, and that is grind the first half of a run and attempt to negative split it.
Yeah, Paul had a 16-minute lead on him in Sherman, and it was just about flipped where Nick now has a 9-minute lead out of Creek. Might be running out of real estate to catch Kareth, but you never know with Nick.
Yeah, absolutely. At this point, it looks like Nick would have to make up about a 45-minute deficit, maybe a little bit more than that. Actually, no, it'd be closer to an hour, about 53 minutes back, 54 minutes back of Kareth Arnold. So that is a pretty large number with less than 20 miles to go from Pole Creek. But this is not a flat, fast course by any stretch. There are, as you can see, some amazing climbs. Actually, we're kind of approaching, so the runners are actually coming down off of this right-hand side of your screen, and you can kind of see the makings of a trail that follow along. And this is what I mean, where at some points you can look almost what feels like straight up and see headlamps from maybe 1,000 feet or more above you.
Yep, this is the descent off green.
This
is a runner descending off green.
No, is that Arlen?
Arlen Glick.
Oh, yeah.
That's Skip Brand right there of Healdsburg Running Company with the cowbell.
Yeah, Skip, I got a chance to talk to him the other night. He's just stoked to be up here.
There's a good shot looking down. That was the road we just saw heading up to Island Mary Lake. So Arlen still has a couple 100 feet to the aid station. Evan asking about third place. Yeah, we expect David Ayala any minute. We saw him just past Arrastra Creek about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, David still not quite off the single track yet. Probably going to be another couple minutes to that point. And then from there, it has about a half mile through town, which point our follows or drones should be able to pick him up the way they did Jimmy as he came to the town of Silverton.
Yeah, he's got a bunch of really impressive finishes at Bighorn, at Wasatch, at I Am Tough, and again at Hardrock last year, which was his first time here at the race. He's back here. He was 4th place overall. Last year looks like he's going to move up a spot in the standings this year.
This is, of course, our Morton Skycam. Shout out to Morton for sponsoring this technology. And again, the opportunity to share these Cunningham Gulch shots. I am so happy that everybody can witness what you and I have both experienced for years coming out to this event.
Again, this is looking back up green, so the runners literally come right down that ridge where you can see the trail. That area to the left is the area I was talking about a little while ago about with some. Often there's some goats there. The gully to the left, it comes down this knob and veers off to the left there up that gully and ultimately across the sort of tundra area and up green. Where our drone, it looks like he's heading back looking for potentially another runner. It could be Kareth Arnold, who was a little ways behind Arlen at the last checkpoint at Pole Creek.
So it's been a very unusual weather year here at Hardrock, much warmer than normal. I do remember we did see, if you're a follower / friend of Howie Stern, the incomparable race photographer who makes his home here in Silverton, that he was sharing photos earlier this year, back in March, of some of the peaks that we're used to seeing snow on in July. Not having any by then.
And there's a lot of years, this section right here, this is this gully up below Green Mountain, it's been filled with snow.
Yeah.
Where that creek is.
Usually what'll happen, and you'll recognize this, AJW, is that the creek will kind of cut an underneath channel if the snow is
You'll have
high
a
enough.
snow bridge.
Yes, yeah. And but that is not the case this year. It is a pretty bald year when it comes to snow here at Hardrock 2026.
There's a good shot up green. Green Mountain is second to last, the penultimate 13,000-foot climb that runners have. The last one is where Courtney is right now, heading up and over Dives Little Giant.
Yeah, we'll be seeing
Ryan Smith is on there as well.
At this point, we would expect to see come in. We're all improving upon his prior finish here at Hardrock last year, finishing 4th overall. Then it could be Ryan Smith. It could be Courtney DeWalter. Both are somewhere in that shot.
Yeah,
right
just
there.
imagine climbing that small low point up there. That's the summit of Dives Little Giant. Wow, what a great shot. That really does put it in perspective. Nowhere to go but up.
Yeah. And it just, like you said, one of the things that I learned was the fact that there are multiple false summits heading up Little Giant from Cunningham Gulch. So those who are unfamiliar, now at this point the front of the pack is quite familiar, especially with the recent runners coming through. But it just keeps going up. You can kind of see, if you looked a little bit to the left of center, you can see the trail kind of zigzag up through that basin, and that's where the runners are approaching, with about 2,000 feet of climb to go coming from Cunningham Gulch.
Linda Strawn, thank you so much for your donation. Really appreciate it. $50. Thank you so much, Linda.
So when I did Cunningham Gulch back down to town, that final 9 miles for me was, and I did stop short of running all the way to the gym. When I hit the river, I did stop my watch, but gained about 2,700 feet of climb in that final 10-mile stretch of the Hardrock course.
There's a great shot. Yeah, I did about that yesterday. Coming from the other direction, I just came from town, did kind of an out and back. But yeah, it's a fantastic climb.
There's David Ayala right there.
All right, David and Pacer. Just about to that last little downhill that goes by the Kendall Mountain ski area. The former Hardrock Rock is also there.
Yep, there we are.
Yep, there it is. By the way, there's great camping, free camping for Hardrock runners and crews. You can see it just behind the ski lodge. That's been ongoing now for the last 4 or 5 years. It's a great opportunity to just have a free place to stay.
So about a little bit less than a half mile to go, perhaps, maybe a little bit more. But as David is going to be passing a small structure that houses and you can see it right there, that little white roof. Underneath that is the prior rock that they used for the Hardrock finish. Has been retired for several years. They have a brand new rock, as it stands. And one of the things that I was super stoked about a couple years ago, I happened to be walking by as the artist who paints the rock every year happened to be doing his work, and I said, "Can I take a picture?" He was so surprised that somebody would want to take a picture and have such vested interest in what he was doing. But I think it's so important to recognize those people who give of their time and their effort and their talents.
This pacer is moving. This pacer is kicking his butt.
Oh yeah.
No victory lap for David at this point.
No.
This is he is really moving well. What an impressive race for David Ayala after a 4th place finish last year, rolling in 3rd place this year, and just doing it in style. Crossing this little bridge and then
the
ending
Animas
up
River.
into town. Great little shot of Silverton here. Oh man, what a great run by David.
David just crossed the Animas River, entering Silverton proper just a few moments ago. He will run down this street, cross Cement Creek, and then once he gets, quote, to the other side of town, we'll take a left-hand turn to go toward Silverton High School itself.
David's run last year was in 24:22, so he's just a couple of minutes behind that. I don't think he cares. Still an incredible finishing time. 2 years in a row of finishes in the 24-hour range, 4th place and 3rd place, 44 years old. Fantastic run by David. As Corinne told us, a math professor with a couple of little ones at home, had to do, Corinne had some time to chat with him, had to do a lot of his training in the pre-dawn darkness for this year's race, as duties at home were very important.
There, David is crossing Cement Creek, which runs diagonally through town and butts up against Memorial Park, where the finisher ceremony will take place on Sunday morning, crossing the notorious Blair Street.
Yep.
An avenue of ill repute
back in the day,
about 100 years ago. Coming up to the only paved road through the town of Silverton, that is Green Street, historic Green Street.
One of only 2 paved roads in the county, which is pretty cool little tidbit. Yeah, the highway.
Giving you a little bit of a nickel tour here. On the left-hand side, you can see coming up to the Wyman Hotel, which has been restored and is truly a beautiful building, become a very popular night spot, as it were. Granted, everything in town closes by 10 p.m., but the Huaca Old-Fashioned is definitely a treat to have there. And frankly, the fanciest bunkhouse that you'll ever find.
For sure.
The Wyman Hotel.
We're looking at David Ayala and his pacer just putting a hammer down here in these final few meters of the Hardrock 100. David from Montana. The gym has grown quiet again, as is customary. Chris, everybody heads out to cheer in the finishers.
Once the ambient
leaves
noise
us here alone
behind us begins to disappear, we can tell that a podium finisher is coming in. And he's going to take that left onto Snowden Street.
Real treat to have this. Looks like more of David's friends and family are going to join him here for the last little bit here on this street. And you can see where the tents are at the top. That's the last left into the finishing chute. David Ayala, 3rd place at the Hardrock 100 2026 edition.
Of course,
great job, David.
We were speculating whether or not he was going to be able to best his time from last year at 24:22. As you mentioned, coming in a few minutes back of that. But again, I don't think he's too particularly concerned with that right now. Ran a masterful race despite running a couple minutes behind. That can be for any number of factors. But moving up one spot and actually making the podium, and we will let this moment speak for itself as David Ayala is into the finisher chute.
High, right at the top of the rock.
Welcome for the second time, David Ayala to the Hardrock.
Is it better?
Good.
Better than the 4th place? Yeah. Yes. Good job. Congratulations.
Thanks, Steph.
That was...
That was something special.
Way to bring it, brother. That was awesome. You were flowing. Woo! Yeah, David. Congratulations. Awesome job. I got it. I want to cut my hair. This means a lot to me. Proud of you, man.
Good job.
Don't look at it.
I tried to get him to celebrate. I tried to get him to celebrate like 2.5 miles out. And he's like, I can't smile yet.
You need anything? You want to take a seat?
Sure.
You got a belt you can mount that to?
No, I just toss them in my garden. Yeah, every now and then we're gardening and excavate a new one. Like, oh yeah, that was great. I'll have some friends over here. Come here, Kyle.
Let's get some friends and family.
Ah, you did so well, man.
Kyle was my pacer from your.
Did you say Gus is frozen?
So good, man.
Yeah, yeah.
Way to go.
He's lonely.
Come on over here. My friends can come in here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, that was so
give
fun.
this guy some love. He just finished.
We should have a photo with everyone.
Yeah.
You gotta get in there.
You have to sit. You gotta get ready. I'll sit. You get next. I'll be on the outside. Just everybody. Renee, down. Somehow.
Oh yeah, get in here. Get in here. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, is that everybody? Thanks for taking pictures.
Somebody go wake Pele up.
It means a lot, actually. Like, it was a little flail, but by happenstance, I got a third prize. Like little happenstance. Wow. You worked hard for it. Yeah. Worked hard for it more than happenstance. So you worked hard for it. Oh yeah. Well, so did lots of people. I didn't know Courtney was behind me until. He didn't even know Courtney was behind him. I'm like, because we got about halfway up Little Giant, and we looked across, and I was like, that's Ryan and his pacer, and that's Courtney. And he goes, Courtney? Isn't she in front of us? I'm like, no, you passed her as Sherman. Yeah. Yep. I heard someone take off right after I left. I was like, who's Jason or Ryan? That is. So like, do you hammer? I so hard. That was one of the best things that could happen right there. And then I just was like cramping this. Yeah. It wasn't the best season. I probably could have finished. Amazing. Great. Oh, that was a perfect moment. With you guys in Weinstein. On handies. On handies with that orange sky. Yeah. What a great video. What do you do?
refer to the? You gave it an instrument.
Oh, it looked like how a tuba sounds.
Nice.
Yeah,
That's great.
Dude, that was a perfect moment. Like to see Tim, who's a dear friend of mine, Weinstein, Chad, and then just that was just nice. And it was only a moment long.
My eyes are watering. So cool.
Yeah, that was awesome. Yeah, all these dear friends of mine, some of them hadn't met, so they've heard a lot about each other.
Oh.
They met,
We met
at
on
the top of
hand.
as the sun was setting. It was just like, yeah, it was so cool.
Oh man, it was really smoky mid mountain.
Yeah.
And over the top.
Yeah.
It was like it's just a cloud. But then once we got down closer to the creek, it's nice. It's clear. You can feel it in your throat though.
Oh yeah, that's probably what it is, huh?
Oh yeah. If you got a runny nose, throat's tickly, it's the smoke.
There was another person.
I must be really tired. So tired.
Coming
My throat's
down out of
sore.
I was just thinking the whole time I was pushing him up, little giant. I'm like, we're in a smoke cloud. I was like, this is not great for our lungs.
Yeah. Ready to pop.
So I didn't say anything.
But I got there.
It's actually like right before the sun comes up. It's pretty bad.
It was really bad.
So I was pretty stoked to see it.
Yeah, like
So going down Oscar.
probably like
and
500
Courtney and I were kind of yo-yoing for a bit.
Yeah. For like about 15
It's
minutes.
just like
it's just a
it's just
layer.
insane how
It almost looks like a small
like Surefoot and all these people
Yeah,
are
yeah.
out there.
Yeah.
And we're all
bad.
just, I mean,
On both
you know,
sides.
and these flowers,
Yeah,
like
'cause it's
every color, and they're just like really popping.
And then
it settles down. Both
it settles in this mid-range.
The flowers. It was just so cool.
That's
Like, I'm glad
awesome.
it was good that somebody else
Oh.
share it.
Yesterday.
Amazing, dude.
Oh,
I won't lie, I'm not gonna.
Did you guys get some sleep?
That's how I actually felt.
Sounds good. Yeah.
So what is it?
More than you.
More than you.
Yeah, that's right.
You got
Like 10 minutes?
How's Alex doing?
Get to the other side.
He's still moving.
Beautiful. He rallied outside of it. I love that. Yeah, he died and rallied.
That's what
It is.
You're gonna head out.
Yeah. He's afternoon.
Well, he's having a great time. For sure.
Oh yeah, he's getting his money's worth.
You guys just moving away from him now?
Yeah.
Does he smell? Look at this. Do you know him?
Not too bad. Not too bad. All right. Yeah, I'm here. Maybe we can go sit. Yeah. I saw you all over the place.
Yeah.
What's your
Gus.
Gus? Okay.
Good friend of Nick English.
Yeah, riding that bike.
Yeah.
See all these moths?
Yeah, they attract.
Yeah, it was fun yesterday. It was on live feed. You were doing the bike on Bear.
Looks like he needed to relieve his stomach a bit there, so nice of the camera to move away. Arlen Glick is through Cunningham, our sixth man, fifth overall. Left there at 6:24, about 13 minutes ago. He's on his way up, Dives Little Giant.
I'm HEW. I'm a little bit at a loss here. Where is this at the? Is this Highway 2 heading out to the east here from Silverton? This is an unfamiliar shot for me personally. Looking east, it would make sense. Perhaps that's a mining operation in the upper center of that screen.
That's looking out the.
It is. Okay, so it is Highway 2 leading out of town. Okay, so it looked like it could be that. Of course, it's a beautiful sunrise shot, and I can see why our team wanted to bring this here, but it just took a minute to figure out what I was looking at. Of course, that is the Animas River on the right-hand side that runs right alongside the town of Silverton. That is a camping resort there, Silverton Lakes, down at the bottom of the green. And in order to access the further parts of the course, you have to head out on Highway 2. That would lead you out to the road to Cunningham Gulch. That would take you out to the way to Maggie Gulch, as well as if you keep on Highway 2 and you've got enough clearance and perhaps a little bit of a push from all-wheel drive, you can make your way out to Grouse Gulch, which is going to be our next cutoff coming up at 10:30 this morning.
10:30. Yep. There's also a nice little to the right of that mining unit there, the nice little dirt road run that you can do right down along the river, and then you can cut up onto the road that eventually merges with the road that's on the course. Kind of a back way up towards Dives Little Giant from this direction.
You are looking live. We are just over the halfway mark of the 2026 Hardrock 100 Endurance Run presented by Ultra. Chris Warden and Andy Jones-Wilkins here in studio in Silverton High School. We have turned the weight room into our studio for the weekend. And frankly, I look forward to this weekend every year, not only because of the run itself, but the community, the hugs from Dale Garland whenever I see him for that first time in the weekend, seeing all of the volunteers and people behind us watching. They do have a TV set up in the gymnasium so people can follow. I do see a lot of familiar faces from other running events this year, and that's one of the amazing things about our community as we take in this wonderful sunrise and await our next finishers. The community here is unmatched. If that's Cinnamon Pass, that would be somebody coming off of Andy's, perhaps?
Oh. Get a better idea here as it zooms out a little bit further. Might be the road between Burroughs and Sherman.
I could see that. Yeah, that would make sense being on that side. And again, a part of the course that I personally am not that is what I consider to be, if you look at the Hardrock course, the Telluride side, which I have been to, and the Sherman side, which I have not. This is one of the, quote, far-flung areas of the course where getting there takes some time and some effort.
Yeah, in fact, a lot of runners will decide not to send a crew out to Sherman. It's a long drive.
Yeah.
To get out
you have to go
there.
around.
Yeah.
You have to go all the way around the San Juans to get there.
And part of as a result of that, I tell you what, that, like I was mentioning earlier, how they set up the pit toilet and decorated and all that, but they also have a really, really good aid station, excellent drop bag service, kind of the whole thing that you would want to have if it was an aid station that you can almost encourage your crew not to go out there, especially in this direction, which for many people it's during the second day. Maybe you're better off, getting to Grouse and finishing up at Grouse and just saying, okay, we're going to get some sleep, we're going to regroup, and we'll see you at Cunningham. But yeah, I'm gonna guess that this is the road between Burroughs and Sherman.
Yeah, in order to get over to the Sherman side, you're talking a 4-hour drive from Silverton. It's
one way, so you're really 8 hours of driving.
It's comparable in a lot of ways to heading over to Telluride, but of course Telluride is only about less than 10 miles as the crow flies from
That's
Silverton.
pretty amazing, actually, when you look at a map and you're like, well, it's just right there.
But it takes 2 hours to get
there.
There's
a lot of mountain in between.
Yeah, I mean, and if you're actually interested in running that, there is an opportunity to do so without taking on the entirety of the Hardrock course, and that is the Imogene Pass run, which sells out in 5 to 10 minutes every year. But,
it's been around for a long time, too. I think it's 30 years old or something like that.
I used to have a roommate who would go up there with her friend, shout out Sue Spidell, who would go up and do the Imogene Pass run between Telluride and the 550 every year, and he loved it. So, but yeah, that's one of the unique this course is that in order to get some of the places, in order to take care of and crew your runners, it requires some time and dedication.
Zooming back down here, catching a couple more runners on this road. Burrows. I mentioned before, Arlen Glick, our 6th runner through Cunningham Gulch. He left at 6:24, so about 20 minutes ago. He's on those early slopes of Dives Little Giant, where we saw some great drone footage of Courtney Dauwalter making that climb.
Courtney is on the descent.
She left about an hour before Arlen. She's descending down. Rugged. It's single. The descent off of there, for those of you curious, it's kind of a rugged, slick, single track for about a mile. It gets onto a rough Jeep road for about another mile and a half. Then the road smooths out for about another mile and drops back onto single track when you cross Arrastra Creek. It's kind of the symbol of most of the hard work is you're on single track at its rollers, but it's mostly trending downhill from that crossing of Arrastra Creek. Courtney's still a little ways away from there.
Yeah, but she is done with the course, right. So that is, I'm sure, a relief to her as much as she loves climbing.
And we're guessing, and this is still a guess, that Ryan Smith is between her and the recent finisher David Ayala. They were 9 minutes apart. At Cunningham. This is back at Sherman. There's the pit toilet to which I was referring.
And that is one of the French runners you had alluded to earlier, Sebastien Lesage.
Okay.
Currently about 30th place overall, just inside the top 25 in the men's run here at Hardrock. Of course, the French have been coming to Hardrock the last few years and absolutely having some fantastic results. And love to see it.
It seems to suit the French.
Absolutely. Whether it be Francois Dehaene, Aurélien Nanpayaz, or Ludo himself, winning the last 3 years. The French have really developed a strong headlock on the Hardrock.
Good one. Just to get everybody updated on the women's race, in addition to Courtney Dauwalter, 5th place overall, a couple of miles, 5 or 6 miles out of town. 2nd place, Kareth Arnold, will likely be the next runner into Cunningham. She was about an hour and 45 minutes behind Arlen Glick at Pole Creek. Hasn't pinged at Maggie yet, and then behind her is Tara Dower.
So AJW, is that the infamous?
Yes, yeah, that pit toilet you see in the back, where
yes,
got a little. They do a fantastic job decorating it. Air fresheners and motivational quotations on the walls. Maybe we could convince our camera guy to give us a little tour, because it's really cool. Got nice hand sanitizers and smelly things. It's a lot of fun.
Well, to quote Jim Cornette, for the people who like that kind of thing, that's the thing those people like.
Right.
As we see Sebastien heading out from Sherman Aid, continuing on to come join us here in Silverton.
Yeah, this is great. So he's going to cross this bridge, and it's a good 2.5 miles up to the plateau upon which the Pole Creek aid station sits. You can see he's still below tree line here. So it's a relatively smooth trail. It kind of switchbacks back and forth. It climbs, I would guess a good 1,000 feet in those 2 miles, maybe a little bit more, and then it gets up onto that plateau.
And I have to say I'm nervous right now because of the fact that we don't quite know exactly where our next male runner is. Ryan Smith, as we have not heard word from his tracker in quite some time. We do believe
Ryan Smith's tracker?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ryan Smith's tracker has been apparently on the fritz for some time.
Mm-hmm. This is the descent on the road into Sherman.
And this is going to be bib 185 that we're catching overhead.
Oh, that's cool.
That is Jenny Pierce, our current F7. Another Montana runner. Of course, we just had one finish in David Ayala, and Jenny Pierce hails from Livingston, Montana.
Casey Lichtai has jumped into 7th place. Is through Burrows.
Casey been moving up very steadily throughout the course of Hardrock. And you might be able to hear some ambient noise in the background to us here in the gymnasium, which means they don't see a finisher coming in.
Yeah.
When they do start to catch word that a finisher will be coming in, all of a sudden everything behind us will become silent and empty, and that's because everybody has poured out to the streets of Silverton to catch the runners come in. And we do expect one of our next runners to come into the finish to be our F1 Courtney DeWalter. And of course, as soon as we have eyes on Courtney, we will be bringing you coverage of the finish of her Hardrock.
So just a little bit of perspective. David Ayala, our most recent finisher, ran Cunningham to the finish in an hour and 2 hours and 11 minutes. I would put were Ryan to do that exact same split, he would come in at around 7:30.
Okay.
And Courtney about 7:45.
And Courtney, the last time she ran this and set the clockwise course record, her time from Cunningham to the finish was about 2:37. I'm sorry, 2:39.
Okay.
So, and we're under the belief that we really need to start our Courtney watch maybe about 2:20 from her departure from Cunningham this year, which means if she departed at 5:25, you're talking 7:45 is at which point we will really be on full Courtney watch to the finish. Now we'll have eyes on her before then via our.
We'll probably have that drone and possibly even a ground camera around Arastra Creek. It's about 3 miles out.
And that 5:45 mark would be important for her because her current clockwise course record is 26:11, but the overall course record was set in the other direction last year by Katie Scheid, and that number is 25:50. And so we'll see if Courtney is able to run down her course record as well as the overall either direction record here at the 2026 Hardrock.
Here we're looking at Livingston, Montana's Jenny Pierce.
Yeah, this road section of Cinnamon Pass is new to me. I don't remember seeing drone footage of this before, so I am actually grateful for myself. I've probably covered on foot maybe 40 to 50% of the course. I will someday, when I have time, make my way up here. Talked about doing a soft rock one of these days with a few people. That would probably take me I would want to say 3.5 days if I were to do it.
It's fun to do.
Absolutely. And, Ludo has been basically doing soft rocks.
That's a big part of his training.
Yeah.
Right? Comes out and he's here a month and backpacks and camps. We're also keeping our eye on those runners that are closer to the back of the pack. I know that many of you following along our final 5 at this point are Kirsty Reed, Joe Schrum, Elaine Batson, Joshua Holer, and Magdalena Caster-Ship, all of whom are not yet gotten to engineer. They need to get to grouse by 10:30. Still plenty of time to do that.
Absolutely. Of course, we are, just the 25th hour here, which means we are barely over halfway.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, absolutely amazing. Chris Warden and Andy Jones-Wilkins here with you at the 2026 Hardrock 100 Endurance Run presented by Ultra. We will be joined here in studio as part of our commentary team probably in not too long from now by Corinne Chalvoy. She and her husband Graham will come in and take the reins from us a little bit later this morning, and they will run you through to the afternoon, at which point AJW and I will come back and join you again. And we never know who's going to show up in the studio. We did have a couple other individuals join us. We had Rachel Endricken in the studio yesterday. She is currently out on pacer duties with Tara Dower.
Yeah.
This was one of the things that she was really looking forward to in her journey here to Hardrock, getting to pace Tara up and over handies. We were also joined by another pacer that we just saw run in and kind of answers a question that we had, Bronco Billy Jeff Browning, because we saw David Ayala coming down from Arasta Creek and he was cooking. His speed was fantastic. And we're like, oh, that pacer is definitely kicking his butt. We saw them come into the finish. We realized why, because his pacer was longtime Montana resident and current Flagstaff resident, former 2018 Hardrock winner Bronco Billy Jeff Browning.
It was fun to see that too, because once I was like, man, that pacer is cracking the whip. Well, now we know who it was. It's completely understandable.
What I'm going to do here is, while we are catching this beautiful sunlight here, spotlighting the finish line here at Hardrock, going to do some cut and paste and manipulation of spreadsheets and give you a top 10 update in both sides of the 2026 Hardrock, and give a rundown of our top 10s. Of course, we do have 3 finishers to this point. We'll talk about them in just a moment, but we're going to lead with our top 10 women. Courtney DeWalter, as we mentioned, we expect to be finishing, I would say, around 8 o'clock. I mean, we're going to be on Courtney watch probably in about 35, 40 minutes, at which point we will have a better idea, depending on when she is able to get across Arasta Creek. Kareth Arnold has been running extremely solid and strong all race. Going to be about 3:15, 3:30 behind Courtney at this point. And our current F3, Tara Dower, who has come back to life in the second half of Hardrock. People were genuinely concerned when they saw visuals of her in the first half of the race, looking like maybe at Oscars, I believe it was, not looking too happy, but since then has looked fantastic. That is your top 3.
Tara's comeback here is remarkable. Look forward to hearing a little bit more from her after all's said and done, but fantastic recovery. I was not optimistic for a finish when I saw her at Oscars, so she's tough as nails. I think we all know that. All of us who are fans of the sport know that about Tara, and what a fantastic role here. Another runner leaving a Sherman Aid station.
This is, I think I caught them say
Great to get some.
Let's confirm.
Great to get some cameras on the ground.
And Parker, perhaps. But going back to recap our top 10 in Hardrock 2026, we mentioned Courtney, Kareth, Tara, our current F4, Bailey Eppard, 5th place, Aaron Shaw, 6th, Darla Askew, 7th, somebody who's been moving up steadily through the course of this race, Tig in 7th place, Jenny Pearson 8th, Jenny Fox in 9th, and rounding out the top 10, Jordan Armstrong.
Are we going to get a tour?
Like we might actually have Jenny Fox on our screen here. Thank you very much to our
this
production
is great.
and drone
This is the road down
teams.
to Sherman.
And gonna read out the top 10 in the men's run as well. We do have 3 finishers: Ludo Pomeray, Jimmy Elam, and David Ayala. Congratulations to them. In 4th place, Ryan Smith. In 5th, Arlen Glick, which I have to say is, talk about comeback performance of the year. Arlen Glick, returning to prominence and be happier to see it. 6th place. This gentleman was 24th place in Ouray. 24th place, has moved up 18 spots, and that is Nick Curry, who approaches this race with such an analytical mind and looking to potentially, maybe hunt a little bit more out of real estate to do so. But Nick Curry moved up to 6th. Paul Terranova, multiple-time top 10 finisher here in 7th. Dustin Simmons has moved up to 8th.
And looks like jumped past Tara Dower.
Michael Martinez in 9th, and rounding out the top 10 in the men's run, Greg Brandt. So that is currently where your top 10 men and top 10 women reside here at the 2026 Hardrock.
If I were Greg, I would be having my head on a swivel for Jason Schlarb, however, because after his 5.5-hour nap, he's been on the move. Again, 3 finishers in. There are still 126 runners left out running.
And we are going to do our best to capture everyone as they come in.
Yep, that's really what we're going to try to do. We'll have coverage here in the finish line area all the way through the close of business tomorrow, which is still 23 hours away.
Yeah, we have just crossed the 25-hour threshold. Some numbers that we're going to be watching for here. 2550 is the current overall women's course record held by Katie Scheid, set last year, and that was in the counterclockwise direction. Here being in the clockwise direction, the current record is held by our F1 Courtney DeWalter at 16:11. We are expecting to see Courtney. I think it is a fairly strong chance that she is going to break that course record in this direction. The question remains, though, whether or not she has 21 minutes beyond that in terms of improvement to finish ahead of the 2550 dialed up by Katie Scheid last year. David Ayala has now, or I'm sorry, not David Ayala. We're expecting to see Ryan Smith.
Smith
here fairly soon.
Is his tracker back to life?
No, but just kind of basing it with the eyeball test. I'm assuming.
And because we did see him on the drone coverage as we were watching Courtney. He was a bit ahead of her.
Yeah, they were both on that climb at the same time. And given that Courtney is on or towards the final end of that descent, actually going to be on that brief county road stretch as she approaches Aroostook Creek.
Yeah, so I think Ryan Smith is probably past Aroostook Creek, just sort of spitballing based on his departure time out of Cunningham. But we'll know soon enough.
Absolutely.
Seems like every year there's a tracker or two who that just kind of goes haywire.
Oh, for sure. And we do our best to use everything at our disposal. But as we've shared, most of our tools outside of the cameras are the same tools that we share with you. Of course, you can check the runner tracker pinned to the bottom of the chat at Open Split Time. And if you're a little bit clever, you can actually use it to compare against prior years, which is what I've been doing. So if you actually go into the website address, and you can see where it says, opensplittime.org, events, Hardrock 100 2026. If you enter in a different year, 2025, 2024, you can compare it against historical splits.
That's nice.
That's what I've been doing, comparing what happened 2 years ago versus what is happening this year.
Back down on the ground at Sherman.
And that is bib number 157. Rick Needler. We talked about Rick just a little bit ago. 64 years old, out of Portland, Oregon.
On an impressive resume. Thank you all for joining us as we go past the 25-hour mark. Chris Warden, Andy Jones-Wilkins on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel coverage, our 4th year of covering the Hardrock 100 for Mountain Outpost. Huge thank you to title sponsor Ultra.
Rick Needler with multiple finishes in Hardrock in this direction, 2022 and 2024.
There's Rick right there in that white and black shirt.
And as part of his lead up to this event, ran the John Kappas, and maybe if we get a spare moment, we'll talk about that event, which for people who are not familiar with is a heck of a thing. But that right there is Piers Constable, bib number 122. Piers out of Boulder, Colorado.
Again, as we were talking about just a bit ago, some folks choose to not have their crew drive all the way around. I think that's the case here. You can see this gentleman has his drop bag, and he's got an aid station volunteer. They do sort of the person who helps him out.
Piers' path to Hardrock includes finishes at Run Rabbit in 2024, and also Cruel Jewel in 2022.
It looks like he's getting ready to roll. This is 28 miles from the finish. It's a little bit lower, a little bit under, just a tad under 10,000 feet. Going with carbs fuel. A nice, affordable form of nutrition. Relatively new company.
So for runners that are leaving Sherman here at AJW, what awaits them over the course of the next stretch of this course?
Excellent question. I mean, they're still under tree line, so first and foremost, they've got to climb. It's not as steep as some of the others that they've done, but it's relentless. It's about 2,000 feet up to Cataract Lake. It's a lake. There's not a whole lot of water in it most times. And once they hit Cataract Lake, they're on what I call the Pole Creek Plateau. It's a sort of large, wide open meadow that stays above 11,000, between 11,000 and 12,000 feet for a long time. So this is smart here for this gentleman to be taking a little bit of extra time, get everything he needs. It's a pretty long stretch here from Sherman to the Pole Creek Aid Station. But first and foremost, it's yet another climb, not a climb up to 13,000. It gets up a little bit over 12 when they hit Cataract Lake. But by this point, at mile 72, it's going to get your attention. You know, if you can do 10 hours from here, if you can run this last 28 miles in between 10 and 12 hours, you're in business. For this guy, it would be a 35 to 37 hour finish. Get him in before dark the next day, be great. Or get him in before dark today.
Yeah, no, that
I guess it's not the next day yet.
And that speaks to
it's the next day already.
How amazingly tough this event is. You're talking about a 35 to 37 hour finish.
There's Casey
Lichtheig.
Purple pack there.
Let's keep it here for a moment while we've got one of the most recognizable runners in the field, Casey Lichtheig, former Haviland 100 champion, Western States champion.
10-time Western States finisher out of Omaha, Nebraska. Waited about 10 years to get into Hardrock. Did a disciplined, ran a qualifier every year.
Yeah, and I think that speaks to the fact that the lottery fates don't play favors. Because if there were anybody who would have been an excellent opportunity to enter this race much sooner, it would have been Casey. But moving very well, having a very good run. I don't know what her targets and expectations were. And frankly, I'm sure that part of what she's experienced is just the joy that she's here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And as we said in the pre-show, she runs with such joy, loves being out here. It was a great spirit. Looks like she's going to stay on her feet, have a little watermelon, and get out of here. Casey Lichtheig.
I mean, you want to talk about somebody who has had an amazing run of experience in this sport. Casey is it. Talking about her experience and her success.
I would commend to anybody, especially those of you who are new to the sport, to take a look at the film Life in a Day that was made about the 2016 Western States women's race that Casey won. And fantastic film. Casey and several of the other women featured prominently in it. Just well worth your time. Check it out. Casey Lichtheig, Omaha, Nebraska. Really fast. Just trains, works the aerobic engine, trains hard on a lot of the flats, then tends to hit the vertical with about a month to go before her target races.
Casey, most recent qualifier for this event, ran high-low in 2024. And finished in the top 5 there. Has wins at Hardrock qualifiers in her resume, having won I Am Tough back in 2023.
In the yellow is her longtime pacer Miguel.
Yeah, good to see Miguel out there on course with her again.
Yep. Great guy. Love Miguel.
Party like it's 2016.
Yeah. This is Ryan. This is Ryan Smith crossing Arastra Creek.
All smiles, looking good. And now about just a little over a 5K to the finish for Ryan.
That's right. You're right about it. It's just a tiny bit over a 5K. Ew, he's moving well. Smelling the barn. Ryan Smith, 4th place.
When you want a nice gentle run at elevation, but you don't want to necessarily do a lot of climbing, and you're in Silverton, this is the run that I do.
Oh, it's a great one. Yeah.
You basically head out from the center of town in Silverton, because it's only a few blocks one way to the other, and then you head out to that trail leading past the ski area, and you just follow the course in what would be reversed this year. And you take it about 3 miles. You pass a couple of old structures, which is kind of cool. Maybe some old mining equipment, and then basically once you get to Arastra Creek, you have a decision. You can get your feet wet and keep going up Little Giant, or you can just turn around and come back, and you'll have completed about a 10K in running, maybe a few hundred feet of climb, maybe close to 1,000, which for Hardrock and for the Silverton area is not very much. But Ryan going to enjoy this last 3 miles.
You
Pretty
can
sure.
also turn it into a loop. You got to do a little road, but if you cross Arastra Creek and just stay on the road for a little while, instead of turning right, you can veer off the course, go down this nice gravel road, then runs along Arastra Creek, and then you got like a mile and a half of the paved road back into town.
That is
but
true.
That makes a nice little 6.5 mile loop that's fun to do also. So if you're here, by the way, you can go ahead and do it and cheer on the runners running up the course. It's a lot of fun to do. That's probably what I'm going to do when we go off the air today, because we have a little bit of a break before we come back on.
We do, and we will definitely soak that in.
Yes.
But the 25 hours, 13 minutes elapsed in this year's Hardrock. Our next cutoff, as we are following, is going to be taking place at 10:30 this morning.
It was really nice to get that on-the-ground footage of Ryan Smith, because we were a little bit worried about his tracker, and now we don't need to worry anymore.
Yeah, and now that we know that we are not going to miss him coming through, it sounds like we're going to take a quick ad break.
It does. I think this is Dominic Grossman.
Oh, did we say ad break or Dominic? Okay, so we're not going to take an ad break. We're going to follow Dominic Grossman for a little bit here.
Does look like Dominic running pacerless on the road down to Sherman, where we just saw Casey Lichtai. I'm guessing they're doing a pacer switch there, and Miguel is going to take her on that climb I was just talking about up to Cataract Lake and onto the Pole Creek Plateau. That's not its name. It's just an easy thing for me to call it.
Yeah. Well, we sometimes, when covering these events with Mountain Outpost, tend to give places names, and such as me bequeathing the title of Silverton Ski Lodge to the building at the ski area. I have been met with many chuckles and a little bit of ridicule for using that as the title of
You've
that,
also done.
that structure.
You've also the tag on some pretty legendary ones, like the most famous left turn in ultra running. Left on Birch. So
I have to actually
give credit where credit's due.
That's Matt Feldake. That's all Matt Feldake right there.
Okay.
But yeah, of course, getting the opportunity, regardless of what we see, to be able to witness and to share these visuals and these journeys that these runners undertake is truly the most special part of what we do at Mountain Outpost.
Yeah, it's a real treat.
It is great to call the winners, and it is always an honor to be able to set our alarms this morning and wake up and call a record-setting run by Ludo, to be awaiting Courtney DeWalter with yet another Hardrock win and potential course record. It is an honor. It is a privilege, but just to be able to be a part of it and witness it all is what I live for in this sport.
Back at the Sherman Aid Station, we're getting some great footage here. We just saw Casey Lichtai coming through. This is mile 72. It's a little bit lower. You can see it's below tree line. I mean, it's not low by any stretch, but ballpark, it's certainly under 10,000 feet, probably about the same altitude that we're at right now at Silverton. That exactly for you. It sits at 9,638 feet, so a little bit higher than the 9,300 here at Silverton. Cutoff here is not until 4 this afternoon.
Keeping an eye on the back of the pack, following them here. We do still have plenty of runners that have not made it to the next cutoff at Grouse. They have until 10:30 this morning. Based on what I'm seeing, we have about 15 to 20 runners that have yet to get to Grouse. We have a handful of runners. We have 8 runners who have made it to Grouse but have not yet left. In some cases, they've only been there a couple minutes. In a couple cases, they've been there close to an hour.
It's a place that's worth regrouping.
Absolutely.
It really is.
Of course, once you hit Grouse, the only way to go is up.
Yeah.
And you go up to the high point of the course. Grouse Gulch sits at 10,700 feet. From there, you encounter the high point and the longest sustained climb of the course up to Handy's Peak at just over 14,000 feet.
Both Kareth Arnold and Nick Curry are in and out of Maggie, and Nick was a mere 2 minutes in arrears of Kareth leaving Maggie. which, assuming that pass takes place, would move him into 7th place overall.
So we do have 2 runners that have yet to hit Engineer. Engineer being at mile 52. Of course, as we mentioned, the next cutoff at Grouse being at mile 58. And
so
those
a good 7 miles or 6.5 miles.
So Joshua Holler and Magdalena Casper Ship are bringing up the back of the pack here at 2026 Hardrock. And from Engineer to Grouse, AJW, you tell us about those runners are going to hit and how much time you would hope a back of the packer has once they hit Engineer.
Yeah, excellent. Well, the Engineer aid station is not at the actual pass. It's about 800 feet below the Engineer pass that pops you out. You're on a single track. It's above tree line. You're weaving across this meadow. When you finally summit it, again, right around 13,000, maybe a tad under, you drop down, you drop onto a road, you intersect onto a road, and you run a rugged road, made rugged by a lot of the four-wheelers around here. You descend down to Grouse Gulch. It's not an easy descent, but it is, you can zone out a little bit. So I think I think they're on the bubble. Those 2 that haven't yet made it to Engineer. There's Casey Lichtai again in the Sherman aid station, the purple Nathan pack.
So I see a comment from, I want to say Yana. I apologize if I misspoke this, but Yana mentioned something that I want to actually speak because I have personal experience with this moment. Mentioned that after Casey finished her 10th, I think that was her 10th year in 2024, she went back to mile 99.5, and as she was coming in, gave Yana the biggest hug and told her she was so proud of her. I'm going to see if I can mention this story quickly and without choking up. I was filming at the back of the pack at Western States, had to go out to Roby Point, pick up a runner, and Casey ran up. I didn't see her coming up behind me because I was looking backward, and I hear somebody scream, "What's her name? What's her name?" And I wish I could remember her name, but the runner I was filming, I gave her name, and Casey pulled up alongside this woman and started just screaming her lungs out, support and love to try and get this woman to the finish line in time to cover her finish. Ended up coming up just short. But it was one of the most beautiful, inspirational things. This woman was trying her best to hike up from Roby Point, had a hard time, needed to pick up to a run. And by golly, when Casey came up alongside her, she found that run.
Oh, man. Man. Well, I
truly inspiring.
I don't think Casey would mind me saying this, but I think she's actually more obsessed with Western States than me. A 10-time finisher. It was so much fun for me to have a moment with Casey when I was running my 10th. She was running her first. We ran some miles together up in the high country, and it felt almost like a passing of the baton. And of course, she went in consecutive years at Western States, and so really nice to see Casey here at Hardrock, and that is a great story.
And beyond the fact that, despite the fact that Casey is not even 40 years of age at this point, still in her 30s, still, I would say, again, we toss the term legend around, and I need to put a quarter in the jar.
There's another quarter, Chris.
Given what Casey has done in terms of her athletic endeavors and her visibility in the sport, Casey has achieved legend status and has many more years to give.
Oh yeah.
Whether be it as a participant, as a supporter, and this being her first Hardrock, that is hard to believe for me.
It really is.
Hard to believe, but Casey Lichtai, we saw moving ever so slightly up the top 10, and we anxiously await her finish here in Silverton. Is this another shot of... Okay, so this is bib 202. We can...
Yeah, I would say Casey's in that sort of 34, 35 hour range with as she leaves Sherman.
This is Christopher Shirk out of Boulder, Colorado. I hear there are some ultra runners in Boulder, Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
Christopher has experience all over the board here. Has run High Lonesome, Cascade Crest, the Bear. Definitely no stranger to running out in the mountains. Wasatch actually won Wasatch back in 2015. A top 5 at Run Rabbit in 2016. Ran Western States a few years ago as well, 2023, finishing in under 19 hours. So Christopher Shirk, where we are watching right now on your screen, at another runner that we would hope to be seeing probably, as you mentioned, maybe this evening, which would put them in the top 35, top 40, if they're able to finish in 37 hours or less.
Yeah, but like I said, at this stage of the game, a 10-hour, let's call it 9 to 11 hour Sherman to the finish is in range and is realistic, and so I think that's something that most of these folks would be hoping for. It's kind of a nice round number, a 36-hour finish at a Hardrock.
Of course, we also saw Ryan Smith a little bit ago cross Arasta Creek, so we would expect him to be into town in the not too distant future. And not too far behind him, Courtney DeWalter. I'm assuming Courtney has got to be getting close to Arastra. Well, now that we know that we have cameras out there, I would assume that as soon as we have eyes on her, we will share that visual with you.
I know our team back in studio has their eyes peeled on that camera.
And understand the crowd likes to watch Courtney. So we would like to do as much as we can to keep you all happy and tuning in. There are over 5,000 of you skipping your long run on a Saturday morning to be here with us, and we are grateful for that.
Yeah, let's go 5,000
Speaking
people.
of...
Get out there, and there you go. It's like you ended, Chris.
I just had a feeling.
Or our studio team had a eye, but this is the ground at Arasta Creek.
Basically about a K to go from this point on the course, and
there she is, Courtney DeWalter. And no way to avoid getting your feet wet here.
No.
She's thinking about it.
That creek actually does run really hard, too. If you're not careful, you can slip up on Arasta Creek. You can ask me how I know.
There's the trademark smile. Courtney DeWalter, Arasta Creek, said with about a 5K to go.
All the hills are done. All the walls are climbed. And this is a nice rolling, slightly downhill remainder of the course for Courtney. And the fact that it's a 5K, I would expect to see her very close to what we were thinking maybe she would be attempting to do if she is trying to take the overall course record, because that would give her about 24 minutes to do it.
Courtney DeWalter, the creek. This is a nice section of trail. It's as you were mentioning, neighborhood folks out here. Oh, back at Sherman. Good to see Courtney. So we've got a clock on that. I think we would probably say we can be officially on Courtney watch now.
Absolutely. Bib number 102. That is Sebastian Andriol, another one of our French runners. The French, as we said, have been showing out here at Hardrock for years. Absolutely. Putting together some amazing runs, some masterful performances. Not only from the people who are winning the race, of course, we talk about Francois Aurélien and Ludo, but even the finisher rate amongst from France is astounding over the course of the past several years.
Absolutely, for sure. So we do have two runners now between Arasta Creek and the finish line. Ryan Smith, Boulder, Colorado, sits in place overall, and Courtney DeWalter just crossed the creek in fifth place and first place woman, going for her fourth win here at the Hardrock 100, and fourth in 5 years. She did take last year off.
So this is by no means official, but just doing some math on my scratch paper. In order to capture this year's or this direction course record, the clockwise course record, Courtney would need to run a 36-minute 5K. Feeling pretty strong about that. In order to take the overall course record, going to need to do perhaps short of a 25-minute 5K.
That's going to be tight.
Yeah, But if any stretch of trail is amenable to that, it's this one. If it were coming from the other direction, having to cross Mineral Creek and kind of climb up a little bit, might have been a little bit more haunting. But I really do feel strongly that it is
Another
duress.
runner coming in. I just missed the bib
Bib
number.
193 right here coming in. That
This is our ground Karen Sherman.
Dirk Renner from Bend, Oregon, coming in. Coming into Sherman.
John Hurd. How much vert is in the final 5? Very little. Very little. Mostly downhill.
Dirk Renner's most recent Hardrock qualifier was a race that is relatively young, has been gaining a lot of hype and buzz and excitement, and that is the Crazy Mountain 100 up in Montana.
I want to run that one day.
It is, even though it is only 4 years old at this point, truly a race with a lot of hype and buzz about it. So Crazy Mountain has experienced I Am Tough, ran High Lonesome in 2022. So again, as I cannot stress enough, you don't get into Hardrock by accident. You get into Hardrock by running Hardrock. And if you can finish enough of them to get the lottery fates to play in your favor, you have earned your way into this event.
Yeah, I was chatting with Rachel Entrikin on the broadcast yesterday morning. She's a veteran of mountains. Says just a cool race. The race director cool. The countryside is beautiful, point to point. It's very out there in the wet, Wild West kind of feel. Sounds just really cool, and it's just one of those races that's established a real name for itself in just a few years.
So you've been offered a pacer when you run Crazy Mountain already.
I have.
Yes, Jeff Garmeyer has offered to pace you at Crazy Mountain.
Oh, thank you, Jeff. Awesome. Let's do it, man. Let's make a date.
I want that pacer gig recorded. I want the audio on that one.
All right, Jeff. Apparently, if you do it, you're going to have a camera ready. Jeff Garmeyer, a good friend of ours, a multiple time going to finisher.
Yeah, one of the legacies.
Yeah.
Just spent his quote bachelor party. I don't know if you saw this on social media. Running through Europe by himself, doing a whole lot of mileage, and talks about that on his podcast, The Free Outside. Shout out to Jeff Garmeyer. Somebody mentioning in the chat that Rachel needs to do this race, Rachel Entrikin, and that she'd win. It's entirely possible that she run this race. I know she wants to. She's been running qualifiers. She's been winning qualifiers. And could she win? I would put definitely highly into the realm of possibility when she gets her opportunity.
Yep, time will tell. We'll see. But yeah, it would be fun to see Rachel here. You know, we spent a couple years saying it would be fun to see Katie Scheid here. We got our wish last year. So yeah, I suspect Rachel will be here before long. And a little foot inspection here again at Sherman.
So mentioning Rachel Entrikin, she is here. Of course, she was or is our current F3 Tara Dower as, but I don't know if she's still with her as well. Bull Creek. I don't know if she was running with Tara past Sherman.
By the way, Jeff told me that it's about an hour from where he lived. Oh, so can I stay at your house? That'll help. All right, so cool. I'm staying at Jeff's house, and he's pacing me. I have to sign up.
Sure.
All right.
Well, while you and Jeff determine your lodging accommodations, we're going to take a quick break here. This is the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run. Stick around. We've got more finishers coming on the other side of this break. Brought to you by Mountain Outpost.
Adult Aspire, my philosophy is pretty simple. That is, create the best product for the athletes so that they're able to enhance their performance.
Believe has always been one of my biggest mantras. I carry it in my head when I'm running. It gives me joy and keeps me going. I never thought I would carry it on my wrist one day.
You wore your vintage coat like it was armor, and talked about some band I'd never heard of. I ran right past the station chasing shadows, but I was keeping score behind my teeth. You're my teeth! And I don't care about your art school friends, and I don't care how this stupid story ends. Go write your thesis on someone who cares. I'm running down the street, running down the stairs. You thought you had me figured out, but I'm just running on my own. Can't believe you left me here. Don't ever think you can call me on my phone.
Welcome back. We are in Silverton, 9300 Gordon.
Andy Jones Wilkins.
And this is the finish line of the 2026 Hardrock Endurance Run presented by Ultra. We do have 3 finishers in so far. We have our men's podium accounted for. Ludo Pomeray setting a new course record in 21:11:36. Behind him, Jimmy Elam finishing in second, and David Ayala rounding out the men's top 3. We expect Ryan Smith to be coming in sooner rather than later. We saw him cross Roster Creek not too long ago. I'm thinking that maybe his tracker just ran out of juice somewhere along the way. But we did catch eyes on him crossing Roster Creek, as we did another individual, and that was Courtney DeWalter. And we would expect Courtney to be coming in. We're thinking maybe in about 15-ish minutes from now. And we'll talk about that in just a moment, but I would expect Ryan Smith to be coming in here very shortly. So with regard to Courtney, Courtney has the clockwise direction. This is a clockwise year, and the course record is 26:11. Now, with a 5K to go, Courtney came into our view at 25:25. Would need 36.5K to finish on clockwise course record. Pretty comfortable about that. However, the overall record belongs to Katie Scheid from last year, and that is 25:50 few seconds. In order to do that, she's going to need to run a 24 to 25 minute range 5K. Now, this is Courtney we're talking about here, and Courtney is amazing, and I would never put it against her, but it is going to take a pretty big push. This stretch of the trail, this last 5K, is downhill. It's agreeable. As I mentioned, it's what I run when I run at elevation without climbing from a Roster Creek. And this is what we're going to be paying attention to see if she is able to cover that. But that is Ryan Smith right there coming into Silverton proper.
All right, so he's on that little downhill going right by the ski lodge. He'll go by the ski lodge in just a few moments. He'll certainly cross the line and kiss the rock before the clock strikes 26. Probably about 5 to 6 minutes from here. Moving really well. There's the Chris Warden Ski Lodge to the left. Really nice. morning here in Silverton.
Ryan now hitting the streets of Silverton. Of course, there are only 2 paved roads in all of San Juan County. One of them being the 550, the north-south thoroughfare between Durango and Montrose. The other being Green Street, and not all of Green Street is. I guess all of Green Street is paved, but that is the only point. As you can see, Silverton, and Ryan has to run, quote, all the way across town.
Yeah.
Which all perhaps 6-7 blocks of it.
This is great. It's so great to have the drone coverage, expanded drone coverage this year. We had some great footage, and I'm sure we'll get some more of the runners ascending the Dives Little Giant, and now this footage looking down on the most of the time sleepy village of Silverton, but not on Hardrock weekend.
Absolutely.
It's anything but sleepy.
That is the Animas River right there that Ryan has just crossed. He has one more bridge crossing that will take him across Cement Creek. Then Green Street, the main thoroughfare through, quote, main drag through Silverton, and then on to the finish.
Ryan Smith has a Leadville win to his name. Pretty impressive a few years ago. In addition to that, like many runners who've come here to Hardrock, has a range of Hardrock qualifiers, including High Lonesome, and he has a UTMB finish in under 24 hours 11 years ago, a Western States finish in 1816, another Hardrock finish back in 2021 in the Francois year. He ran a 23:24 back then. Going to be a little slower than that this year, but probably every bit as satisfying, as he's becoming a true hard rocker, now having done the course in the clockwise direction, clockwise 21.
It took him years to become a true hard rocker. How long did it take you, HAW, between your runs?
It took me 7.
Okay.
It took me 7.
Who it took 9 years.
I mean, I was lucky to get the other direction the second time I got in. Had to do, I think, 5 times in one direction before he finally got the other direction. But I got lucky with 1 and 1, and once I did it twice, I felt like, that's enough. It's there's plenty of people who want to get in who need to run it more than twice. Not to mention, I love doing this.
Yeah, this is so much less wear and tear on the body.
Exactly. We can just go out for a week afterwards or not.
Yeah, I was talking with friends of mine and trying to figure out what we were going to do on Sunday for a hike/run as Ryan is coming up on Green Street, hopefully looking both ways before he crosses. Lyman Hotel, great joint here in town.
He's moving really well.
I can recommend the Montucky at the Wyman Hotel as excellent, as well as the Huaca Old Fashioned.
Ryan did a couple tune-up races. Went up to Chuckanut in Bellingham, Washington back in March and got in under 4 hours. Looks like a Scottish flag.
Yeah. Actually, I have a friend running high-low who said that she was upset she forgot her Scottish flag. Maybe I know where to find one.
Oh, there you go.
Might have to make an offer on this one, at least to borrow it.
I like that costume with the on the left there.
Costume? I'm pretty sure that's a legitimate Sasquatch right there.
Yeah, and Ryan Smith on the final drag here. What's the name of that road, Chris?
That is Snowden.
Snowden.
Yes.
Okay, right. Oh.
Oh, did he take the turn 1 block early?
Look at that. Oh, Ryan is Scottish. Thank you, 30-minute miler. Well,
I didn't realize it. Oh, he must have taken the turn not on Snowden.
He must have seen the he must have seen the no parking sign or park over here or something. Yes, he needs to go. I think he was
he's on Reese Street.
I think he was so excited to get the Scottish flag from Sasquatch and he just turned left.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, so
way to go, Sasquatch.
Now he's on Snowden Street. And yeah, that previous street was Reese Street, which is the street between Green and Snowden, and thankfully it only cost him about a block.
Yeah. That's funny though. Hey, you got somebody, Denise Flory, who's the friend. She'll be at Hilo and can bring a flag. See, this is just a beautiful community.
That would be my friend Kat Forrest. She would be aghast right now if she heard me mentioning her on the live stream. But Kat Forrest, who,
quite a character,
who kicks herself for not beating you at Heveling 100 last year. You should hear how bitter at herself she is about that.
You know what? I went by her and I was like, "Come on, Kat, come on." And I was at that stage where I'm going to run every step, and I don't know. She just kept walking.
But this person is not walking. This is Ryan Smith.
Yes, indeed.
With about 2 blocks to go.
Not walking.
Maybe making up for that block where he went off course just a few moments ago. But Ryan Smith, congratulations. And we have seen, as is the practice, the gym empty out behind us.
The gym has emptied out. It's quiet in here.
The only person behind us hanging out with his friends is David Ayala, which I entirely understand.
Yep. But, Ryan Smith, an impressive race pretty much from start to finish.
Absolutely.
Making the final turn. We're starting to hear the cheers behind us. Ryan Smith, Colorado, Scottish. And sprinting down the final straight. Becomes a true hard rocker 5 years after completing the counterclockwise direction in the clockwise direction. Smooch's upper left.
Everybody, let's welcome Ryan Smith back, second time at Hardrock.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Don't worry. You got nice legs down.
Good job, Ryan.
Good job, Ryan.
Good work, man.
Thanks. Full valleys this time, full valley. No, I'm okay. I'm going to walk around for a minute. Oh, yeah. I left my lunch up in Bear Creek a few times.
He's the best mascot, sir.
Congratulations. Thank you. Oh, jeepers. Nothing, something cool. What's that? What's this? What?
It was candy.
Candy? No. Come on. Yeah, I can't pick it up then. I don't want any candy.
You want candy?
It was a coin flip. We might have to get a story about that a little bit later. Oh, I get it. She's a piñata.
Hey guys, Stephanie, do you want me to go back to my spot?
Fourth place overall finisher Ryan Smith.
I've 38 for Ryan Smith.
Good, but I tell you what, as soon as you put the poles, it's like cheating.
Yeah. It's like cheating.
Our team is keeping their eye out for Courtney DeWalter. Don't worry about that. Want to give Ryan his moment here at the finish as well.
Once you go to the dark side, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at this.
Oh yeah, man. Right behind him, this super weird hover.
Good job.
I did not think I'd be at the finish. Yeah.
We always knew.
Engineers
We
pass.
always knew.
Yeah, I was absolutely trashed. Yeah. I think of the heat, maybe. I think I got all the AQIs.
I heard Handy's was terrible.
God.
I really hope you guys are getting this gold in the studio.
Dude. Good job.
Yeah, you did great.
I got out of grouse. That was the only thing I had to do.
Hell yeah.
We weren't worried.
I was like, I would drop if you went up. You weren't there.
Yeah, you were fine.
That was your
You
It
know-
was clutch having caught us. It was great.
Yeah.
We absolutely. As soon as we left, we were just
Yeah.
powering up there.
Well, we were talking about it. We
Right.
were like, we just had to change
Adapt,
the channel
adapt.
in your brain.
Yeah.
To,
Not what-
rewire some things.
What you thought, but you adapted.
Yeah, no, it wasn't the A day, but well, the A goal's finished, isn't it? So there
Yeah.
you go, A goal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
You know, to be honest, you looked worse at the first time we saw
first
you.
dates?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, that was the worst. The worst.
Yeah, no, I was a little like,
Yes.
ooh,
Yeah.
okay, that was delirious.
That's why grouse we weren't worried because you looked better.
You look terrible. Better on the outside,
Yeah.
maybe.
Dude.
That's all that matters.
Good
work.
Okay, Courtney should be coming in here.
Make sure you save that activity on your watch.
What's that? Yeah.
You want to save that, not delete it.
Acute load 45. Whatever that means.
It's maths.
Oh God.
Preston, you
Congrats,
all
man.
with Pierce are doing awesome.
Pierce is killing it. Yeah, Pierce is doing really well. He had a little bit of he was on the struggle bus a little bit going into grouse too.
Same. I think
yeah.
it's just so hot.
Yeah.
In the canyon.
But, and then Kyle was saying it was pretty smoky up in Andes. But yeah, he's doing a lot better now. Spirits are high.
Good.
Yeah.
Greg's doing pretty well too.
Greg's doing well. Yeah.
You want to see this puppy?
What?
Look at that puppy.
Oh, come on.
The puppy?
No way. I've got to go say hi.
That's Bandit.
Yeah. Bandit?
Yeah. Hey, we need to meet Bandit.
Yes, of course.
We have a border collie too, so. Yeah, hi. Yeah, I smell funny, I know.
He's like, wow.
Yeah.
Let's see what Bandit
Smell like
thinks
you.
about.
Yeah.
All the smells are nice job. Congrats.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Right. Let's see what you think about this sun in his eyes will. Oh, you don't mind. Good job.
So stinking cute.
You want to have a seat? While we wait for Courtney? I think she's 10 minutes back.
She wouldn't be that.
Oh yeah, let's get a
She's
photo.
about, I think, about 10-ish minutes.
Let's get a photo.
Is this your whole crew?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want to get a photo where?
Yeah.
Go to the rock really fast?
Yeah.
There are enough photographers.
Yeah, someone do you think anyone that knows how to take a picture?
But all of the science.
Which is the important
Does anybody mind getting a photo of this team here? Here, no, hop in there. You're part of the team.
I'm gonna drop this.
I think it's also
Okay, cool.
not quick access. It is. So it's like it's that much more special.
I know it is.
Wait, now with my phone.
Alright. Courtney comes.
Alright, Courtney should be coming in pretty darn soon.
We ran the last bit pretty hard.
Yeah, so I have to go back. I did like my...
I'm so glad
That is our current, our M4 Ryan Smith here at the finish line of the Hardrock 100 presented by Ultra. I am now joined in studio by Corinne Shalby. Corinne, good morning.
Good morning, Chris. This is quite the morning here at Hardrock.
And we reached out to make sure you were here in time because we wanted to have you take it away. We are anxiously awaiting the winner of our women's Hardrock in 2026, Courtney DeWalter. As soon as we have video eyes on her, we will be bringing that shot to you.
So excited for Courtney that she has had just a brilliant day. She's looked really, really happy and strong and steady all day long, kind of moving up in the overall field. And, you know, she of course set a standard here on this direction. She holds the record going this direction, and she is going to be lowering that. She will not take the overall record that has eclipsed. It was 25:50:23 by the one and only Katie Scheid, but Courtney is going to be lowering her own clockwise direction. We're not sure by exactly how much, but it is 26:11. So right now she is a good 10. Public math is hard, especially at 8 in the morning. 6, 10, 17 minutes at this point. So we're going to be counting down from that.
Yep.
And she's got to be getting very, very close.
Yeah, her last ping was 17 minutes ago, shortly after crossing Aroostook Creek. So we would expect our eyes are going to be picking her up maybe about the same point where we caught Ryan coming in off of the single track into the Silverton ski area.
For sure. And Courtney this year choosing to go without pacer, and using only her husband and partner Kevin as crew. Oh, this is Dominic Grossman, right?
Yeah, Dominic Grossman at Sherman.
Awesome.
And as soon as we have eyes on Courtney, we will be bringing it back here to Silverton proper.
Huge congratulations to I was up to watch Ludwig Pomeray cross that finish line and collapse. Man, he absolutely gave it his all. Not believe how fast he ran. To just pull away more and more, even in the late stages of the race there. So really excited for Ludo setting a new record. 21:11 is insane. Just
Absolutely.
Insane.
We were summoned to that call and gave us about a 2-hour nap. So a shout out to Ludo for making that possible at least. But that was front of the men's run here at Hardrock, and now we are anxiously awaiting our opportunity to witness the completion of the women's run here, at least for our champion, Courtney DeWalter.
Yeah, and Courtney, did say that she still is looking for kind of her dream day at Hardrock. That has eluded her in the past. There's always been one or more sections where she's felt like she could have done better, in classic Courtney fashion. She wants to do as good as she can, as hard as she possibly can, and I think never had a really complete Hardrock. Maybe some sections that she's executed well, and others she struggled. It'll be really curious to see how it went, in these past 26 hours for her. Was it a bit more complete than she's had in the past? And really, every time we've seen her, she's looked fantastic. She's been smiling. Here she is, everybody. Courtney DeWalter making her way toward this finish line. She is now getting into the town proper. Courtney is someone who has been just showing what's possible in this sport for women's ultra running over the last decade. She has multiple UTMB victories, Western States previous course record holder until just this year. I think she's someone who doesn't really care who she's out there competing against, whether it's a man or a woman. She is going to compete. She's going to try to get the absolute best out of herself. She's an incredible ambassador for the sport of trail and ultra running. And, she told us in a pre-run interview that she was so fired up about women's ultra running right now. And I would say that we are all to see Courtney DeWalter doing what she does best, executing in the mountains. She has been known to, say that she can working very hard and having fun at the same time, that suffering and working hard, being happy and having fun are not mutually exclusive. They can exist together. Someone who over the course of her career has said she used to shy away from kind of that point where you get into the pain cave, to the point now where she embraces that and actually seeks it out, really trying to work her mental cave to hammer away and make her quote unquote pain cave that much bigger. She's moving so strong, and she is going to be greeted by so many fans. If you are in Silverton, head out, finish line. Welcome in your champion of the women's race, 2026 Hardrock. This is Courtney Dauwalter, everyone. And let's get some fun emojis in the chat for Courtney. Throw in there what you think she would like to see, or how you think about Courtney, whether it's a goat emoji or a queen, crown, watermelon, however you think about and however Courtney inspires you. Let's see it in the chat. She is just mere blocks away now. We are just under 26 hours elapsed on the Suunto clock. Again, her record in this direction of the run is 26:11:49. You will be lowering that by a substantial margin.
Actually, Corinne, while we've got this moment, I'm going to take a moment. I'm going to take an opportunity to sign off.
Thank you so much, Chris. I would
love
to call it with you, but I'm going to welcome in my husband to actually join me here, which is awesome. So,
absolutely. Folks, thanks for tuning in with us.
Chris, you're awesome. Thank you for everything, and I know you guys will be back in a few hours, so get some rest and some coffee.
Of course, you and Graham will take things up until we get back, but enjoy this moment.
Yes, thank you. It's a special moment for the sport, of course. I've seen Courtney cross many finish lines. First place. I saw Kevin at Cocodona with a shirt, like an homage to Courtney's shirt on, that had a list of all of her accolades on the back. And it included all of these first places, including the Hardrock 100K, which was actually, I think, the first year she ran, and she was the winner of the Hardrock 100K. Of course, she did not finish the race that year, but this just gives you a peek into the mentality of like, well, I won the 100K at Hardrock. Like, I'm still a champion. She's always had this belief, but the list of accolades is very, very long. This has got to be one that is going to be very special to her. I know she loves these mountains, of course, having lived now at 10,000 feet in Leadville for the past many years. This is Courtney Dauwalter, everyone. I'm ready to finish out this year's edition of the Hardrock Endurance Run. It's your first female. You can start to hear the cheers outside, and it makes sense we will go to the on-the-ground audio so that you two viewing at home can take part in welcoming in Courtney. Here she is, everyone, the 2026 Hardrock Endurance Run 100-mile champion, Courtney Dauwalter. One more turn here before Courtney will finish and kiss that rock yet again. There she is, everyone, your champion, the one and only Courtney Dauwalter. her partner, Kevin.
How about a big Hardrock welcome?
Absolutely incredible. About 26:03:10. Have a well-deserved seat, Courtney.
Well, Leadville for a Leadville buck, bench for a Leadville fan.
Thanks, guys.
This is awkward.
What kind of show was it? Like a drama.
Hugs all around for Courtney. Welcome, Graham, to the live stream mic.
Thank you for having me for the first time. What a great time to get started.
Yeah, this is a good time to pop in.
Absolutely.
As we watch Hardrock champion Courtney Dauwalter soaking it all in here at the finish line, and the infamous Hardrock rock. You can really see where she kicked, right on the top of the head.
I didn't see.
It was hard, a little hard to see. I think it was right at the top. It's always fun to see where people choose. I'm not sure Ludo even kissed it. I think he just grabbed it and fell to the ground.
If you got some questions for Courtney, you got any? Brian? Kevin. Kevin can answer too.
Courtney, you're cruising up Handies. How'd it go up Handies and down the backside after that?
Handies was beautiful, but it was kind of the beginning of the end for me. Going down Handies just made my stomach turn, and so then I spent the night fertilizing the course quite a bit. But it was a very cool first part to get to the top of Handies, and then a really difficult last 30 miles.
Is that as hard as anything you've ever done, or?
I hope not. I don't think so, but it was really hard. I'm really happy to be here.
Anybody else? Anybody else? Do you need anything? Or you put chasing a record, or you just doing the race?
Pardon?
You just doing the race, or you try to chase a record?
I was feeling really good at the start, so I was just kind of cruising and letting the miles happen as they wanted, and it felt good. So then it was like, well, let's see what happens. The weather was pretty nice. It wasn't super smoky anywhere. I was near some really fun people, so we were sharing some miles sometimes, or seeing each other often. So yeah, I didn't have a time in mind, but as the day was unfolding, it was seeming maybe possible, and then the night made it very not possible. Thanks, you guys. Thanks for being here.
We're prepared. Thanks, guys. Really good out there. And he was beautiful on the descent. Her stomach turned, and she spent the next 30 miles in her rubber fertilizing the course a lot.
Yikes.
That sounds brutal.
I mean, that's a long way. I mean, 30 miles anywhere is a long distance to do that. But then over this type of terrain, can you imagine how many hours that was?
Let alone, yeah, on the Hardrock course. And she's mentioned it before that challenges always been her issue in this race, and that still happened, and yet here we are. She's in time. Huge cheer still happening for her. We're gonna let her down. She's coming into the gym here. I think she is. She's there. Sharing some words with Ryan Smith, who is just ahead of her. It's incredible what the women are able to do out here, and for her to well under, I think if that hadn't happened, kind of time she done, but for her to run that, even all the challenges, that is why she's Courtney.
Absolutely, the GOAT.
GOAT.
What was her previous course record time? Do you remember?
26:11.
Okay.
And so she ran 26:3:10.
Okay.
Lowering it by around 8 minutes. That's a solid chunk. It's kind of like as you get faster and faster, shorter distances, just taking a few seconds off is, feels really good and really hard to do. So, I mean, Ludo lowering by 30 minutes, lowering this direction by about, it's awesome.
Very cool.
Any impressions from just following Courtney over the live stream the last day here? What are your takeaways?
I mean, I was at the Uray aid station, and when she came in, smiles, looked great, super upbeat and positive, looked similar, obviously, coming into here. So, what did it? She was, I think, as far as 35 minutes up on her course record at one point, and obviously having a tough last 30 miles, as a lot of us do in ultras, and kind of whittle that down. But to stay ahead of course record, especially if you're feeling that feeling that way, is pretty impressive. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It is why we all know and love Courtney Dauwalter. Hopefully I can give her a wave back here. She's coming over to greet everybody else. Congratulations. Show some love here in the chat. Give her a huge congratulations. She is giving some fist pumps to our other finishers, including David Ayala here right behind us. We're, of course, going to be keeping eyes on everyone else who's going to be coming into the finish line here. So on a beautiful Saturday morning here in Silverton, Colorado, 8:11 a.m. local time, we have had 5 finishers of the Hardrock 100. Vic Pomeray, finished early this morning, 3 a.m., 3:11 a.m. And second place, Jimmy Elam, finished at 5:48 this morning, followed by David Ayala and Ryan Smith, and just a few moments ago, your women's champion in 5th overall, Courtney Dauwalter.
And it looks like we'll have probably an hour gap before Arlen Glick, next finisher, comes in. If he keeps on pace, he was about an hour behind her at the final aid station with Gareth Arnold behind him, waiting to see when she comes into Cunningham. Be fairly soon.
And Gareth has had an incredible run out there. Gareth Arnold, ultra athlete, moved into second place, I want to say somewhere around mile 20 or so, and has held that. She's been strong and steady all day, really just showcasing also her mountain prowess. Her TDS champion, who I think everyone was really excited to see on the Hardrock course, and just kind of witness what she could do. If you're not aware, Gareth earned a golden ticket at Canyon's 100K, turned it down so that she could focus solely on Hardrock this year, giving it kind of all the dedication and respect it deserves.
Well, it being less than 2 weeks apart this year, I mean, Tara Dower clearly showing that done, but boy, it would be very difficult.
So difficult. And speaking of which, man, if you have been following Tara's race, it is yet again one that is just kind of unfathomable, seeing how difficult it looked for her early on, just staggering up some of the very early climbs in the race. And I am so impressed. I think everyone is probably not surprised, but equally in awe of her level of determination and continuing out there. She literally has no quit in her. I don't know how she does it, but it seems like whatever's thrown at her. I mean, and the last time she ran this race 2 years ago, she said that she could not keep anything down and was literally eating one in like a couple hours. But still moving forward.
Yeah, she may be the grittiest person I've seen up close and personal racing, and then clearly showing it here. So really amazing performance to be in third.
Yeah. It is it's pretty mind-boggling. Also have definitely some other names we're going to be following as they come in here beyond Arlen Glick. Look at this. Nick Curry just moving up.
Saw that.
Moving up over the course of the day, doing what he does. King of negative spin in races. Someone who maybe paces races better than anyone in the history of our sport. And his shoes must be working out.
He's wearing I think it was this Addy Zero, a 4 with a custom Vibram sole put on there that he had done by a cobbler, I think in the Telluride area. So
wearing
Frankenstein shoe.
Frankenstein shoe, I like that. Wearing road super shoes out there on the Hardrock course, but grip. You do need them. So Nick Curry looking to be, we'll see how this all plays out, but right now it's Arlen Glick, Gareth Arnold, Nick Curry, and Paul Nova, who, man.
From the past name.
Blast from the past, but he is just so solid, and he looked so happy. We saw him at Telluride. Of course, his wife, Meredith Terranova, a master nutritionist, and I'm probably butchering this, but she is best in the game when it comes to sports nutrition. And so I'm sure she has been keeping him on top of the fueling, the hydration, all of the maybe, I don't know. Maybe Courtney needs to work with Meredith. I would imagine that maybe they've had a conversation in the past, but
I believe they live near each other.
Yeah.
I think they live very close to each other.
So that being said, everyone's stomach's different. That's a puzzle piece that is very difficult to figure out.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
Nova, I believe, has run the JFK race a million times. Is that true?
Yes, that sounds right. I mean, I think he's probably run every race out there. He has a really extensive, I know he's run Hardrock multiple times. We're gonna give you a little bit of a recap here on Paul. 24 Hardrock, he was 6th, 29.58, so he'll be maybe looking to better his time and looking like that might happen. He has recently, in the last few years, run the Bear 100, Wasatch, Leadville. Wow. The 2023 ran Leadville in August, Wasatch in September, and the Bear also in September.
Wow. So I was talking about having, Tara run certain states. So rock 2 weeks apart. Pretty impressive to do 300s in a span of a month.
Oh, he did Hardrock that year?
Oh boy.
Okay, so we're talking Hardrock in July, followed by the Leadville Wasatch. Quite the quadfecta of 100-milers.
Yeah, no pun intended.
Quadfecta. And that's incredible. So obviously someone who's extremely experienced. So High Lonesome finisher. He was 3rd at High Lonesome, 2nd 21. So I think who you may be thinking of with JFK is Ian.
You're right.
The
That is who
master
I'm
of
thinking of.
JFK, but both kind of maybe of the same era a little bit, right? 52 years old, Paul Terranova. Paul appears to have started his ultra running journey back in 2007.
Wow.
Talking 2 decades of ultra running experience. Still at it. That is quite the lengthy career in sport. I actually don't see any DNFs on his ultra sign up. There's a couple of did not starts, but he may have never quit a race or DNF'd a race, which is quite something in 2 decades.
That's pretty wild.
Cody Bear walking by here.
Yeah.
Hanging out. And the gym is lively.
It's very lively. It's amazing the difference between when I got here about 15 minutes ago and now, how lively it's gotten back there.
Okay, Courtney DeWalter is accepting gifts from people behind us. There's a sign that says Go Court. She's got a line of people waiting that she is all talking to. And they're all, looks like, kind of gifting her things. This is very cool. Got a fan club
I've
going.
never seen anything quite like it.
If I had just done what she did, I would be on a cot. Probably did 2 by medical, so she is literally signing autographs. I don't know. I feel like, man, it's just like she's just a champion. So, yeah, you can go back and watch Courtney finish. I don't know if we had audio issues on the live stream or not. Hopefully not. But we did go to the audio of the finish line, and you can hear Courtney, fielding a couple questions from the press there right after she finished up.
Yeah, that was a great finish by her, and they did a good job of kind of capturing her from pretty far out and then sticking with her and then right across the finish line. So that was pretty cool.
Very cool.
I'd say you should go back and watch it, but wait till later. You don't want to miss what we have to say in the next half hour.
It's going to be some tantalizing stuff. How about Ludo? 21:11.
So is that the all-time course record in both directions?
Yes. By about 30 minutes.
That's wild.
Yeah. And also seeing Courtney, like we had visuals on her, what it takes to run this kind of time on those kind of times on this course is that anytime you have a somewhat runnable, smooth downhill section, you've got to be on the gas. I mean, we saw both Ludo and Courtney just like literally sending it, looking like they were running, low 6-minute pace on some of the Jeep roads, down Campbird Road, down Engineer Pass Road. So I think that's kind of where this time is being made up. It would be interesting to hear from Ludo, and hopefully everyone, we're going to have some interviews with some of our front runners and any of the runners actually later today. We're going to be broadcasting through and all the way through tomorrow and the golden hour. But later today, this evening, we're hopefully going to have some folks in to hear firsthand what their journeys were like out there. We did hear from Courtney, that she really did struggle the last 30 miles of the race. So, just still so impressive.
Yeah, I think to your point, we've been running around here for the last week a lot, and we've obviously run around here a pretty good bit. But one of the things I noticed, even like on a lot of courses, you can make up the time on the downhill, right, where it's runnable, even if it's very steep on the uphill. Around here, you can still be running on the downhill and running 11, 12-minute pace because it's so steep, loose, technical. It's just hard to get those miles. So when there are miles that are runnable, like Campbird Road, it's a great example. That's the places where you can make up time, but you've got to be really paying attention because it's pretty easy in a long ultra to just kind of lollygag the downhill. And if you're looking to go for a time, you've got to maximize those opportunities.
Exactly. It'd be really tempting to use that as a kind of reprieve and chance to catch your breath, but the people pushing the pace at the front of this race are absolutely hammering those downhills. I think we had Kareth Arnold out of Cunningham around 6:24. So it does take, I think Ludo has maybe the record for split from Cunningham to the finish, just under 2 hours, like 1:58. I'm not sure what he did this year, if he eclipsed that or not, but that would be very, very fast. So you're looking at a minimum, 2.5 hours probably for most of these front runners from Cunningham into the end, unless they find some kind of fourth wind.
Yeah. Looked like Ludo this morning ran about 2 hours and 3-4 minutes,
Okay.
somewhere in there.
Okay.
So not quite as quick as he did in the past, but still very, very fast.
That's so fast, because you go over Little Giant.
Yeah.
Which is like a 3,000, 3,500 foot climb. And the climb up that and the descent on it are both very technical. So yeah, 2 hours, just, you wouldn't think 10 miles, 2 hours, but out here, that's so fast. There's David Ayala taking full advantage of the Silverton Gym showers. Man, that's going to feel outstanding.
Hopefully he's not chafed, because that could be problematic.
We might hear some screams from afar. Yeah, Danielle, I wish we could have a camera here on Courtney, but she is just chatting with fans. We have David Ayala was hanging out here, but he just took a chance to make his way up the stairs. He did pretty good going up those stairs.
He did.
I'm impressed to get a shower. This Silverton Gym becomes a refuge.
Yeah, that's a good way to
Finish line refuge. There's cots in here. Runners can take a shower. They can lay down. There's lots of sleeping bags. There's lots of hot coffee and breakfast back there. So tends to be a place where runners will hang out for a little bit and just soak it all in.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. And it's a big area, so it could fit a lot of people. So later in the day, where we start to get the kind of waves of finishers, there'll be lots of people in here kind of recovering from a monumental effort.
Exactly. I think they're also going to be selling some merchandise, some shirts, and some Hardrock gear. I know my brother asked me to pick one of the sun shirts up for him if they have those. Those have been kind of a sneaky little fashion statement out here at Hardrock this year. All the volunteers rocking this butter yellow long sleeve sun hoodie.
It was pretty cool.
It is cool.
I would like to have one of those myself.
All right. Well, yeah, maybe we can pick. I'm sure we can grab one, Graham. If they'd like us to model them, we're happy to do so as well.
Indeed.
So yeah, we might have a little bit of a gap here. Of course, if we have eyes on other runners out at the aid stations, there are many, many runners still out on course. Now that we have daylight, we'll surely get some great visuals of folks out there. I know we saw Dominic Grossman here recently at, where was he? I'm trying to remember. I'm sure I can tell on the tracker. Got to get myself familiar with these final aid stations here. He might have been at Sherman. I think he was at Sherman. Yeah, thank you. He was at Sherman.
Looks like we have Sherman on.
This is the Sherman
screen?
Aid Station. So this, we've been here, Graham. Or were you with me? This is where I picked up Betsy Kalmeyer. This is just outside of Lake City. So it's a pretty challenging aid station to get to from either a spectator or a crew standpoint. You have to either go around to Lake City on the highway. It's a very long drive, or you have to go over Cinnamon Pass, which is a very, very difficult Jeep road. We actually busted a tire on it when we were trying to head over there. And, my dad, who was driving, has driven many a Jeep road in his day, and he still hit a rock wrong and flat tire. So it's a challenge to get to. But, of course, the volunteers are awesome, and they have a full setup out there ready to greet everyone. Sherman Aid Station is mile 72. Looks like a beautiful morning there. After Sherman.
Actually, Sherman is where we had, shoot, sorry, I lost it. Jason Schlarb actually spent a few hours overnight at Sherman.
Okay. Yep.
Looked like maybe he slept. He was there for almost 5 hours, it looks like. He is back moving again, but he did spend some time there. This course really gets you, and hats off to him for taking his time there and maybe recovering and getting things back together before going out. We have Nick Curry on the screen.
Or is that Kareth? Oh, that's Nick. Okay, thank you very much. Nick Curry.
Still running pretty well.
He is, he is getting very close to being here in Silverton, so we very well could have seen a little bit of a shake-up here in the standings, possibly seeing Nick Curry now being the next runner making his way into the finish line.
Wow, he's moving.
Gotcha. Okay, he is not in the finish line. My bad. He is at Cunningham. Thank you so much for confirming things. Nick Curry making his way into Cunningham.
Wearing the Adidas Frankenstein shoe.
Wearing
looks pretty
the
good.
Road Super shoe. It looks like he has not needed to change out of those. So Cunningham, mile 92. Ooh, that's pretty.
Wow.
Stunning. So when Nick gets to Cunningham, he'll be at mile 92. He can do whatever he needs to in aid, and then he will have the Little Giant climb to tackle. He'll have about 8 to 9 miles left in the race.
Although that's uphill, and he's running, or he was until very recently.
He was jogging that uphill.
That's amazing.
It is amazing.
He is a fantastic pacer. We had firsthand experience when we were running the Javelina 100K, and he was running the 100-mile, and we were on our final lap, and he blew by us, going so much faster than we were going, and I was just shocked.
He was running. He was
running so fast.
He was running so fast, and he was on like his 4th lap, and we were like on our 3rd, dying.
Wow, look
He's
at
also
this.
a new dad, Nick. This is so beautiful. Yep, Nick and Lauren welcomed their daughter Summer just a few months ago. He's been in preparation doing laps up Telluride Ski Hill with her in the backpack.
That would be with Summer, not Lauren.
Summer, yeah, he didn't put Lauren in the backpack. He put his daughter.
But what a cool way to train and be able to hang out with your new kid too.
Yep.
And clearly that training has paid off.
Nick is 38 years old. One of the original co-founders of Air Viper Running with his brother Jamil, who is also out there on course.
Do we know if that's Lauren pacing him?
It didn't really look like it.
Yeah.
I think he was, it could be, but I think he was having a number of friends, Telluride friends, helping pace. I don't know. It's hard to tell because they have a hat on, whether that's Lauren. Lauren, amazing runner in her own right.
Olympic trials qualifier, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, she is speedy. This is Nick Curry and pacer M6 making their way toward Cunningham. Nick is a software engineer at Google, or has been in the past. I'm not sure if he's there currently. This is probably going to be one of his highest finish places in Hardrock.
Yeah, I mean, he's placed well. The last time he ran it, I think he may have gotten 6th or 7th, which is kind of similar to how he's running today. But the way he looks, he could continue to move up before the remainder of the field kind of goes across the finish line. So it looks like he's having a great day.
And I'd love to find his PR also to see kind of if he's tracking on that. But yeah, I think 2022 he was 8th, and 24 he was 10th.
Okay.
But in 24 he had done Western 2 weeks before. So he did the same double that 5 of our athletes out there are doing this year a 2-week turnaround. Sometimes it's 3 weeks, but in 2024 it was 2 weeks, Western States, and then Hardrock 2 weeks later. He ran a 25-hour Western and a 30-hour Hardrock in 2024.
Wow.
He was also the previous American men's record holder of the 24-hour. At the Desert Solstice 2021, he ran 173 miles in 24 hours, which at that time was the American record. It has since been, look at this, man. He's dropping his pacer on the descent.
Well, and you can really see like the terrain that these runners are having to go over even at the end. I mean, look how steep this is. I would bet you that's fairly loose. Trail's not super, set. It kind of meanders around.
Not to mention you have 90 miles on your legs.
90 miles on your legs, and you're still trying to, in Nick's case, run this type of section. So, this is the type of terrain that really starts to get you in this race, especially at the end when you've been going for so long.
So following Nick Curry here, we do believe Arlen Glick and maybe Kareth Arnold are both in front of Nick right now, but Nick is navigating a technical descent here quite well. A question in the chat about some of our drop. We don't want to speak for athletes unless they kind of share things publicly on their own channels, but did hear, Tom Evans did drop and heard maybe there was some altitude issues. We also had Dylan Bowman drop. He made a public post, said he was very much devastated. Dylan is just, he loves this sport so much. And I know it was really, really hard for him to make that decision, but said he had kind of gotten to a point where it was maybe just not safe for him to continue and made the choice to call it, which we absolutely honor and respect. We also had Eliza LaPierre, unfortunately, drop from the race. There haven't been that many DNFs.
There haven't been.
And you really, you find that at Hardrock because people have, it's been a lifelong dream for many, many people to experience this course. And so when they're out there, I think that's in mind that this might be their only chance to complete it, and they're going to do everything they possibly can to make it happen. Of course, there have been also some folks who have unfortunately not made cutoffs at aid stations, so for all intents and purposes been timed out, and they do have to stop just because they didn't hit that cutoff.
Well, I think this race, you see things like what Jason Schlarb did, where you spend a significant amount of time at an aid station just to get yourself back together to be able to finish. I think the finish in this race is so important to so many people that is something that happens. I know Dylan Bowman kind of has famously shared his experience doing that a few years back, where he spent 5-6 hours at an aid station, still finishing in the top 10 even with that, but the finish was that important to him.
Yeah, I think it was like 90 minutes and then another 45 or something.
You
where
might be right, yeah.
Bill Schume, and this was at the final aid station. This was at the very, very end of the race, that he wanted to drop so bad, but Bill Schume has become a great friend of his. Literally told him, shut up, go to sleep. And then he eventually continued on. But yeah, and also famously, Nick Curry's brother, Jameel Curry, spent about 4 hours and proceeded to run an extraordinarily fast split to the finish line after doing that. So sometimes you've just gotta do what your body's asking. This is Arlen Glick.
Arlen Glick on the final push to the end, coming into Silverton.
So cool to see Arlen returning from a major knee surgery, ACL surgery a couple of years ago, making his way back to the Hardrock start line. He's been out here training for 4 weeks. Arlen's so awesome.
He's so awesome. He is the nicest guy. And I really like his crew. I mean, he has his whole family comes out to crew him, sisters, parents.
Yep.
At your aid station, they were all wearing matching shirts, which was really cool.
Yeah, they have what did it say on the front? It's something about Glick. I can't remember, but on the back it said, "Let your light shine." I love that. Just uber positivity all around.
Well, and it's a cool way to kind of showcase that, this really is a team sport, and you need a pretty big crew at a race like this to be able to complete it. So it's really cool that he's able to bring his whole family into it.
Yeah, sharing it with them for sure. I mean, Courtney DeWalter this year went back to the basics, just Kevin, no pacers. It can be done a lot of different ways.
Yeah, that's
but
true.
I think everyone really likes different things, and
Yep.
you know, for sure, having people around you that you love can be a huge boost.
It's like Arlen's about to cross Green Street, which is kind of the main drag through Silverton.
This is going to be M5 Arlen Glick, 6th overall. He is definitely one to finish strong and be running the entire way in. No stranger to very, very fast running, having won things like the Javelina 100 and at that time, course record times in the past. He's run incredibly fast Umstead 100s, but also has thrown down at some of the more mountainous 100-milers, Run Rabbit Run. He is a Cocodona 250 finisher. He did that with a torn ACL.
It's amazing. Well, and this is not his first Hardrock. He's been here multiple times.
This is going to make him a true hard rocker.
Both directions.
So he's only done it twice.
Okay.
This is going to be his second finish, and this is going to be in the other direction. So he will have experienced the race, both directions, the run.
So Arlen's getting very close now. This is, I think, the final street. He's going to have one more turn into the finish chute and then be able to kiss the rock. And he's dropping his pacer.
Arlen Glick from Ohio.
There's a great film about how he trains in Ohio for mountainous races, and apparently there's one hill near his house, and he just does repeats on it, and it's like a paved road with a fair amount of traffic, and he just over and over and over runs that hill to kind of get ready for more mountainous terrain than he has access to.
Oh yeah, the shirts say it's a Glick thing.
Ah, I like it.
Thank you. Here are the cheers, and we'll get the audio from the finish line. This is Arlen Glick, everyone, M5.
What a day. On the sub 27 here.
We got that. I think
Kissing the rock. Congratulations.
Second time for Arlen Glick from Ohio.
Yes, Arlen Glick, everyone. 2640.
Way to go, bro.
2 minutes faster.
Arlen. Here, add something to add to your collection.
But I can wear this in the other way, right?
You can do it every way. You're a rock.
Greeted by run director Dale Garland.
Love this place. Yeah. Favorite place over there. Yeah. Cool.
Glad.
Spare set of lungs.
Yeah, there you go.
Back to Silverton, Arlen Glick.
Oh, and sit down.
You guys, come on. Pretty boy. Yeah.
Arlen.
Oh my gosh! So
That is good enough for
he's
me.
running super close to the
That is
same
great
time he
job.
ran in 2023. Like very,
Pretty
very
boy.
close. He ran 26:39. He ran 26:41.
He's a pretty boy.
Wow.
So almost an identical time in each direction. That is,
Get this thing- get this
but
thing-
2 places higher, but 3 places higher this year. He was 8th place in 2023. 8th overall.
Second woman. Second woman. Hey.
Yeah, that 2023 time was one of the 15 fastest hard rock finishes ever. This is going to be up there with that as well.
Yeah.
There is his family.
Get all the Glicks. I don't know what I got enough room.
They're telling him this is how good the crew is. They're telling him exactly like what his time close he was to what he wanted to do before.
Come on, guys. Come on, you.
Entire Glick crew coming over.
It's a Glick thing. It's a Glick thing.
It's a Glick thing. It's a Glick thing.
I love it.
Arlen, you beat your record by a minute.
Yeah. Whoa. Is that right?
They're saying he beat his record by a minute.
Okay.
We'll have to confirm that.
Could you have done it without the family? Without the family.
It's awesome. The entire crew.
That's great.
Frame it. Card.
Absolutely. You came all the way from Pennsylvania. Okay, don't worry about it. All right. Good job, Dwayne. I figured you would bring him in. You're not a guy to give up.
Everyone, this is Arlen Glick.
He's the next older brother than Arlen.
Okay. So, you're next.
You can see kind of in the background, we've got a little more smoke today than we did probably yesterday.
Yeah, it's a little smoky, although I did overhear Courtney that the smoke wasn't bad or it didn't affect her, so that's good to hear. But yeah, the winds have definitely shifted.
Yep.
It was smoky in Uray.
Yep.
A bit smoky here in Silverton.
But nice temperature for running, and when we got here it was in the mid-50s. It's probably still not even 60 degrees here, so.
Yeah, and I saw Courtney with a jacket on in some early photos, maybe overnight, getting a little chilly, but I don't think there was any precipitation. We heard about a couple really isolated, maybe short storms here and there. If you're just joining us, this is the Mountain Outpost live stream of the Hardrock Endurance Run 2026 presented by Ultra. I'm Corinne Boyd, joined by my husband Graham Boyd. We are excited to be welcoming in runners this morning. We've had 6 runners finish, including your M5 Arlen Glick, who is on your screen right now, and the women's champion, Courtney DeWalter. Courtney setting a new record in the clockwise direction. 26:03:10. Previously, her own record was 26:11 in this direction. That is still about 13 minutes slower than the overall record set by Katie Scheid last year. And it sounded like after on the descent down Handies, which is the high point, 14,000 feet of the course, that Courtney did start to struggle a bit with her stomach. Was able to navigate that, but she said she did have a very difficult last 30 miles. So still so impressive that she was able to get here in the time she did. We will be on the lookout for second female Kareth Arnold.
Looks like we're still waiting on Kareth to get in to the final aid station. She should be close, just based on times.
And that final aid station, if I can exit out of screens.
Final aid station is Cunningham.
Is Cunningham 92.5?
That's right. Kind of sounds like a radio station. Cunningham 92.5.
Cunningham 92.5. Broadcasting live from Cunningham 92.5. After Cunningham, they don't just get to coast in for 10 miles or 9 miles. They have to go over what is known as Little Giant, about a 3,500 foot climb.
I've never run Little Giant. Have you?
I've seen it. I've never been on it.
Okay.
I've been to Cunningham, and I've seen it. Basically, at Cunningham, you're in a valley, off to one side you got green where they're coming down. The other side is Little Giant, and yeah, as they leave Cunningham, you can see them making their way up it, and just like, really, there's just another mountain in front of me right now. This is Arlen Glick, everybody. M5. Okay.
All right, Kareth Arnold getting close to Cunningham. I believe this is the same section the drone was showing us with Nick Curry.
Yeah, we just saw Nick traverse this.
Which means it's a little bit of an uphill and then into that steep, loose downhill on the other side. But awesome to see. And it appears that she is at least in a jog. So moving well still.
I think she's behind, actually, in the white.
Okay.
Her pacer. But now she's in a jog.
There it is.
Man.
Might be coming over a hill into a slight downhill. But she's moving great.
This is awesome to see. F2, Kareth Arnold making her way toward Cunningham. I know she's had some awesome pacers out there. I don't know who's with her right now. Could be, but Amanda Basham and Lottie Brinks and Lindsay Allison actually started with her out of Ouray.
Out of Ouray. I actually saw her there.
This has got to be one of either Amanda or Lottie. You know, her sister-in-law, Lottie Brinks, just ran an outstanding Western States. So good, so fast out here to support. I know Kareth paced Lottie at Western, so now it's Lottie's turn to pace Kareth and experience some of the Hardrock course. I don't know if Lottie's ever been out here on course before, so she's probably having a great time checking it out.
Yeah.
I could see her wanting to do this race in the future, for sure.
And Kareth is somewhat local, lives in Paonia, which is kind of down the valley towards Montrose and Delta. So she has lots of access to this area for training. Kareth's mom. I think she has two
Mom
kids.
of two?
Yep. So mom power coming in.
She's looking strong. So we've got Nick Curry now ahead of Kareth. Great drone shot. Shout out to our drone pilots out there.
Yeah, what an unbelievable view.
This could be Mitch, could be Mike McTeer. Not sure who's out there. It's Dakota. Thank you very much for informing us. Dakota, who I believe also is the drone pilot who got when Courtney was, when she saw the snake at Cocodona. She's just out there getting all of the clips, the viral clips we're going to use. Or maybe it was her descending Eldon as well. But yeah, either way, amazing visuals.
This is a really cool stretch because it's kind of like on a spine between two valleys. Really cool. Ooh, there's that steep section.
Yep. You can just see how vast, massive, you know, when you're out there, it's like you look off into the distance and it kind of looks unreal sometimes with how massive the rock formations are around you.
Someone had mentioned in the chat having some audio issues, kind of cutting in and out. That is something we've experienced pretty much for the last 24 hours. As everybody knows, there's a couple fires going on, which seems to have affected both cellular service as well as some Wi-Fi. We've again been experiencing that the whole week we've been down here, so that's likely what the issue is, but hopefully it will improve.
Yep, we appreciate you being patient with it. Oh, so I think it is Lauren, because Jess B81 said Nick Curry's her brother-in-law, and my sister Lauren is about to pace him.
Oh, cool.
Ready to go for a run in North Carolina by Umstead with the feet up, so that they can watch. She can watch them on the final stretch and run, quote unquote, run with them.
Yeah, shout out to that Raleigh runner. I went to school very near there, and very cool place. Just something to think about, and just in terms of seeing how steep this is, and with 90 miles on your legs, being able to run this section, it looks actually fairly smooth in the scheme of things, but that steepness, man, you've got to imagine Kareth's quads have got to be burning right now.
On fire. Okay, Jess says that, yep, at Cunningham, Lauren's going to pick Nick up. So
awesome.
taking him on that final stretch. Thank you for letting us know. We agree. This drone work is fire. Thank you, Dakota. You're looking at F2, Kareth Arnold, ultra athlete in her first Hardrock 100. Someone who's dedicated a lot of time and energy to the race, to the Hardrock Endurance run itself in volunteering. I believe you spent many hours with her out at Chapman.
I did last year when I was doing kind of the in-the-field commentary, mostly for New Zealand, since it was 2 o'clock in the morning for us in Colorado. But yeah, she was working the aid station, so I got to talk to her for a while, which was cool, because then a couple months later, I found myself running with her at Javelina 100 after she had done TDS, and we ran almost the first lap together, so I got to know her pretty well, and she's super nice. She's a great person. Can we tell if is that Lottie with her now?
That looks like Lottie.
That does.
Sister-in-laws, and both outstanding athletes, Lottie Brinks and Kareth Arnold. So some questions in the chat about the lottery at Hardrock. This last year, I think there's around 3,000 applicants. So in order to enter the Hardrock lottery, you have to run one of the qualifying races. There is a list of races that are qualifiers. They are all really difficult 100-milers or longer. There's some 200s on there too. You can run a 200 to qualify. You have to qualify every 2 years. So if you run one of those qualifying races, you can then enter the lottery. There are 2 different pools in the lottery. A never finished pool, which is someone who has never run Hardrock in the past, and then there is a finishers pool, and they draw a certain number of runners from each of those pools every year. As you continue to accumulate, you can get tickets from volunteering, service tickets that also count in your ticket count. But yeah, every year your chances increase. I don't know if it doubles exactly. I should probably know this, similar to Western states. And the goal is that, after a number of years, your chances of getting pulled in the lottery go up more and more, to the point where it does take, Casey Lichtig, I think 10 years in the lottery before her name was drawn.
Yeah, that's similar timeline to like a Western states. Man, Kareth looks great. Really, really moving well.
She does. So perpetual tickets, tickets from qualifiers, they accumulate, do not expire, and can be used in more years than one. Those are additional tickets that you can earn.
So from this shot, can we see where the aid station likely is? Is it down there at the base of that bell?
Yeah, because then I think on the other side is Little Giant. Oh, you can start to see some structures down there. I think
I can
that's
see
like
that
the camping
road.
area.
Yep. Yeah, up there it is. Yep.
Yeah, that's the aid station. You can see a blue, I think, kind of tent-looking thing down there. So they're making. You can see just how steep it is. They have to descend.
Look how much descending they still
have
to do.
How much descending? You know, it's probably only a mile or so, but she's probably going to 1,000 feet, just basically going down the side of this mountain. Then she's going to get down to the bottom, hit the aid station, and go up the side of the other mountain, which you cannot see right now, but there's an equally as steep mountain on the other side. That is Little Giant.
Welcome to Hardrock.
Welcome to Hardrock. Yeah, full description of the lottery process, which I kind of probably did not explain very well, is on the hardrock100.com website. If you want to go check it out, or to see the list of qualifiers. You know, I think I'm going to mention it again. For women out there who run a Hardrock qualifier, please enter the lottery, because the more women enter, the higher the percentage of females will be represented in the race. So they'll take whatever that percentage is of females, and that will be represented in the race. So the more women we have entering the lottery to begin with, even if you maybe decide it's not quite time for you, you can help boost the numbers. Looks like Lottie went back to
wonder if maybe
Kareth tripped or something. Yeah.
I didn't see if she fell. Hopefully not. So the area that they're running right here, if you notice, there's big trees and spots and little trees and spots. It's very likely they are in a very big avalanche chute that would run in the winter and tear down all the trees if they were to ever grow in that spot. So one of the unique things of the San Juans is they are one of the most active avalanche mountain ranges in the world because of warmer temperatures and a whole lot of snow. So pretty interesting to be able to run through an avalanche chute in the summer.
For sure. Graham's always going to bring weather and snow knowledge to the broadcast. Question about if Ludo or Courtney ever stopped or rested. Very unlikely that either of them slept. I
didn't see any. So the cool thing about Hardrock is you can see when they come into an aid station, when they leave an aid station. And I didn't really look all that deeply into Courtney, but I saw with Ludo, he was spending between 3 and 4 minutes almost every time. There could have been a stretch where he spent a little more time, but for the most part, the front runners are just going to run straight through, take very little time in the aid stations.
Yeah, I mean, even at things like 250s, like a Cocodona 250, you know, we see runners going for 36 to 48 hours before resting at all. You know, that being said, of course, if they got super sleepy, they can choose to take a dirt nap on the side of the trail, and we wouldn't know that or see that, but also a little bit sketchy to do when it's chilly out.
Yes.
As Graham has not let me sleep on the side of Turquoise Lake during the Leadville 100 before for that exact reason.
I got yelled at a lot for that. It was the right decision, though. We're viewing Cinnamon Pass now, which I believe is near the Sherman aid station. Is that correct?
No.
No?
Wait. Oh, yeah, near Sherman.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, that's what you go over to get to. So bib 108, we will find this runner.
Bib 108. His name is Alan. And his last name is, I'm not going to try. It's a B.
Barachievich.
From Santa Rosa, California.
He did Western as well.
Oh,
He's one of 5 people who also did Western States.
And still in a jog here. Pretty fantastic.
Shout out to Alan, Santa Rosa, California, 59 years old, doing the Western States Hardrock double.
It's amazing. But as we were talking about before, for finding kind of smoother terrain to be able to jog/run, this is a good example of that, where it's more of a Jeep road, but looks like a really nice stretch of Jeep road.
Yeah, and
kind
this,
of a reprieve.
And the, this direction, the clockwise, you're gradually going down. So I've done this section the opposite way, going out of Sherman and toward the Handy's climb, and it's a grindy uphill, so it's a really nice grade to move on in the opposite direction.
Sure.
It can be warm, a little exposed there.
Yeah, but it's still pretty cool.
It's early morning, so yeah.
And they're kind of in the shade, so it probably still feels pretty good.
We will bring you eyes on every runner we have visuals on right now. This is one of our Western States Hardrock doublers, Alan Barachievik.
So Santa Rosa would be the Bay Area of California. Maybe has Mount Tam in his backyard to be able to get that vertical training on.
Diablo, head over to Diablo.
Yep.
And two pretty uniquely different events, Western States and Hardrock, but many people kind of, when you get into the lottery of both of those, you kind of have to. You just have to figure out how to do it.
Yeah. So Cinnamon Pass is kind of near Lake City, which is a small town here in the San Juans, kind of between, I guess this would be between Lake City and Silverton.
Yeah.
And I think you can actually stay on Cinnamon Pass and take it all the way back to Silverton.
Yeah, because that's what we took to head over to Sherman the year we met. I are over there, and that's the one we busted the tire on. This is the smooth section. Most of it's really, really, really rocky. Alan, long history in the sport.
Once broke into a jog again.
Yes.
Good for him.
Let's go, Alan. Got to run when you can.
And as you were saying, this looks like it's probably a descent, but a really mellow one.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty late in the race, so it'd be very easy, unless it's a solid descent, to want to walk at this point, to hike it out.
Looks like he started running ultras back in 2000.
Wow. He's been doing them a while.
Started at age 33, according to Ultra Sign Up, with the Helen Klein 50 miler in Sacramento.
Okay.
Did some 50 milers, done some 100Ks, but also, did Western back in 2000. He's done Western multiple times.
Wow.
2002, 2003. Back when you could get into Western States.
Just show up on race day and ask for a bid.
2006. And honestly, between 2006 and 2026, his finishing times at Western are only about 3 hours apart.
That's amazing.
That is some serious longevity right there. Like he does a lot of local racing in the California area, around Tahoe.
Good access to Tahoe from there. Alan's still on a jog. Good for him. Way to keep it rolling.
Yes, you're correct in the chat. This is between Burroughs and Sherman. So I believe making his way to the Sherman aid station, mile 72. Question, what do you do the week or days before for sleep as well? Yeah, I think that's a good question. A lot of times before a big event like this, it is pretty difficult to sleep the night before. Not uncommon at all to be antsy and just thinking about the race and not get a great night's sleep the night before. But if 2 nights before the race you can get a really solid sleep, that's awesome. And I know I have heard of many athletes, trying to quote unquote bank a little bit of sleep earlier in the week, just sleep as much as they can. Of course, they're tapering as well. Famously Jimmy Elam, not famously, but just for one example, Jimmy Elam said he usually does about a 6-day taper for races, and he was going to do a longer one for Hardrock because he said he was bit intimidated by it, so he was going to do about a 10-day taper. For some of these front runners, I would imagine that looks like just about half the volume that they've been doing in the past, if not a little less, and getting less and less as the race approaches. I mean, there are times, everyone is different, right? Some people respond well to a very aggressive taper of really drastically lowering mileage. Some people like to run decent mileage up until 3-4 days before, but it's usually mostly aerobic, not a lot of intensity, maybe a couple of strides in there here and there. Depends if you're a fast twitch or slow twitch athlete, and just how you respond to the rest.
Absolutely. And it looks like Nick Curry is in and out of Cunningham.
All right, let's go, Nick.
Yep, must have picked up
Final
Lauren.
Stretch here. So it's just... All right, so as we continue to get these great drone shots, we're going to take an opportunity here for a quick ad break while there's a break in the action. We'll also be switching over streams. You do not have to do anything at home if you're following along. It will just naturally port you over to the next stream, so nothing to do on your part. Just stay with us, and we will be back here in just a couple minutes.
Adult Aspire, my philosophy is pretty simple. That is, create the best product for the athletes so that they're able to enhance their performance.
Believe has always been one of my biggest mantras. I carry it in my head when I'm running. It gives me joy and keeps me going. I never thought I would carry it on my wrist one day.
You wore your vintage coat like it was armor and talked about some band